Chapter 187, A Giant Amalgamation of Hatred. After Yatsubayashi let Taial into his clinic, he made coffee with a coffee maker. He returned back with a cup of coffee in both hands and offered one to Taial. I have nothing but coffee though, you're okay with it, right? Taial frowned. No thanks. Oh, do you prefer tea perhaps? I can't drink nor eat with this body. Taial said so curtly, but Yatsubayashi seemed to find it amusing. I see, so this body is a remote body, huh? That would mean you're controlling it from another body and I bet it's somewhere nearby. Taial raised his eyebrows and sent a glare at Yatsubayashi. You can tell. I'm a doctor, you see. Taial raised his guard toward Yatsubayashi who was acting casual. But there was something that he was hoping for from Yatsubayashi, which lowered his wariness toward him. So then, Taial-kun. What brings you here today? Revenge, what if I say so? Well, it would be for revenge then. But let me give you a warning, I don't really recommend that. Moreover, it's your fault in the first place for running away while you were in the middle of the treatment. So if anything happens because of that, it won't be my responsibility. Or more like, we already have an agreement on this, right? Taial clicked his tongue seeing that Yatsubayashi won't even budge even after being threatened. Well, whether I'm here for revenge or not depends on what happens next. I want to make another deal with you. Fix me. And I'm talking about fixing, not experimenting. You hear me? Taial got a little emotional and raised his voice, and was breathing hard after he said those heartfelt words. Seeing that, Yatsubayashi smiled amusedly. Fix, huh? Sure. Though I can't really say for sure if I can fix you or not without checking your condition first, I can at least promise you that I'll do my best. Though it actually depends on how much you can pay me for that. So then, how are you going to pay me? Let me tell you that I'll charge you if it's not for an experiment, you know? Taial glared at Yatsubayashi. Don't get ahead of yourself, I can easily kill you here and now. Taial slowly raised his left arm and pointed it at Yatsubayashi, but Yatsubayashi did not seem to be bothered by that at all. Making a one-sided demand like that and you dare to call this a deal? You're making me laugh here, you brat. Don't you know how I got away from that room? I've seen the record from the camera so many times already, so you don't need to tell me. It was a good piece of information, you know. If you think that it is enough to threaten me, you need to rethink your approach. You're free to test it though, but once you do that, you're no longer my patient and I have no need to be polite to you anymore, just so you know. The way Yatsubayashi looked at Taial changed. Between a patient and a guinea pig, Yatsubayashi started to look at Taial as the latter. His words there were basically saying that he could easily take care of Taial even if Taial rampaged there. Although Taial was suspicious that it was a bluff, he still lowered his arm and clicked his tongue. I have no money. So for the payment. My body. You can go ahead and take a look at its construction, nanomachine, and stuff like that. The other thing would be information. I have a lot of information right now, so I can answer your questions. That sounds pretty enticing, but I'm not sure if that would be enough. Or more like, I don't know how much I need to fix, so I can't really say for sure how much it would cost. Although you're only using a remote body right now, it looks like you're doing just fine. So what exactly do you want me to fix? Taial paused before replying with a pained voice, I want to return to being a human. Seeing Taial's pained expression, Yatsubayashi tilted his head. That's still pretty vague. Do you mean you want me to get rid of the nanomachine that has changed your body? Well, I won't be able to say anything unless I give you a quick check first. Bring your real body here, there's nothing I can gather from checking your remote body. It's not that simple. I can't bring my real body here, that's why I came here in a remote body. So, if you want to get to my real body, come with me. Listen here, you do know that we're in an emergency over here, right? There are gigantic monsters roaming right outside. I have no plans to get out from the temporary base before the situation calms down first. Don't worry, I'll tell them not to attack you. Yatsubayashi raised his eyebrows in surprise as Taial said so in such a casual manner. Are you the one behind this attack? Tayal frowned, that I can't answer that. That answer is more or less the same as a, yes, that I can't answer that. Yatsubayashi gazed at Tayal with suspicious but serious eyes. After a short ponder, he then smiled amusedly and said, I see. So basically, you're under a leash from a higher system, huh? And because of that, you can't give me a straight yes. Truly interesting, but in that state, you won't be able to give me the answers that I want to know, right? So you won't be able to pay for the treatment at all. If this attack is successful, most of this restriction will be taken off. That's the deal that I have with her. Her? Who? Judging from the fact that you're attacking the forward base, is it the Ruins AI manager? Tayal frowned even more, that I can't answer that. And also stop there, giving you this answer is already hard enough for me. Hard? I see, so you're feeling some kind of pain or discomfort for fighting back the system restriction, huh? But even if it's something that the AI can't fight back, you can still more or less resist it. Which means... Is this AI trying to win her freedom by using you? Stop it. Didn't I tell you this isn't pleasant at all? Tayal raised his voice again, his glare was filled with hatred. But even so, it only served to get Yatsubayashi even more interested. Does the restriction get triggered just from recognizing the question and thinking of the answer? Or is it judged as a slip in the system and that's why you can still say that? It's a pretty lax system, to be honest. Is it because you have a higher privilege over that half-baked system that you can somehow fight back the restriction? If I have to make a bet, it must be some kind of makeshift system then. If only I can get rid of that pain, or even isolate and deactivate it, then I can get all the good parts and... Tayal, who was gritting in pain and filled with hatred, twitched and aimed his shaking left arm at Yatsubayashi. It seemed that he was on the edge of his sanity. Yatsubayashi noticed that Tayal was pushed to the edge and flusteredly tried to calm him down. Okay. I'll stop here. We can continue the rest once you get rid of the restrictions. Fixing your body should help out too. So calm down, alright? Tayal was breathing heavily as he lowered his arm again. That we have a deal then? Yeah, although it's not really how I usually make a deal. It seems that I can expect enough payment from you. We have a deal. I'll properly fix your body, so don't worry. I see, I'll take you to my real body then. Alright, get on the passenger seat. It's over there. Tayal got up and dragged himself toward the passenger's seat while swaying left and right. Seeing that, Yatsubayashi let out a sigh of relief. His alerted face slowly changed into a smile, a suspicious smile. He's pretty unstable. I wonder if it's because he's at his wit's end or is it because of the repression from the system. Though I want to take my time examining it, well, the job comes first. Yatsubayashi hopped on the driver's seat and excitedly said. Let's go. I just need to get out from the forward base and into the ruin, right? Yeah. Do you have an information terminal that I can use? Are you okay with the one fixed into the vehicle? It's fine as long as I can connect to it. Yatsubayashi handed a terminal to Tayal, who then thrust that terminal to his head. Since there was no opening on his head, the terminal opened a wound on his head and blood dripped out from that wound. A 3D holographic map appeared in the vehicle's display. It showed the current location of the clinic as well as the destination and the big monsters around the area. Yatsubayashi chuckled. That's pretty convenient. But I have a wireless one if you would have asked, Non-wireless is easier to hack in. So you're hacking on the system level, huh? That's pretty scary. It's my vehicle, so don't break it, okay? But I'll try to be careful. Tayal sulked a bit. Seeing that, Yatsubayashi just smiled bitterly and started the mobile clinic. After they agreed on temporarily working together, Akira and Nelia were hunting huge monsters in the area. Although it was a deal that they made on a whim, and one of them was using a bike while the other one was using a powered suit, they were able to work together efficiently. Sometimes, one would act as the decoy while the other delivered the killing blow, pincer attack, long-range barrage, close-range slash. So, they were able to easily take down the gigantic monsters one by one. Seeing how that black-powered suit performed up close reminded Akira of how amazing it was. In the Eastern District where firepower was everything, a huge body would only be an easy target to shoot at. But these gigantic monsters' vitality, viciousness, and speed made up for their size. They even posed more danger than the smaller monsters because of that. But even so, the black-powered suit was able to defeat them with its light blades. Although it was an ally, Akira could not help but to make a stern face. On the other hand, Nelia was also amazed by Akira's movements. Although they did not communicate at all about how they were going to move, Akira's support was nothing short of amazing. He targeted the legs to slow the monsters down, sniped with the long-range gun and forced the monsters to close combat, peppered the large monsters that he could not take down himself with bullets to keep their attention on him, and if it was a monster he could take care by himself, he did so quickly. It was as if Akira always presented the situation so that Nelia could easily deliver the killing blow in the shortest time. Nelia thought highly of Akira's skill and Akira was wary of Nelia's skill as both of them defeated any big monsters that they encountered. Nelia's voice suddenly came out from Akira's information terminal. "We're doing pretty well. We're really in sync, don't you think so? If we're really this compatible, we should really date each other, you know? No thanks. Like hell I would go out with someone who keeps saying she would kill me. It'll be fine, we're allies right now, right? I have no plans to kill you for now. That's not the problem here. Geez, you're so hard-headed. The heck? Nelia was having the time of her life talking with Akira, but in contrast to that, Akira replied back bluntly. Although they did not exchange information about how they would move in the middle of their idle chit-chat, they were able to keep their perfect combo. Just to let you know though, I'll immediately leave the moment I run out of ammo, so do your best alone when that happens. If you don't have a blade, I don't mind lending mine, you know? I'm not going to fight those monsters up close. That aside, you only have melee weapons with you, don't you? Even powered suits can use rifles too, you know? Didn't you bring any rifles with you? Is it because you can't or something? To be honest, I don't really like guns. They just don't fit me for some reason. Just because you don't like them? Is that all the reason why you didn't bring rifles with you? Oh my, things like this are very important, you know? There are many people who mock me for that, but for some reason, all of them died before me. And it all happened because they decide to let go of the weapon that they're most comfortable with. Nelia sounded sad as if it was an old wound when she said so. Akira, who heard that, quickly let go of his anger. It was rather convincing although it was a vague excuse, he could not tell if it was the real truth or just some kind of occult thing. Well, it doesn't really matter. That aside, there's just no end to these monsters. Just how long will this take us? The swarm might disband if someone kills the boss of the swarm. Though I'm not sure if the disbanded swarm would just return back to the ruin or we would still have to fight them. I heard that the bigger monsters are taking command of the smaller monster swarm to attack the supply route. It seems that the bigger monsters are acting like commanders to the smaller ones and there's a good chance there's another monster commanding the bigger monsters. Well, it's just a guess from another squad though, so there's no evidence to support it. They just told me to go after the bigger monsters when I spot them. I haven't heard anything about that though. It was more like an idle chat between squad mates after all. So it's not a formal order from the forward base. Akira felt that such important information should be broadcasted to all hunters, but he bet that it had something to do with the squad that Nelia belonged to. He stopped himself from thinking too much about it and instead focused on the subject of the commanding monsters. A boss monster commanding the other monsters, huh? I wonder if it's an even bigger monster. Well, even if there's one, it should be somewhere deep inside the ruin. Either that or it's concealing itself in the swarm heading to the city. So people like us who work near the ruin's outskirt have nothing to do with them. While Akira was fighting and talking, the rain had considerably weakened. Although it was not completely gone, the sensitivity of the information-gathering devices started to recover. Between the three of them, Alpha had the best detection ability and she actually detected a big monster hiding in the buildings. But she did not tell that to Akira to avoid getting roped into more trouble. So instead, she looked up to the sky and spoke about something else. Akira, the rain is letting off. Akira followed suit and looked up too. You're right. Wait, I shouldn't jinx it again. Akira smiled bitterly. But this time the rain actually weakened, slowly turning his bitter smile into a genuine one. Oh. It's really letting off. Yup, that seems to be the case. Alpha said serenely. Akira found it weird since he expected her to say something to tease him. Is there anything bad if the rain stops? Alpha smiled with a hidden meaning behind it. I just thought that if only it had stopped sooner, I would still have my detection skill and there would be no need to work together with that black-powered suit. I wonder why your luck is just so bad. No idea. Well, since it stopped, let's just be happy with it. Although the sky was still covered with thick clouds, there was no water droplet falling from the sky. Akira was happy about it, but Alpha was not. Yatsubayashi drove his modified APC, which functioned as a mobile clinic, deep into the ruins. Although he encountered some large monsters on the way, they completely ignored him. He was having a good time driving as he glanced at Tyal who was sitting on the seat next to him. They really didn't attack us. I did consider the possibility that it was nothing more than a lie, but this confirms that Tyal-kun has something to do with those monsters. This ability to explore the ruin without fighting the monsters is invaluable, even if it only works in Kozusahara ruin. You can get enough money to buy a city with it, but it seems that he doesn't know about this yet. Tyal noticed Yatsubayashi's gaze. What? Nothing. I'm just enjoying this sensation of being able to explore the ruin without fighting the monsters, that the bigger ones under my command won't attack you, but it's a different story for the other monsters, so you should get yourself ready in case we encounter normal monsters. Roger that. Don't worry, this vehicle is well equipped to handle relatively weak monsters just fine. I see. Tell me if you need help, I can get rid of some of them for you. Thanks, I will be very grateful. Yatsubayashi said so while he thought of something else in the back of his head. This means that Tyal doesn't hold command over all monsters in the ruin, is it territory-based then? Security monsters usually only roam around the area that they're assigned to and normally they won't go outside that area. Sakashita Heavy Industry considered the strength and the distribution of the monsters in the area when they erected Kagamayama City near Kozusahara ruin. If this can be changed, it might endanger the city. Tyal noticed Yatsubayashi was looking at him while still in deep thought. So Tyal frowned and called him out. Seriously, what is it? Nope, nothing. I just thought that you're a very interesting sample for both medical doctors and scientists. Sorry if I bothered you. Tyal clicked his tongue but did not pursue it any further. Yatsubayashi finally arrived at his destination. It was a small valley between two tall crumbled buildings. We're here, is your real body inside that big building? No. But the destination indicator ends around that building though. Not inside, outside. Oh, there's no need for you to wait outside for me, not to mention under this rain too. I can't enter the building. Tyal pointed near the big building. Yatsubayashi shifted his gaze toward that direction, looked up, saw what was in the valley between the two buildings, and smiled. I just want to confirm this. That is your real body, right? You're not saying that your real body is inside that thing, right? Yeah, that I see. No wonder why you can't come to my clinic with your real body. Giving you a checkup would take a lot of work. We have a deal, I'll have you fix me. I'm not even sure where to start. For now, I will try to regenerate your whole body. As Yatsubayashi moved his clinic to that valley, Tyal suddenly started acting strange. He started convulsing, his face started twitching, and his eyes were out of focus. Hey, what's wrong? When Yatsubayashi called him, Tyal suddenly slumped down and went limp. The 3D map on the vehicle's display also vanished. Is his Connection cut off. What exactly just happened? Yatsubayashi had all his attention on Taial, trying to understand what was going on. But right in the next moment, a huge monster jumped out from the rubbles and kicked Yatsubayashi's clinic. Although it was a heavily armored APC, the kick sent the clinic flying. By this time, the rain had also completely stopped. Akira and Nelia noticed the sudden signal from a big monster almost simultaneously. When they turned toward the source of the signal, they were welcomed by an APC flying straight at them. A moment later, the thing that sent that APC flying towards them showed itself. This monster resembled a giant donning a heavy-powered suit. It was so huge that it made Nelia's black-powered suit seem tiny. Its left arm was assimilated into a big gun that looked like the main cannon of a battleship, a belt connected to its back resembled a huge magazine, while its right hand was holding an object that looked like a handle. While Akira was still frozen from the shock, Alpha launched the mini-missiles from the missile pods fixed to his bike. The missiles flew around following Alpha's guiding system, which adjusted their flight time to strike their target simultaneously. From the handle on the right hand of the big monster, liquid metal that radiated light extended out against the gravity. It did not take that long for a blade large enough to slice a battleship to form. This monstrosity fixed its stance and swung the blade to sweep away all the missiles. The missiles spontaneously combusted into an explosion the moment they touched the blade. Since Akira emptied his missiles in one shot there, the explosions were so large that it swallowed the monster too. Akira desperately fought back the shockwave from the explosions with the help of his augmented suit while watching the display in front of him. Did that do it? Akira thought that an explosion that big should be able to take out that monster. But as the fire died out, it revealed the big monster was still standing just fine without a scratch. Akira could not hide his shock. Unscatched? You got to be kidding me. Alpha then said in a calm manner but still transmitted the severity of the situation. That slice was executed so that the missiles did not explode at the same time, thus killing most of its combined firepower. Furthermore, it has force field armor projected on its whole body. Unfortunately, that attack did not deal any damage to that monster. So, it's because of that armor which looks like a heavy-powered suit, huh? How did it get a powered suit that big? Is it custom-made? That might be the case. Akira was only saying that as a bad joke while smiling wryly, but Alpha replied back in a serious tone. So he found it rather weird. Wait, it is? I've scanned its body construction. One thing I can say for sure, it doesn't harden its skin to armor itself and it doesn't project force field armor from its skin either. Its inner body is separated from its other body. So in short, it's using some kind of suit just like your augmented suit. To put it simply, it's different from the other monsters, huh? Akira prepared his stance and psyche to fight that monster. The moment he and the monster made eye contact, it opened its mouth and bellowed. Its humanoid head opened its mouth wide, exposing its fangs and was making sounds as if it was saying something in human language. Akira had no idea what it was saying, but he understood well the hatred and the killing intent that was expressed in those incomprehensible words. For some reason, I feel like it's saying that it would kill me no matter what. Alpha, did I do something to that monster in the past? You just shot mini-missiles at it just now. Well, that's true, but for some reason, I feel like it's hating me so much for a reason that has nothing to do with the missiles. I don't really have an answer to that. But one thing is for sure, we know that a peaceful solution is not possible. So just forget about trying to end this peacefully and get yourself ready to run away. Akira looked at the big monster and threw away the possibility of getting out of this situation peacefully. As it aimed its humongous left arm cannon at him, Akira accelerated his bike as hard as he could, ignoring the G-force that he would have to bear. At the same time, a large warhead a little smaller than the cannon's muzzle launched out. The first shot pierced through multiple buildings, turning the already half-destroyed building into rubble, and pieces of debris that were thrown up to the sky rained down. Alpha was able to accurately predict where those rubbles would fall. So using her advanced driving skill, she knitted through the gaps between the raining rubbles with the highest speed. Akira gathered his focus, compressed his time perception into maximum, and evaded the incoming rubble while kicking and punching the rubbles that were blocking his way. Even in that situation, the monster did not stop shooting, crushing the falling rubble into even smaller pieces. Akira could not evade or block all the rubbles falling at him. When some of those rubbles crashed onto him or his bike, he endured it with the help of his force field armor. But even so, it still threw him off balance, and when that happened, Alpha executed an even more extreme maneuver to get his bike back up, straining both him and his bike. Akira. Make sure not to fall off. You'll get buried by the rubbles if you do. I know. Akira forced his way forward by punching or kicking the rubbles blocking his way. To make sure that he would not get thrown off the bike from the recoil, he raised the output of his augmented suit to the maximum to fix himself on top of his bike. Since he was pushing his body beyond its limit with the help of his augmented suit, sometimes, his body could not keep up and gave up first. The medicines helped out with reducing the pain. The intense cycle of injuring and healing his body caused Akira to fear that it might eventually break his body. But he ignored his screaming body and focused more on surviving the fight even for just another second. Yatsubayashi somehow got himself out from his mobile clinic, which was tipped over at this point. He looked at the Taial's real body through the binocular connected to the clinic's detection device. The monster was running, shaking the earth with each step, while trying to shoot at Akira, moving further and further away from Yatsubayashi. Taial-kun. If you're not going to let me treat you, you should have told me sooner. The monster was so strong that it had enough power to change the contour of the ruin. But if it was targeting someone else, Yatsubayashi could take his time observing Taial from afar. Yatsubayashi glanced at his mobile clinic. Taial's remote body was still in the passenger seat and still not moving. I bet he can control his remote body if he gets too far away from it, and I bet it can't be that far. That's why he had to come close enough to the forward base to be able to reach my clinic. I'm sure the main body also has some kind of camouflaging ability. So he must have used that camouflaging ability and hid his presence with the rain to get as close as possible to the forward base. He then somehow found out where I was, and came to my clinic to make a deal with me, before finally bringing me all the way here. But it's all for nothing. I really don't understand his logic. Yatsubayashi tilted his head. He thought of any possible explanations, but he could not come up with any convincing guesses. The reason why Taial cut off his connection to his remote body was simply because he no longer had the leeway to keep that connection. Most of his copies that he had sent to another place were quickly removed one by one. Taial would have been able to handle that information just fine if he was nothing but a part of the system, but now that he had regained some of his consciousness, it threw his mind into chaos. Then the reason why he prioritized killing Akira rather than finishing the rest of his deal with Yatsubayashi was simply because his self-defense mechanism kicked in, throwing him into a rampage fueled by hatred to keep himself from getting drowned by the system. Taial hated everything that had happened to him, which led him into such a pitiful state. Although Yatsubayashi was included in that list, he was somehow able to keep himself from killing Yatsubayashi since he had presented a way for Taial to fix his body. But that was not the case for Akira. Taial's feelings toward Cheryl and the feeling of inferiority toward Akira were mixed together into utter hatred toward him. Furthermore, if Taial held back any of his hatred, he feared that the system might swallow his consciousness again. Because of that, once the rain died down and he recovered his detection ability, Taial was able to detect Akira and immediately threw himself into a rampage fueled by hatred. Yatsubayashi was deep in thought for some time after that, but he decided that it would be meaningless to think about it any further. Well, it doesn't really matter. As long as I keep his remote body, he might contact me again later. I don't want to get involved in that fight after all. I guess I'll just head back home for now. Yatsubayashi stood next to his mobile clinic, placed both his hands on it, and applied some force to push it. When he did that, the clinic slowly started moving. After he gritted his teeth and pushed the clinic further, he eventually got his armored APC to land with its wheels on the ground. Yatsubayashi actually had a body that he had enhanced himself using his knowledge as a doctor. It was also to keep himself safe in case a hunter who he was dealing with went on a rampage, but more importantly, it was also the result of experimenting on his own body. The reason why he allowed Taial into his clinic, and was still relaxed even with a rifle aimed at him, was simply because Yatsubayashi knew he could handle it just fine. Yatsubayashi returned to the driver's seat and placed Taial's remote body in the passenger seat. He then said with a cunning smile, "Taial-kun. If you're not going to pay for your treatment, it won't be a treatment but another experiment, you know?" Of course, Taial's remote body did not reply back at all. Chapter 188, Friend for Today. The contour of the area was changed completely from the huge monster's barrage. With most of the abandoned buildings blown to smithereens, the cityscape was turned into a clear open plain. Both the roads and the buildings were equally buried under debris of various sizes. It was completely impossible to differentiate where the road was. It was not something that hunters normally came across in a ruin. Akira looked over his surroundings while hiding under one of the relatively bigger rubble in the area. I guess this is how ruins slowly change into a wasteland, huh? Alpha, how is the monster? It's approaching slowly. Though it has stopped shooting, I don't think it's because it ran out of ammo. Seriously though, how the hell does it still have some ammo left after shooting that many huge warheads around? In contrast to Akira, who was frowning in concern, Alpha was smiling like usual. Oh my, isn't it the same with your rifle? Akira was completely convinced by that argument and smiled wryly. Ah. You have a point there. And here I thought I'm already used to using the extended magazine made with old world technology, but now that you mention it, the monsters are also made with old world technology too. So it won't be strange if they have extended magazine too. It was something that would surprise him in the past, but after using it for some time, Akira had more or less already gotten used to how convenient it was. This time, he understood the enemy might be using the same technology and how that convenience turned into trouble. At the same time, Akira was reminded of how his extended magazine was using old-world technology that he did not fully understand. He then turned to look at his patron, who was created with a technology far more complex than the extended magazine. Akira, what's wrong? It's nothing. Is that so? I understand that you can't really relax in this situation, but just stay there, okay? The monster might notice you if you make a single move. Alright. Akira pushed aside any hesitation inside his mind that might cause him to blunder. He then once again confirmed his surroundings and sighed. Alpha pursed her lips and asked, "What is with that big sigh after you look at me?" "No, it's not you. It's that over there." Akira pointed straight past Alpha's body, at his half-broken bike behind her. Its trunk was badly bent, its front wheel and rifle arm were gone. Even his A4WM automatic grenade launcher that was originally fixed on that arm was already buried deep under the rubbles. Well, things happened, just think of it as a necessary sacrifice. That's true, but still, even the truck is also gone along with the ammo that I had left on it. So at least let me sigh, will you? The truck with his reserve ammo was blown by one of the monster's warheads. Its driver's seat was completely blown off by that shot. Its tray was crushed under the rubble, scattering his reserve ammo all over the place. But even so, Akira somehow survived that and managed to scrape the scattered supply enough to complete his last ammo refill. Akira shifted his gaze to the monster. Although there was a large rubble blocking his sight, he was able to clearly see that monster thanks to his enhanced vision. It seemed to be moving slowly thanks to its size and the distance between them. But in reality, it was actually moving relatively fast thanks to its long stride. There was no question that it would be even faster if it ran. With my bike and truck gone, I don't think it would be possible to escape from it if it started running. Let's hide for now. We might have been able to blend in with the rain and run away, but unfortunately, the rain has already stopped. Judging from the clouds, it might rain again though. Akira looked up at the sky. Although it was blanketed in thick clouds as if the rain would pour down any time, it was not raining. It rained when I didn't want it to and it stopped when I wanted it to rain. What kind of bullying is this? Well, I promise to help you against your bad luck with my support the best I can, but as expected, I can't win against the weather, you know. My bad luck even reaches the sky, huh? Akira mixed some jokes in his reply. Alpha smiled in response to that. A call from Nelia reached Akira's information terminal. He was not sure whether to pick it or not and glanced at Alpha. Akira? Are you alive? Yeah, somehow. What about you? No problem at all. I immediately ran away from its sight. It had its eyes fixed on you after all. It seems that it's running out of ammo, so I will be going for its head. Give me some support if you're still alive. Wait for a sec, are you going to fight that thing? Of course. Nelia replied as if it was a given fact. Akira could not help but get surprised by that. All the questions inside his head were compressed into one word. Why? Why, you ask? That's given, it's our job, right? Job? Oh my, it kind of hurts when you say it like that. Do you think that I'm someone who would abandon my job? Although I look like this, I'm pretty serious when it comes to my job, okay? If you're really that upright, why would you be stealing relics then? That was my job back then. Well, that aside, I'll leave the support to you. Nelia ended the call. Akira was shocked. He did not expect her to be actually that earnest, but at the same time, he could understand it too. Alpha found Akira's reaction interesting, but she still prompted him to start moving. I don't know what you find weird about it, but since it seems that she will be taking that monster's attention, let's use this chance to move out. Good idea. Alpha was urging Akira to run away. He understood that very well as he readied his SSB multi-weapon rifle, steeled his resolve, and jumped out from behind the rubble. Nelia used the full power of her powered suit to close the distance with the monster. The monster could not shoot its large cannon behind itself, so Nelia used that blind spot to draw the shortest route to the monster while utilizing the cover of the rubbles. The moment the monster noticed her, it quickly turned around and changed its priority from Akira to Nelia. Nelia was able to close more than half of the distance while it was preparing the cannon on its left arm. Nelia believed that the monster still had some ammo left. But after shooting around that many warheads, she was sure it would not have enough ammo left to demolish all the buildings in the area. Her guess was correct. As a matter of fact, it was no longer able to maintain its original rate of fire. Now that it started shooting in intervals instead of continuous fire, she was able to skillfully avoid the falling warheads with the precise control of her powered suit while she approached the monster. Nelia used the advantage of her cyborg body to connect directly to her powered suit. As she was able to control the powered suit as if it was a part of her body, Nelia was able to execute complex maneuvers with high agility. Not to mention that the powered suit had extra limbs and a propulsion system that originally did not exist on the human body, and the additional sensors on the powered suit provided Nelia with extra information on top of her usual 5 senses. It was a matter of the rider's skill on how much a cyborg could take in the discrepancy coming from a real body and a cyborg body. And in the case of Nelia, her skills were not something to be taken lightly. An ordinary person might go mad if he or she was connected to a tank or a non-humanoid machine. But Nelia did not show any difficulty at all in controlling her powered suit. It demonstrated her talent as well as her distorted mind. As someone who was accomplished both as a close combat fighter and cyborg body user, Nelia was able to evade the high-speed warhead coming at her. She quickly slipped under the monster and slashed its legs with the blades on both of her arms. The moment her blades touched the monster's legs, fire sparked followed by a blinding light. It was the light from the monster's force field armor exchanging kinetic energy into photons. Nelia turned and confirmed the monster's legs. She was sure that she could not sever those legs based on the sensation from that slash. But from that light flash, it should have shaved most of the force field armor's energy. Unfortunately, what Nelia had hoped for was completely off. The monster was unscathed. Its force field armor was able to completely disperse the force from that slash. Whoa, that was pretty hard. Well then, it just means I will have to keep slashing you. While Nelia was mumbling as if she was mocking it, the monster brought down the blade on its right arm. The light blade crushed the rubble and buried itself deep. Rubble flew left and right from that impact as the blade melted its contact point, releasing steam into the air. But Nelia quickly jumped into the monster's blind spot and immediately assaulted the monster with her blade. Every time her blade struck the monster's body, a blinding flash of light was released, and every time the monster swung its light blade, rubble was thrown into the air. Although it was a battle between giants, the difference in their sizes made it look as if it was a battle between an adult and a kid, as both of them swung around blades unsuitable for their respective sizes. If it was a simple contest of swordsmanship, Nelia would have the upper hand. The monster was swinging its blade like it was a beginner. Its blade was not even able to touch the opponent, who was smaller and darting around it. But in contrast to that, Nelia was able to strike the monster's legs multiple times. But Nelia did not believe that she was winning. Although the monster was like a beginner, it was still a powerful monster. Nelia's blades were not able to reach the monster's legs. The momentum of those blades was completely killed by the monster's force field armor. Although each swing shaved more energy from the force field armor compared to her powered suit, there was no guarantee that the monster would run out of energy faster than her powered suit. If it was not thanks to the enemy's beginner-like swordsmanship, Nelia would have been dead by now. Even if she did not receive a single strike, she would lose the moment her powered suit ran out of energy first. And as she kept consuming energy, her powered suit would eventually slow down, which would make it harder for her to evade the monster's attack. She understood that her force field armor would not be able to receive the monster's attack, so she turned that off, as well as the other parts of the powered suit that she did not need for high-speed maneuvering. But even so, there was still a good chance she would run out of energy first before the monster. Thus, she judged that she was losing that battle. The monster kept swinging its blade without paying attention to its defense. And the strength behind its amateurish swing after getting interrupted by a powerful blow greatly surpassed her prediction. Nelia understood she would not be able to evade the light blade coming down at her, so she quickly shifted her stance to maximize her survival, which was to receive that blow with both of her blades, but she also understood that it was futile. Although she was not scared, she knew that she was going to lose the fight. But at the next moment, a barrage of anti-force field bullets riddled the monster's head. Although the barrage was completely nullified by the monster's force field armor, it was enough to throw it off balance. Nelia used that opening to completely evade the incoming blade and jumped back, opening some distance between her and the monster. She then checked the area where that barrage came from and found Akira aiming his SSB multi-weapon rifle from quite a distance away. Akira had a stern look on his face. His SSB rifle ejected its empty magazine and empty energy packs. I emptied an extended magazine full of anti-force field armor bullets in 5 seconds, you know? And that was not enough. Alpha was frowning deeply. It seems that its head is protected by a strong force field armor. Even after factoring in the loss of momentum from the sniping distance, it's still an impressively strong force field armor. I'm sure I did that pretty up close though. Should I get closer next time? The big monster noticed Akira from that barrage and aimed its cannon. But before it could release a shot, Nelia slashed at it, throwing its aim off. Although the shot landed far away from Akira, it had enough power to blow rubble sky high. Akira could not help but frown seeing that. Did I take that back? Alpha smiled bitterly. Yep, I don't recommend you to do it either. Now that it knows your location, let's change our location and hide. Roger that. Akira moved as fast as possible towards another location while hiding between the rubbles. That was when Nelia suddenly made a one-sided call. And here I thought you already ran away since I didn't get any support. Although I hate it, we're allies for now. Moreover, if you get defeated without my support, I won't be able to move around without a decoy. Akira sounded as if he really did not like the situation that he was in, but at the same time, it also sounded as if he was making excuses to keep the temporary alliance. But Nelia replied with a rather happy voice. I see, but I would really hope you would have helped me sooner, you know? I'm not even inside a powered suit and my bike is gone, you know. I also don't have that much ammo left, but even so, I'm still doing my best to help you here. So if you keep complaining, I will just leave you behind. Geez, calm down. That one just now was a close call, thank you. You're welcome. By the way, I'll be counting on you to be the decoy. Ah, it won't be of any use even if you say no. After all, for some reason, that thing really wants to kill you. It's basically coming at you while completely ignoring me. Akira inadvertently glanced at the monster. His enhanced vision helped him see through the rubble and straight at the big monster that was running in his direction. His face turned grim. For some reason, seeing how it's running at you, I can feel some kind of hatred or deep grudge against you though. Akira, what did you do to that monster? Did you do something bad to it? This is only a woman's intuition, but... Did you mess with its girlfriend or something? Like hell if I did. It's my first time meeting that monster, you know? And also, I don't have any monster acquaintances. Akira replied back to Nelia's joke while shouting. Nelia only laughed at his reaction before ending the call. The large monster's mind was in a mess. The system was telling it to take care of the black-powered suit first, but its hatred caused it to prioritize Akira instead. In order to make sure that his consciousness would not be swallowed back to the system, Tyal followed his hatred. The huge monster ignored Nelia and went straight for Akira. All of its intentions were skewed toward offense. It ignored its defense and poured all of its energy toward its light blade. Its ammo-producing organ burned through its last energy reserve to manufacture ammo. Thanks to that, its force field armor's strength was greatly lowered. Nelia did not let that chance slide as she swung the blade on both of her hands in a flurry of attacks. Finally, she broke through the force field armor and damaged the monster's actual armor. Moreover, Nelia aimed her slashes to slow down and prevent that monster from attacking. Akira kept running as fast as he could. He blazed and leapt through the sea of rubble under him using the full power of his augmented suit and pushing her body to the limit. He was moving extremely fast for someone with 2 legs instead of wheels. The monster started shooting while running, but its aiming was badly interrupted by Nelia. Although it could not fire in continuous succession, each of its warheads packed enough power to compensate for its interrupted aim. It blasted more ruble into the sky. Every time Akira saw that, he could not help but shed cold sweat. Alpha. It's not like it would hit me with that aim, right? It should be okay, right? We can't do anything other than relying on that girl to keep interrupting its aim. To be honest, it would be great if she can take out the cannon too, but I think that would be impossible given how powerful the force field armor that's protecting that cannon is. Is she doing okay? That monster is fully committed to you, though I'm still not sure why. But if its attention gets divided again, it might be dangerous. That's why, let's do that again here, Akira. Roger that. Akira took as much cover as possible using the rubble while moving around. But he suddenly jumped out from his cover and quickly aimed his SSB multi-weapon rifle. He then stomped his legs hard on a large wreckage, enough to crack it, and planted his legs into it before emptied his magazine in a short time. The kickback from that barrage pushed Akira's body to its limit. The kickback was transmitted to the larger wreckage under his feet, eventually breaking it. Due to their distance and speed, the bullets reached the monster's face almost in an instant. The first few bullets that landed almost at the same time were dispersed in a blinding flash of light, but the following bullets were able to break through the force field armor that was weakened after that light discharge, thus throwing the big monster off balance. At the same time Akira's SSB multi-weapon rifle ejected its empty magazine, the blinding light finally died down, exposing the monster and a part of its body that was crumbling down. The barrage this time dealt more damage than the last time. Akira thought so and smiled, but before he could express his happiness, the monster howled and its face twitched. The big monster once again turned at Akira and ran towards him. The extensive movement that it made when it ran caused its already crumbling body to crumble even faster. Its armor was falling down piece by piece to the ground, exposing its inner parts. It was a mix of flesh and machine, fur and scale, skin and metal, as if it was a human trying to disguise as a monster. Akira did not waste any seconds before he started running again. Is it just me or that thing is actually running faster than before? It shed most of its heavy armor, so it's lighter now. Run faster or it'll catch you. Also, reload a new magazine and energy pack to your rifle. So many things to do in so little time. Akira ran as fast as he could while finishing reloading his SSB rifle. Once he was done, he turned around and released another barrage. This time, since the enemy was closer and the target was bigger, all of his shots hit their targets. They pierced through the outer shell and scattered blood and metallic parts into the air. But it was far from over, it was not even enough to stop the monster. Due to its tough flesh, they could not deal that much damage to the monster. And Alpha deliberately reduced the rate of fire too. Why did you slow it down by that much? I still should have plenty of ammo left, you know. Ammo, yes. But not enough energy packs. High-speed shooting causes a strong kickback which in turn consumes more energy. Moreover, it's not like it was enough to fully kill the kickback too. Your rifle is also hitting its limit. You only have enough energy packs for one more high-speed barrage. After that, you'll run out of energy packs and the rifle itself will break. That's why you'll have to save it for the best chance when you can be sure to kill it. It's really unfortunate that we lost the rest of our energy packs together with the truck. God damn it. Not only his rifle, but Akira's augmented suit also needed an energy pack to operate, which meant he was basically at his limit too. Nelia kept slashing at the monster while chasing it. Now that it had no force field armor and was just protected by its metal armor, her blades easily slashed through the monster's flesh, opening a wound that bled green shining blood. But such wounds immediately closed up as if the monster was using a powerful medicine. So the monster was not even bothered by Nelia's slashing. But there was a limit on how many times it could regenerate its wounds. Since it consumed energy every time it regenerated itself, Nelia's attack was not completely useless. Although she understood that, she still felt intimidated by the monster's incredible vitality. After finding out that the monster did not slow down at all after all of that slashing, Nelia decided to shift her target to its cannon. She focused her attack on the big cannon on the monster's left arm as well as the reloading machine that coiled around its body like a belt. Eventually, she was able to cut off the belt. Nelia thought that with this, it would at least stop shooting at Akira as she focused her attack back to its legs, but she was mistaken there. The monster quickly threw away the gigantic magazine on its back and the cannon on its left arm. Now that it had become even lighter, it was able to run faster and quickly got away from Nelia's blades. Nelia rushed to that monster and tried to slash at it again, but once again, it missed. Her powered suit had considerably slowed down after all the fighting, so she was no longer able to catch up to that monster. Nelia cursed her own decision and regretted not having prioritized its legs first, as she chased the monster. The ceasing of gunshots was nothing more than a short respite since the monster was running even faster now towards Akira. Akira frowned since he understood that the monster would be able to catch up with him for sure this time and it would be meaningless to hide now. If the huge monster swung around its light blade to sweep all the locations where he might be, even if that did not hit him directly, it would be enough to blow him away along with all the rubble, and that would definitely kill him. Akira stopped and slowly turned. He locked his gaze with the incoming huge monster and heaved a big sigh as if he had given up. He then took a long deep breath to steel his resolve. Alpha stood next to Akira and smiled. Just to confirm it, you didn't resolve yourself to die, right? Something that's stupid doesn't need resolve. I see, that's good then. Let's get yourself ready before it catches up with you. I know. Akira calmed himself down for one last stand and started preparing for it. He loaded a new magazine to replace the half-empty magazine and placed in a new energy pack to his augmented suit and SSB rifle. That was the last of his remaining supply reserves. Akira held his SSB multi-weapon rifle tightly, made sure that he was standing on a hard surface, and squatted down as if he was preparing to jump. He then took a deep breath. As he maximized his time perception compression, the scene around him started to distort into slow motion. Alpha, I leave the countdown to you. Roger that. 5. 4. 3. Inside the slow-moving world, the huge monster closed its distance and raised its ginormous blade. It focused all of its hatred, grudge and energy to its blade, expanding it even longer and brighter. 2. 1. Right at the next moment, it swung its huge light blade down at Akira. 0. At the same time, Akira leapt toward that huge monster like a bullet. That single jump consumed all the energy pack inside Akira's augmented suit, boosting its power output way outside the safe limit. The platform that he was using broke into pieces from the kickback alone, while his legs were barely able to receive the kickback thanks to his augmented suit. The light blade was brought down with such speed, but Akira, who jumped straight at it, was even faster. He could feel the intensity of that blade as he went past it. The heat from the blade that was enough to melt rubble singed his protective coat before he landed on that monster's face. The light blade landed on the ground, throwing all the rubbles up into the sky behind Akira as he pointed his SSB rifle straight at the big monster's face. Just die already. Since Akira screamed those words under his compressed time perception, no one could understand him. But the huge amount of bullets that he released in that short time, which ignored the kickback and the stress on both the rifle and his body, conveyed his words very well. Even if the head had the ability to regenerate itself, the storm of bullets was numerous enough and powerful enough to crush that regeneration. It took an instant for the bullets to rip through the monster's head. Right after that, Akira fainted. The last barrage had pushed him past his limit, which gave the last push to throw off his consciousness. Now that he had lost his consciousness as well as his footing, gravity took over and pulled his body down. But he was saved from crashing straight into the ground. Nelia, who was chasing the monster, was able to catch him. Not too long after that, the monster that had lost its head fell down to the ground, making a loud bang. Nelia got out of her powered suit. She then came to Akira, who was still on the powered suit's clutch. She placed her hand on Akira's cheek and smiled bewitchingly. What should I do with you now? Although those words contained a lot of different meanings behind them, it did not take that long for Nelia to make her decision as she smiled rather disappointedly. Well, we're allies for today, right? Nelia gently lifted him up and returned back to her powered suit with Akira in her arm. After that, she headed back to the forward base. Chapter 189, The Value of Money. Akira woke up inside a hospital room. He pushed his body up from the bed and looked around. Once he understood what had happened, he sighed. Again, huh? Yep, again. Alpha was sitting on the bed beside Akira and smiled at him. Morning, Akira. Did you get a good sleep? Yeah. But well, this makes it the second time, huh? I don't know whether I should be happy that I survived or I should be sad for getting hospitalized again. There's no reason for you to be sad, so just be honest and be happy about it. Let me confirm it, why can you be so sure? There's no reason to not be happy since you survived, that is true for both me and you. I'm really glad that you survived that fight. Alpha smiled gently. Akira, who saw that, blushed a bit. But that was only until he heard her next words as she half-jokingly said. Moreover, this isn't your first time having to face something like that, right? It would be a waste of time to question that now, wouldn't it? Well, you have a point there. And I really hate the fact that I have to accept it. Akira once again laid back on the bed. Alpha only looked at him gently when he did so. Not too long after that, Kobayashi entered the room. Akira, you're finally awake, how are you feeling? I'm fine. Really? Do you feel anything strange around your arms or legs? Can you move your fingers? Akira thought that it was weird for Kobayashi to say that, but he still tried to move his fingers to confirm it, and as expected, he did not feel anything wrong. Still nothing, why did you say that? Don't tell me that you gave me the bare minimum treatment since you didn't know whether I can pay or not, right? It's the opposite. You were strapped into an emergency life support system when I arrived in the forward base. You were in pretty bad shape. Especially your limbs, they were close to being turned into minced meat, you know. Though in the end, we used those super expensive regeneration treatments to get them back, they were basically grown and then sewn to your body. So it won't be strange if you feel something wrong with them. But you seem to be alright. So yeah, the treatment cost is going to be crazy high. The damage on his legs was from that jump while the damage on his arms was from the barrage. Akira remembered vividly that he did do those things. So when he imagined how much the treatment cost was going to be, he started to get nervous. So, how much is it? About that, you see. We need to have a talk. It will be a long one since I need to let you know what had happened and we need to discuss the reward for your request too, so let's talk while having a meal. Don't worry, you did very well back there, the treatment cost won't surpass your reward money. Kobayashi smiled at the flustered Akira. Akira changed to the clothes available in the room and left the room with Kobayashi. They hopped on a vehicle that came to pick them up and returned back to the Kagama building. As Akira was about to head to a restaurant on the first floor, Kobayashi stopped him. Akira, not that one. No? Then why did you bring me here? Do we have to do some administrative stuff first? Nope, we're going up. Kobayashi pointed up with a smile filled with excitement. Akira found it weird, but the moment he understood what Kobayashi was signaling, his expression changed. The restaurants on the upper floors of the Kagama building were so great that they changed Akira's views on food, and this would be the third time he went to that building for a meal. Akira sat on the seat that he was guided to. He was jovial and excited but at the same time a bit confused while he sat there. Kobayashi ignored it and extended a handshake with a big smile on his face. First of all, let me congratulate you. You have become a great hunter, great enough even for the city management to treat you to a meal in this restaurant. The first time I saw you, you were stuck with the other hunters who could not manage to raise their ranks in that truck, and now look at you, you've gone up the ranks so quickly in such a short time. It's really impressive. As someone who has kept his eyes on you through all of those crazy things that you did, I can't help but give myself a pat on the back for spotting your potential. Yeah, sure. Akira was behaving like a small fry who had never visited such a high-class restaurant. But he had the achievements sufficient for the restaurant to let him in. Kobayashi found that discrepancy very interesting as he laughed hard. You should get yourself used to this kind of restaurant soon, you know? I like you, so I can tolerate how you are acting, but more often than not, others would take advantage of it. Those types of people often invite well-established hunters, who can't handle negotiation, into this kind of high-class restaurant and use that opening to poison them. So you should be careful, okay? Even if you say so, I don't have enough money to visit this kind of restaurant that often, you see. In that case, I can bring you requests that would allow you to use a high-class restaurant as the negotiation site. Though it would be nothing but high-level and dangerous requests, since it's you we're talking here, so I'm sure you'll do just fine. Akira's expression soured a bit. No thanks. I bet it's something that would send me to hospital again. You don't understand. If it's a request dangerous enough to get you hospitalized again, you'll get a huge reward if you can finish it. Yeah, make sure that it won't get me hospitalized first. As Kobayashi boasted about himself on how he would be able to bring such high-level requests to Akira, Akira only listened to him with a seriously annoyed face. Once they calmed down at some point, Akira opened the menu as if to cut short that subject there. Kobayashi, who saw that, only smiled amusedly and opened the menu too. Once they had placed their orders and were waiting for the food, Kobayashi started explaining to Akira what had happened after he fainted. When Akira arrived at the forward base half dead, he was immediately put into the life support system just like the other severely wounded hunters. Among all the other severely wounded hunters that were not treated seriously, Akira received better treatment which guaranteed his survivability. Nelia did something to make sure that Akira would be treated as if he was working under Yanagisawa. The battle between monster swarms and the city's defense squad was still ongoing around Kagama City after Akira fainted. Although the size of the swarm was smaller than before, there were huge monsters and even flying monsters mixed in that swarm, thus they were relatively more dangerous than before. Average hunters could not handle them and they would only slow other hunters down, as such only high-ranking hunters were offered high rewards and sent to repel that swarm. When the city management was considering sending out its trump card, the swarm suddenly broke down. Monsters that were originally heading straight to the city suddenly changed their directions. As some of them started rampaging, destroying anything around them, some of them retreated and vanished into the wasteland. While more than half of the swarm returned back to the ruin. It was because they were forcefully manipulated by Tyal to go against the system. And with Tyal gone, the control returned back to the system. Although some of the monsters that had grown past the system's control did not return back, those that returned back to the system side returned to their patrol area. For those that had their patrol area information destroyed, they just followed the broken order from the system to wander aimlessly, while some of them received the order to patrol a different area. The city's defense squad pushed back the swarm just like that until they met the squads from the forward base, and that signified the end of the battle against the swarm. Now that the route between the city and the forward base was secured, those who were severely wounded in the forward base were transported back to the city. Akira was identified as a hunter who would not have a problem with paying for the treatment cost, so just like last time he was hospitalized, they went ahead and gave him an expensive treatment without asking him first. After his wounds were healed, they cleaned the nanomachines left over inside his body, and now, he was back all healthy and ready to go again. Although Akira did not understand everything, he more or less understood the big idea of what Kobayashi was saying, and of course, that would mean he did not understand what Kobayashi was unclear about. What happened to those large monsters after that? Did you kill them all? No, some of them are still left. The city's defense squad also returned back to their post once the swarm retreated after all. I'm sure there are still some of those large monsters roaming in and around the ruin. Although they're not regarded as bounty monsters yet, they're strong enough that the city management is considering putting a bounty on them. So any hunters who get to kill any of those are offered a special reward. Although they're big and strong, as long as they don't form a swarm, they're not that hard to kill after all. It's the perfect target for those hunters who want to get their name out there. So other than those that have returned back to the ruin, I bet most of the monsters roaming in the wasteland are already being hunted down. Kobayashi smiled happily and warned Akira. Though I won't exactly prevent you, I recommend you not to join the hunt. You already got yourself a pretty highly prized target under your belt, so let lower rank hunters have them instead. It's one of those good manners as a high-ranking hunter, manners, huh? Well, I'll keep that in mind. Yup, you better do it. The ordered meal finally arrived at the table. Akira did not know which one to pick, so he had ended up ordering the recommended menu. When that meal arrived in front of him, it changed Akira's solemn expression to a smile. And when he scooped that up to his mouth, he could not fight back the taste that spread around his tongue and his smile widened. Akira could not stop chowing down the food in front of him as if he was completely defeated by the taste of the meal. Kobayashi, who watched it, thought that Akira really needed to get himself used to coming to a high-class restaurant. After they finished the meal and Akira could finally focus on the discussion, Kobayashi started talking about the main reason why they came there. I guess it's time to talk about the reward then. First of all, the rank boost. This will affect the rest of your reward, so think carefully before you decide. Your hunter rank can basically go up somewhere between 42 and 50. Of course, the more you put your reward on your hunter rank, the less money that you get. So, how far do you want to go? Before Akira could say 42, Kobayashi frowned and continued. Or so I want to say, but I'm sure you would immediately say 42, right? I know, well, you're just that kind of guy. That's why I will explain to you the importance of hunter rank. Make sure to listen well. Let's see, if I am to give a concrete example. Let's talk about the anti-force field ammo. How much did it cost when you bought it for the first time? 5 million orum per bullet. If you get hunter rank 50, you can buy it for 500 orum per bullet. Akira was about to blow out all the food inside his mouth, but since it would be such a waste, he was able to somehow hold it in. He then managed to swallow it while making a weird pose to hold back his surprise. After that, he took one deep breath to calm himself down and looked back at Kobayashi. Are you being serious here? Yes, let me explain. There are many factors that decide the cost of such a bullet. This includes the power distribution and the city's safety. I know it's hard to accept, but that's just how the world works, so you better know this kind of thing. Well, it's still a biased opinion from my point of view, but still, make sure to listen well, alright? Kobayashi started explaining slowly as if to calm Akira down after that surprising revelation. The price of ammo in the Eastern District was decided solely by the government, so it's based on how much profit the corporate government could earn. The reason why people could easily buy ammo in the slum city and why that ammo was sold at such a cheap price was all because they were designed to maintain profit for the corporate government. There were many reasons as to why cheap bullets were sold in Slum City. That way people in the slum city would be able to fight back the monsters coming from the wasteland, thus protecting the inner part of the city. And after they got used to fighting monsters, they would eventually become hunters whom the city management could hire as cheap soldiers. Of course, there were many reasons other than this. There was one thing common among all the cheap ammunition sold in the slum city: none of them worked against the force field armor of the city's defense squad. Even a barrage from those bullets would not leave a scratch against their force field armor. That way, the city's defense squad could easily destroy the slum city and its people without any resistance. So those bullets that could be used to fight back the city's defense squad were priced highly depending on their effectiveness. Even more so for anti-force field armor. But if the government set the price of a single bullet that high so that the people of the slum city would never be able to buy it, it would also prevent the hunters from getting the ammo that they needed. But once those hunters had enough money to buy them, albeit only a little, the people that the city management did not wish to obtain these bullets, would be able to procure them. In order to solve this problem, the corporate government issued a discount for high-ranking hunters. After all, the stronger a hunter, the more he or she would fight powerful monsters. But of course, they could not just give the bullets away for free. Although the discount also depended on the type of the bullet, high-ranking hunters could buy them almost for free. This policy was enforced also in order to increase the value of hunter rank, rather than increasing the price of the bullet to an unreasonably high price. This would also encourage hunters to aim for a higher hunter rank. Of course, those hunters who tend to go against the city management would be stuck in the low rank, which also served as a way for the hunter office to control the hunters. It was their way to tell the hunters not to go against the city management if they wanted to get a higher rank and cheap bullets. Back then, when Akira placed his order for anti-force field bullets via Shizuka's shop, of course, this discount was already applied to that order. The reason why he did not notice it was simply because he was not the one paying, so he did not bother to check the total price. After considering the danger of these bullets when they fall to the wrong hands, and the problem that it might cause for both the city management and the hunter office if one of those hunters used that bullet to kill a city guard, they decided to sell anti-force field armor for 5 million orum per bullet. Akira understood that reasoning, but he still felt conflicted about it. Although he could follow the logic, that did not mean he could accept it, and it was obvious from his face. I see that you find it really displeasing, but as I said, that's just how the world works. It's important to know when to give up, you know? If you don't like it, your only choice is to get your own territory and sell that kind of bullets cheaply inside your territory. Well, there's also some rumors saying that if you're a low-ranking hunter buying expensive bullets, the hunter office would note your name and introduce you to high-level requests though. Rumors, heh? Yep, only rumors. There's no rule nor formal evaluation about it, the efficiency itself is questionable. There is no guarantee on the result as well. Rumors just like this, including information saying that it's also used as a method to find a hidden gem or powerful hunters disguising as a low-ranking hunter like you. It's all just rumors. It was a good way to raise the hunters' expectations without promising concrete results, but at the same time, it was enough to suppress complaints from the hunters. Akira understood that, but there was still something that he found weird. But still, selling 500 orum bullets for 5 million orum, huh? Won't there be high-ranking hunters trying to make a profit out of this? That depends on the hunters. If you're sharing it with some of your hunter friends, then it's fine, but if you blatantly resell it for profit, it'll be seen as treason toward the corporate government and you'll get a bounty on your head. Though it depends on the case, it's basically the same as picking a fight with the corporate government after all. It won't end well for you, so if you don't want to pick a fight with the corporate government, just don't do it. Kobayashi said so in a casual manner, but his tone indicated that he was being serious. Akira told himself to make sure to never do that. That should be enough explanation for now. Your other rewards depend on how far you are going to boost your hunter rank after all. So, before you make your decision, I have another thing that I need to talk about with you. It's about buying your track record again. Or at least something similar to that subject came to me. Do you mean that you want to erase the last request from my hunter track record again? Not that far. You worked with a black-powered suit on your last day, right? It's a small adjustment just for that day. Basically, we need to discuss how you are going to let me change it and how much money you want for it. Kobayashi pulled out his information terminal and showed the detailed document to Akira. By the end of that long character-dense document, there was a contract page. I don't mind if you want to take a close look at it, but I will still give you a short general explanation. Basically, if you sign this contract, your track record would say that you did help the black-powered suit but you didn't do anything significant. Including the money to make sure that you keep this confidential, we're willing to pay you 1 billion orum. So, yes or no? Akira took the information terminal and scrolled through the contract. Although it looked like he did not read anything and just skipped the points written in that contract, Alpha was actually properly reading the contract. She then confirmed its content and let Akira know about it. Akira hummed. Kobayashi raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Akira would hesitate. And here I thought you don't care about your hunter track record, or is it that 1 billion orum is not enough? Well, I don't know the detail, but it seems that you've defeated something big and almost got killed yourself doing that. So I can understand if you don't want to erase that from your track record. That's not the problem is the 1 billion orum. Is it not enough? No, it's too big that I don't understand why it's worth that much. So I just can't help but get suspicious. If the value was unnaturally high, that means there must be something troublesome behind it. That was why Akira was hesitating. If the compensation was too little, Akira might feel offended by it, but that would be the end of it. But to be honest, he just wanted to get paid a suitable amount of money. Unfortunately, he had no information that could help him decide its worth, thus he could not even tell if 1 billion orum was actually too big or too small. What do you think? Do you think this 1 billion orum is a suitable compensation? Kobayashi paused a bit from that question. Suitable compensation, huh? It's something that both parties should agree on. After all, there's no concrete way to decide this price, you see. To be honest, I don't know either. But I don't think that compensation is something that you need to be worried about. There's some level of confidentiality around this information, so I didn't get the full story either. It's mostly my guess, but I think it's an offer made to be on your good side. Do you want to know the reason why I think so? Yeah. Unfortunately, Akira did not have enough knowledge to understand Kobayashi's reasoning. But he was genuinely interested in that subject, so he replied back without showing any hesitation. Kobayashi made sure to let Akira know that in the end, it was nothing more than a personal guess. So it was not like it could be used as concrete proof. That black-powered suit might be a new model and someone is trying to use the last battle to promote it. Kobayashi's guess was that a certain weapon manufacturer released one of its new models into Slum City in order to collect combat data disguising it as an accident. The unit then showed notable results performing against other powered suits in the midst of the battle in which multiple powered suits were involved. Then, it would fight the city's defense squad sent to suppress it and deliberately lose but not before showing its capabilities. From there, the company could make a public apology for it while using it as a negotiation material to get the city management to buy it for the city's defense squad. The data taken from a battle nearby the inner wall was very effective material for negotiating against those inside the inner wall. But there was an accident in that plan. A certain hunter actually defeated that black-powered suit. So the manufacturer immediately retrieved it back, and before any bad rumor went out in public, they changed and renewed the unit and sent it out again for the original reason. This time the plan went well. The black-powered suit was able to kill many humongous monsters and demonstrated its capability. Moreover, it then encountered a powerful monster strong enough to change the contour of the ruin and defeated that monster. This achievement would be the perfect material to promote that new unit. But again, there was a small accident with the plan. During that fight, the new unit was working together with the same hunter who defeated that exact unit last time. Then to top it off, it was actually that hunter who executed the big monster. If this track record went out in public, it would look like the new unit was only able to do what it did because of that hunter. While at the same time, they did not want to completely discard the involvement of the new unit in this battle record either. In this case, if they said that the hunter did not contribute much during the fight and just ran around and obstructed the fight, then it would be a great battle record for the new unit. Personal opinion of how much someone contributed during a fight was a subjective thing based on the person giving that opinion. But if they were able to skew that opinion toward the new unit, it would really help promote the new unit. If that result caused the new unit to be deployed in this city and the other cities, it would move around a huge amount of money. I believe that they think this 1 billion orum is just a small amount of money compared to the profit that they could get, but it should be enough to satisfy the involved hunter. Akira listened to Kobayashi's explanation with great interest. He then noticed something else and slightly frowned. Say, don't tell me the reason why I got stuck with that request to increase my hunter rank is. Exactly, it would be embarrassing if the hunter who defeated that new unit is just a low-ranking hunter. It would definitely hurt the reputation of that new unit. But, if that hunter is actually a strong hunter disguising as a low-ranking hunter, then they could still save some face. That's why they wanted you to raise your hunter rank as fast as possible. It's all they're doing. Or at least, there's a good chance that it's the case. Again, in the end, it's nothing but a guess, okay? As I said, it's just a guess. Kobayashi threw a smile that was hiding something. Akira sighed. All in all, someone did something and he was roped into trouble because of that. Akira quickly agreed to the contract, but Kobayashi delayed the signing of the contract to hear from Akira the details of that battle. After all, he would not be able to ask Akira about that battle after the contract was signed. Although Akira signed the contract, he still thought that 1 billion orum was a little bit too much. But after seeing Kobayashi laughing his heart out after listening to the story, Akira started to half believe that it might indeed be worth that much, as the other half of him honestly did not care about it anymore and stopped thinking about it. In order to ask his question, Kobayashi tried to calm himself down from laughing. By the way, why did you stay behind to help that powered suit? I can understand that you missed your chance after you lost your decoy, but I don't think that's enough as an excuse, you know? I might have been in a mood to do it back then. Just in a mood, huh? Is that all the reason why you stayed behind? Don't get me wrong, it's a good reason. Yup, it's the perfect reason. Those hunters who only think in terms of loss and profit won't do something that crazy after all. Judging from Akira's exasperated reaction, Kobayashi was sure that Akira had another reason, and it was not like he was trying to hide that reason either. Probably Akira himself was not really sure why he did that, or why he decided to step deeper into a dangerous situation. Kobayashi found that very interesting as he could not hold back his laughter and started to laugh again. If the reason that Akira himself did not understand well was put into words, it would be sympathy, pride and hatred. It was the sympathy to his ally even if it was an ally for a single day, that was his line of thinking of how he differentiated between allies and enemies. The pride and self-dignity to follow through his job to its very end. And the hatred toward himself for allowing himself to work with a relic thief for the sake of his job. That vague amalgamation of feelings that Akira could not understand almost got him killed as well as allowed him to survive. But this abnormal way of thinking that he himself did not fully understand shifted his action further and further away from Alpha's guidance. Kobayashi finally calmed down from laughing hard and started discussing the rest of the reward. It took some time until they reached a deal that both parties agreed on. Chapter 190, How to Spend the Reward. Shizuka was chatting with Elena and Sarah in her shop. They were talking about the recent happenings, mostly about how monster swarms came out from Kuzusahara ruin and attacked the city twice in such a short time window. While at the same time, Elena and Sarah were also venting about the hard time they had when they joined a squad, which was tasked to repel the swarm. Among all the subjects that they were talking about, there was one particular matter that worried them. It was about Akira. There was a good chance Akira was in the ruin when that battle happened, and since that day, he had stopped coming to the shop. If he was alright, it was about time he returned to the shop to procure supplies. If he was alright, it would not be strange for Sarah and Elena to spot him when they were fighting the huge monster swarm. They were exchanging information about Akira, hoping that they would find some hints about his whereabouts, but both of them could not get any clear answer. Elena and Sarah were working as hunters and Shizuka was working with hunters. All of them had to some extent gotten used to the death of their acquaintances and friends. But that did not change the fact that it still made them sad. They understood well death was an occupational hazard for hunters, and they knew that Akira might actually be doing just fine. But even so, they still had worried looks on their faces. That was when Akira suddenly appeared. Elena, Sarah and Shizuka welcomed him with a brighter smile than usual. Akira started by letting them know that his rank-up request was finally done. But well, a lot has happened since then and all my equipment is gone now. That's why I'm here to get new equipment, or more like, I want to consult about getting a new complete set of equipment including vehicles. So, would that be okay? Of course. So then, how much are you planning to spend this time? About 1 billion orum. I actually have a bit more money than that, but for now, I want to limit my budget to 1 billion orum. If it's too much of trouble, I'm thinking of getting the same thing as before and buy some extra modifications and other equipment after that. Akira said that amount so casually that Shizuka's usual smile toward a customer changed into a worry. It seems that you earned quite a lot of money again this time, but are you alright? I heard that the reward for a hunter rank-up request is hunter rank, so normally hunters won't be able to get much money from that request. But even so, it seems that you got 1 billion orum from that. Akira, did you do something reckless again? Shizuka's voice tensed up to warn him not to do any unnecessary reckless thing in order to increase his probability to return back alive even if it was only for a little. She thought that if he realized that he had done something reckless and tried to hide it, then she would need to warn him again. As she was waiting for his answer, she sent a strict but caring gaze toward him. But Akira responded with something that Shizuka did not expect. He heaved a big sigh and exasperatedly said, "It was a huge disaster, huge disaster." Akira did not show any sign of trying to look strong, which he had never done before. It allowed Shizuka to know that he had really gone through something really difficult, thus confirming her intuition from before. Since it seemed there was no need to warn or scold him, her expression changed to a gentle smile to cheer him up. "It must have been really hard. I'm really glad that you returned back alive. Are you okay? Did you get injured? If you only come here to let us know that you're okay, thank you, but you don't need to push yourself too hard. You can return back now and get a good rest. But if you still want to consult about equipment, we can do that inside. Don't worry, I'm okay. I made sure to get properly treated after all that mess." "Is that so? Very well then, just be careful not to push yourself too hard, okay?" "Yes, I'll be more careful. Honestly, though, I was already trying to be careful, you know." Akira smiled and said so before immediately starting to vent and look down. Shizuka, Elena and Sarah did not expect that from him at all and found it amusing while also feeling sorry for him. They then looked at each other and smiled wryly. Shizuka shelved that feeling aside for now and asked Akira about what he wanted to consult about with a serious face to change the mood. "So then, what is your current hunter rank?" 42. Shizuka's gentle smile turned slightly stern. That's quite a big jump. "Akira, at least let me tell you this, if you get your hunter rank that high, it might be a good idea to go to another shop, you know." Akira did not expect that at all and made a troubled face. He then nervously asked. What do you mean by that, Shizuka-san?" Actually, since that time when you ordered an SSB multi-weapon rifle from this shop, that price is already way above the normal items in this shop. That's why I'm not sure if I can recommend good equipment suitable for the current you. Of course, I'll do my best to help you out if you ask me, but there's a limit on how much I can help you. Remember back then when I sent you data for various rifles, right? To be honest, that was because I couldn't decide which one would suit you the best. Furthermore, I don't normally have them in stock, so I need more time to order them too. So, to be honest, it might be better if you go to a better shop. I'm sure they'll be able to provide you with a better recommendation too. Shizuka said so with goodwill, but Akira frowned and seemed displeased. Does it bother Shizuka-san if they are items that need to be ordered first? Of course not, it's the opposite. As the owner of the shop and if I prioritize getting profit, I would prefer you order them through my shop. Akira sighed and seemed relieved. In that case, as long as it doesn't bother Shizuka-san, I'll keep ordering through this shop. Are you sure you're okay with that, Akira? Of course. Akira nodded firmly. If it was a bother to Shizuka, he would have no other choice but to change shop, but if not, then he had no reason to change shop. Shizuka slightly blushed, which was very rare for her, and looked away from Akira. It seemed that she was happy that he was this invested in her shop. With this, it would make 3 hunters higher than rank 40 as my frequent customers. It seems that my shop has really turned into something great. Shizuka glanced at Elena and Sarah. Akira followed suit and looked at Elena and Sarah too, but both of them seemed rather conflicted although they still smiled at him. Sarah and I are rank 41, basically 1 rank below you. So you finally surpassed us, huh? Well, I do think that it was only a matter of time, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. When Akira started working on that rank up request, Elena and Sarah started working seriously to get their rank up for real. They prioritized taking on difficult requests and were able to finish them one by one. The expedition into the deeper part of Kuzusuhara ruin was one of them. After making high-quality maps of the ruin, bringing back expensive relics, and performing well during that fight the other day, they even contributed during the fight to repel the monster swarm as well. The reason why Elena and Sarah worked that hard was partly because of their competitive spirit toward Akira. To put it bluntly, it was to keep their pride as Akira's senior, but their main reason was to stay as his senior even only for a little longer. After all of their hard work and racking all of the achievements that they were quite proud of, they ended on rank 41, which was a pretty high rank in their opinion. But Akira went even above it. Although they were honestly happy with Akira's achievement, they also felt rather conflicted by it. I wonder if I have to call you senpai from here and on. Elena tried to hide her conflicted heart by jokingly poking fun at Akira while smiling teasingly at him. Akira seemed rather unsure how to react to that. He felt that it might offend Elena and Sarah if he said that he still had a long way to go, but he could not find any other words to say. And that much was obvious from his face. Elena and Sarah looked at the troubled Akira and felt that it seemed there was no need to try to be too careful around him. They then looked at each other, smiled and returned back to their usual self. Well, we've been working as hunters longer than you after all. So I guess we're still more experienced in terms of being hunters. Oh my, I don't think that's exactly the case for you though, Sarah. Why would you say that? Akira, that's not true, right? Sarah stared intently at Akira. The answer that she was expecting was sent through her stare. Ah, yes, of course. I think I'll still be asking for your help too from here and on. Fufufu, thank you. Sarah smiled like usual. Akira finally regained his calm. After that, they started talking about buying new equipment. Even for Elena and Sarah, 1 billion orum was a huge amount of money. Elena and Sarah were thinking that it might be better if they also invested more in their equipment. That was when Sarah suddenly had a question for Akira. I can understand that you want a better set of equipment since you lost all of them last time, but you can actually use your reward for something else, you know? It's not like you only live to fight, right? Sarah thought that this time Akira was spending all of his reward for buying equipment, but that was not true. It was only the money that he got from selling a part of his hunter record during that request. Akira and Kobayashi had a talk about the rest of the reward after signing the contract. A boost to Hunter rank 42, the right to buy medicine and ammo cheaply reserved for Hunter rank 50 and above, and finally, Kobayashi's connection with the Kagami city management and the Hunter office which allowed Akira to procure powerful weapons. The original contract between Akira and Kobayashi regarding the rank-up request was that Akira would get an extra reward in the case of an unforeseen accident. That battle against the oversized armored monster fell well under that clause. Thus following the contract, Akira received extra rewards. Meanwhile, he used most of that reward for getting new special equipment. There was a lot of equipment that normal hunters could not get their hands on. This special equipment was only available for the city defense squad, particularly for soldiers belonging to a special unit. It was difficult to buy equipment sold for the hunters in the front line back in the Kagami city. That was just how powerful this equipment was. Akira would definitely need that kind of equipment to be able to accomplish that request from Alpha, so he decided to ask Kobayashi to help him get them. Of course, Kobayashi thought that it would be interesting to see what Akira would do with them, so he happily accepted it. Getting powerful equipment needed extra permissions and special rights which would take time to get. In the worst-case scenario, it might even take months, sometimes even more than 6 months. Kobayashi did inform Akira about it and Akira was okay with it. Although there was a big difference between Sarah and Akira's assumptions, both of them thought that he used most of his reward for equipment. Because of that, he could not notice the misunderstanding and casually explained. Well, even if you say so, it's not like I know what I can do with that much money other than spending it on equipment. I'm already living in a large house, the bath is big enough that I have no plans to move away. If there's anything else, maybe I'll start treating myself to delicious food. I've been buying better and better food lately. But that's just a small amount of money compared to the price of equipment. Ah, Akira, you're that type, huh? Well, with the money that you're earning, I think you'll be able to eat on the 3rd floor of the Kagami building 3 times a day though. Ah, now that you mention it, I did go there recently. It was amazing. Akira started talking enthusiastically about the food with his limited vocabulary. Thanks to that, he could not convey the taste of the food very well. But it was at least obvious that it was great food. In that case, want to go together next time? Elena said casually, thinking that since Akira was talking so enthusiastically, he would accept her invitation. But instead, Akira frowned and said, "Ah, well. Oh, then, would that be a no?" "No, it's just the price, you see. I only went there since I was invited to discuss the reward from my previous request. So I was treated to the food there as a part of the reward. To be honest, I don't feel like going there if I have to pay on my own." "Well, so that's basically why I will have to refuse, I'm sorry." Akira said apologetically and lightly bowed. Elena and Sarah understood him and smiled. "Well, we're the ones inviting you, so we can pay for your food." Shizuka smiled and interjected. "Elena, I think restaurants around that part is expensive for me as well." "In that case, Sarah can pay for your food." "Me? Well, I don't mind, but make sure to hold back, okay?" They continued talking without even asking for Akira's opinion, and he made a conflicted look there. He felt sorry for making Elena and Sarah treat him to such an expensive meal, but he was also happy that it meant he might be able to go to that restaurant again. Shizuka, Elena and Sarah saw that and smiled amusedly. Akira looked like just a normal boy instead of a rank 42 hunter. They felt the distance between them shrink and smiled even if it was nothing more than their feelings. Yanagisawa was talking through his information terminal. Yes, I do feel bad about the powered suit. I'll also strongly recommend the city management to use that powered suit. But that result is only from one battle record, I believe it's too little as proof to push for its deployment. As such, I believe that it's a good idea to get them deployed in the forward base and the supply route first to collect achievement before deploying it for the city defense squad. If it's just in the forward base, I should be able to push it through after all. Yes, I believe you can expect good results. Once it's decided that it'll be deployed for the city defense squad, please transfer the money as we agreed before. Yes, of course. Yes, until next time then. Yanagisawa closed the call, his smile then vanished as he sighed. Good grief, these people can never get enough, huh? What a pain in the neck. Yanagisawa's men who were waiting for him to finish the call tilted their heads when he suddenly complained there. Commander, did it not go well? Yeah. They're people from the higher echelon in the corporation after all. It won't go as well as when I negotiate with the usual guys, that I know it's common for you to be doing weird things, but Commander, you can at least let us know from time to time, right? Oh. I haven't told you before. We did hear about the details of the borrowed equipment and how complex the document work was, but I have no idea why are we borrowing those things in the first place. I don't remember you ever tell us the reason, you see. Yanagisawa often told his men what to do, but not why. It was true back then when the Special Ops unit went to the inner part of Kuzusuhara ruin, to bring Nelia to the upper floor of the Saranthal building. It was the same when Yanagisawa brought in the borrowed equipment. Yanagisawa only gave a vague answer to that question with his usual crafty smile. Well, it's for the sake of humanity's prosperity and to save its future. Basically, just a preparation for that. It was clear that he had no plans to answer seriously, that I see. Well, it's fully up to you if you want to do something dangerous behind the curtain, but just don't use us as expendable pawns, okay? Geez, that's rude. I've never done something like that, you know. Yanagisawa seemed honestly surprised by that remark, so his men stopped bugging him any further. There were already multiple people in the team that had gone missing after investigating too much about Yanagisawa's plan. Well then, I have a report to make. It's about the automaton that you told me to investigate. It seems that it is as you guessed. Someone might have instigated that attack instead of it being a simple attempt from the monsters. Thought so. This will provide the final proof I need. I'll have to change the details of the warning then. Give all the nationalists to me, I'll take care of them. About that though, there's something that bothers me. Please look over here. The details of the report suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. It contained detailed information about the ensued battles, their locations, and the number of people involved in those battles in a 3D map. Yanagisawa read a certain detail among the records and he immediately stopped smiling. That will do everything. Check if there are any similar reports including the ones sent to the detainment facilities in the other cities. You can go ahead and use my name to bypass the restriction. If they're trying to hide anything, make sure to carefully crack that information out. Do the same for the ones we captured this time too. Quickly. Roger that. As his men immediately sprung into action and left the room, Yanagisawa stared sharply at the content of the report. The report said that someone from the Ruin Management AI came with an offer. Yatsubayashi opened his mobile clinic inside Kuzusuhara Ruin. Taial's remote body was strapped on one of the beds for patients. Yatsubayashi yawned and sent a glance to that remote body. He was expecting Taial to contact him sooner or later, but there was nothing today. He first thought that it was because of the range of the receiver and went to the inner part of Kuzusuhara Ruin, but still, the result was the same. In order to avoid breaking the receiver, Yanagisawa decided not to mess with the body. But it had been getting harder and harder for him to hold himself back from checking the receiver himself, that I guess it's about time for me to give up, huh? Taial-kun, the bed is not free, you know. Is that so? The remote body suddenly replied. Yatsubayashi was startled. He was about to reply but stopped midway as he noticed something. You're not Taial-kun, are you? Who might you be? You can tell. I'm a doctor after all. The remote body showed a slight surprise before smiling at Yatsubayashi. It was a smile saying that it was impressed at how he was able to accurately identify it was a different person, although it sounded as if he was saying so casually. I have an offer. That was really out of the blue. What about Tayal-kun? He's inactive right now. As in dead? He's basically still my patient, you see. It depends on your definition of death. But based on your common indication of death, I believe it could be said that he's indeed already dead. I have no obligation to keep him alive. After all, you don't have the technology and the methods to do that. Do you want me to reactivate him after you make a deal with me? Leaving aside the subject of whether I really have no technology or method to reactivate him, well, from my point of view, I don't see any reason why I should do that considering he still hasn't paid the full cost of the treatment. So, who are you? To be honest, I'm interested in your offer, but I'm a doctor, you see. So unless it's about treating injury, I don't see any reason to consider a stranger's offer seriously, you know? Ah, by the way, I'm Yatsubayashi. As I said before, I'm a doctor. I'm Tsubaki, a manager AI. By the way, regarding the name though, I don't mind if you want to keep using your fake name. As long as I can use it to identify you, it would not be a problem to me. Yatsubayashi's face slightly stiffened. The remote body, which still had Tayal's face, was smiling as if it was a normal human. Chapter 191, Ominous Deal. After Akira got his new set of equipment with the help of Shizuka, he took his new vehicle for a drive to the Higuraka residence ruin. His new vehicle was an APC fully refitted for traversing the wasteland. It had a cargo hold filled with ammo and his new bike behind it, which made it too big to go through certain places inside the ruin. Akira was planning to take his bike instead if he had to go through smaller roads. As for his new guns, he brought with him a pair of modified and enhanced SSB multi-weapon rifles, and just like last time, he bought an augmented suit that came with the maintenance cupboard. As a matter of fact, he bought an augmented suit from the same high-end line of product as his previous one, and not to forget the coat, which was equipped with force field armor and camouflage capability. Plus the ammo and other consumables, Akira spent 1.6 billion orum this time. Putting aside whether those were suitable equipment for a rank 42 hunter, as expected, it was a huge amount of money for the current Akira. In order to get a big enough garage for his new vehicle, Akira also had to pay a renovator to expand his garage, which also increased his rent. As such, he was rather strapped for money at the moment. In order to recover from that situation, Akira decided to sell the rest of the relics that he had stockpiled inside his house. His goal going to the Higuraka residence ruin this time was just like previous times, to trick others on where he got those relics from. Of course, there were already some hunters that noticed Akira was trying to trick them. But if he kept going to the Higuraka residence ruin even after knowing so, those hunters would start to question their guesses again. Viola was also helping by spreading that rumor as well, or at least, that was what Alpha told him. It had been quite some time since the last time he had visited Higuraka residence ruin. As expected, the hunters who were searching for relics in that ruin using old-world information-gathering devices were already nowhere to be found. Or at least, that was what he thought. He was dumbfounded to find that he was mistaken when he arrived in Higuraka residence ruin. There were multiple vehicles parked around the ruin, and judging from their size, they must have been made for humans. Huge machineries were busy round the clock tearing down buildings as hunters were standing on guard around the area. There were also people trying to find relics among the torn-down buildings. Compared to before, the ruin was filled with more people. Alpha. What the heck is going on here? No idea. Let's ask someone who might know. Alpha pointed at the hunters. Among those hunters guarding the area, Akira spotted Colbert and the children from Cheryl's gang. Colbert noticed Akira coming at him. Akira, huh? Do you still have something to do in this barren ruin? If you came here to trick people about where you got your relics from, this place is already too popular for you to do so. Or is it that you really did hide your relics here? In that case, you have my condolences. That is not important, so, what in the world is going on here? No matter how you look at it, it's strange to see this as the continuation of the ruckus from last time. Colbert raised his eyebrows and lightly smiled. Oh, you don't know, huh? When you were working in Kuzusuhara Ruin, there was a small incident, and this is the after effect from that incident. Incident? What incident? They found old world equipment to connect to the old world domain and it's still working. I heard that it fetched quite a lot of money when they brought that back to the hunter office. So the people here are basically searching the ruin for similar relics. Akira's gaze inadvertently turned toward the ruin, but still, isn't it overkill for them to do this? They're basically destroying the ruin. I bet that's just how much that relic cost. Although the first sale price is not revealed to the public, I heard that there are multiple corporations fighting for it. I don't know who found it, but he must be one lucky bastard. Working as a hunter means to gamble with one's life, thus most hunters believe that they could earn a huge amount of money to justify risking their lives. Then from time to time, a really lucky hunter would appear, albeit very rarely, but it was enough to reaffirm other hunters to keep chasing their dream. This was the huge force that pushed ruin exploration in the Eastern District. The scene in front of Akira was a simple manifestation of that dream. As a matter of fact, Akira himself was one of those hunters chasing such a dream. According to the rumor, the one who found that relic originally found an empty secret room. He was so enraged that he started destroying the walls around him, which led to him finding that relic. I heard that he only found out that it was an old-world communication device after he got that relic appraised in the Relic Exchange Center. He originally brought that relic to the Exchange Center thinking that it should at least bring him a bit of money and did not expect it to be a jackpot. I know this kind of thing happens from time to time in the hunter world, but I heard that the person went through a lot of things after that. Like getting confined in the hunter office since they thought he was someone who can connect to the old world domain. Well, he was released afterwards though after knowing that he was not. But in the end, it was nothing but a rumor, so I don't know if it's real or not. Colbert said so casually, but Akira could not help but frown as he flusteredly said. I see, well, so, you're basically here to look for relics too, huh? Not exactly, I was hired as a guard. Since that last battle, the guards get paid pretty well to watch out for the remaining monsters. To be honest, the money is pretty good, we get paid quite a lot of money just to stand here doing nothing. That's why I brought along Ario and the other guys to fill the member quota. This is a good chance for them to get some experience as amateur hunters. Ario and the other children there had registered themselves as hunters. They were basically working as hunters affiliated with Cheryl's gang, and they occasionally got requests from Cheryl and Viola's connections. Since they brought along decent equipment from Katsuragi when they registered their names, they started as rank 10 hunters, which were way above Akira's when he first registered himself as a hunter. Are you really okay bringing Ario and the other children just to fill the member quota? Those big monsters are pretty strong, you know. Well, even if those monsters actually show up, I bet the other hunters would happily hunt them down first. So these guys won't even have the chance to fight those monsters. Well, even if they do, they can just provide support from afar using rocket launchers. If you're that worried, how about joining us? No thanks, I have other things to do here. Later then. Akira then walked toward the ruin. But his image suddenly blurred into the surroundings. Colbert, who saw that, could not hide his surprise. Camouflage, huh? With this many hunters in this place, I bet he knows all too well that there are no longer any monsters in this ruin, right? Then why did he do that? A lot of questions popped up inside Colbert's mind. Although he had his guesses, he could not ask Akira for confirmation. After all, it would not end well for him if Akira suspected him of trying to find the location of Akira's relics. Colbert was standing there feeling troubled for a few seconds before he decided to just forget about it and return back to his job. Akira turned on the camouflage on his coat and went into the ruin. The coat was equipped with a hood and it was big enough to hide Akira's 2 rifles under it. Although the hood was designed to cover his face and its camouflage would not be complete without it, Akira deliberately let a part of his hood open. Since some hunters believed that putting something on their head would lower their awareness during battle, Alpha allowed Akira to do it instead of having his focus disrupted if he covered his face with the hood. The coat's surface blended with the color of its surroundings due to the optical camouflaging unit installed on it. Although it did not make Akira invisible by bending the light, it was good enough to hide him. And in order to prevent other non-optical sensors from discovering him, he turned on a jamming device created using force field technology. One of the hunters in the area noticed the signal from Akira in his information-gathering device suddenly dim. He inadvertently turned toward Akira's direction. But since there was nothing worth noting, he returned back, keeping his eyes on his information-gathering device. Similar things happened a few times after that. Akira was honestly surprised at how effective the camouflage was. They didn't notice me even when I was pretty close by. If only I knew that it is this effective, I would have bought it sooner. But Alpha reminded Akira not to get too confident. It might be because their information-gathering devices are set to detect the larger monsters, so it doesn't work well to detect a relatively small object like you. Moreover, there are many monsters out there that can easily detect this level of camouflage. Furthermore, it consumes energy, so it's not like you can turn it on all the time. So don't drop your guard just because you're using it, okay? I know. By the way, do you think this thing works against those big monsters? Maybe. You at least wouldn't need to hide under the rubbles after the rain stopped. I see. As I thought, I should have bought it sooner. Akira frowned a bit. In the back of his mind, he honestly just thought that if he encountered a monster, he just had to beat it. It was an obvious answer. And since he was able to do that in all of his encounters up until now, it cemented that line of thinking to his brain. But as expected, being able to avoid fighting left a huge impression on him to the point that he even started considering the option of hiding and avoiding fighting. Not to mention that he had to pay for his own ammo again now, so he wanted to avoid any fighting that might consume a lot of ammo if it was possible. This line of thinking kept cycling through his mind as he continued going deeper into the ruin. But still, to think that an old-world communication device can be that expensive, it might be a good idea to keep one even if I won't sell it. Akira sounded as if he was regretting his decision, but Alpha quickly shot that suggestion down. That would be a bad idea. If you have one, you'll start thinking about how to turn it into money without alerting anyone. It would be bad if it distracts you, and it would be worse if you have an idea on how to do that since you would not be able to help but try. Then, you would fail and it would end really badly. Remember that the person who found it by pure chance got confined? If it was you, they would keep prodding you even if you show the slightest possibility and it would be too late before you even notice it. Akira imagined what would happen afterwards and shivered. You're right, that would be a bad idea. Alright then, let's just be glad that someone else found it instead of me so now I know what would happen if it was me. Alpha smiled happily seeing Akira was completely over it. Akira wandered around inside the ruin after that with his camouflage still on. It served as training to help him get used to using that camouflage as well as to trick other people. After all, a hunter, wearing a camouflage coat, wandering around inside a ruin filled with other hunters would make people guess why he did that. That was also the reason why Akira let Colbert and his friends see him turning on his camouflage. If Akira knew that there were still old-world information terminals left in the ruin or if Akira really had a hidden stash in that ruin, it would have been a fatal blunder. But at the same time, it would also make hunters doubt if it was really a blunder or not. The rumor about the existence of old-world terminals in Higuraka Residence Ruin and that Akira knew where to find them died down after no one could find anything in that ruin. But the discovery of the old-world communication device rekindled that rumor. Akira was glad that not that many hunters believed in that rumor, otherwise, the ruin would be filled with more hunters. Although Akira himself did not know if it was really working or not, after he walked around the ruin to adjust the believability of that rumor, he received a call from Viola. Akira, do you have some time? I'm working right now. If it's nothing of emergency, can you put it for later? It has something to do with your job as a hunter. I know you have finished your last request and now you're going back hunting for relics, right? And you're in the Higuraka Residence Ruin right now, right? Akira never told anyone where he was going, but Viola already knew. He went silent for a bit, guessing where she got that information from. So, what is it? If you're going to gather more of those old world information terminals, there's no need to sell them bit by bit, you can just sell all of them to me. One of my connections is actually looking for them, you know. I don't know whether I would get any until I'm done searching. But you did find some already, no? Although Viola said that casually, she also sounded that she was sure of what she said. Akira had no skill to identify whether she really knew or it was just a bluff. Even if I did, I promised Katsuragi that I would bring them to him first, and I have no reason to change that. Don't worry, I already discussed it with Katsuragi. Akira paused again, Viola then continued without waiting for his reply. It seems that you're putting some effort to falsify where you get those relics from, but if you sell them to me, you don't need to do that anymore, you know? If you're suspicious of me scheming something, don't worry, I'm not. It's true that I'm doing a lot of things behind the scene, but it's for the sake of keeping my promise to you and helping Cheryl's gang earn more money. So yep, I'm working hard to keep my promise to you, you know? The only thing that Akira could gather from those words was that Viola was not an honest girl. But if he did something to prevent her from keeping her promise to him, then it would be counterproductive. As he thought so, he finally made his decision. Alright, I'll visit Cheryl's base later. About that though, if it's possible, I want you to bring the relics yourself. Huh? It's a request from my client, just think of it as showing my sincerity to my client. I won't force you, but you'll be able to get more money from the relics if you do so. I'll send you the place and time after this. If it's impossible for you, just let me know and I'll do my best to adjust it. Are we going to check the relics there too? No, I trust you regarding the quality of the relics and it doesn't seem the client is questioning my reliability either. Well, don't worry, even if the client checks it later and finds that it doesn't fit his expectation, I would be the one he would complain to. And don't worry, I'll also be the one paying the money to you. I'll pay you a suitable amount of money and I won't reduce it just because the client complains. Akira checked the time and place sent to him and tilted his head. But considering that it was from Viola's connection and that the original relic was first sold in the exchange center of the slum city, he thought that there was no problem with that time and place except that he did not have much leeway in terms of time. Alright, I'm good with the time and place. I'll be heading there now. Okay, thanks. Later then. Viola closed the call. Akira then noticed Alpha staring at him. Akira, it's not like I'm telling you not to accept that offer, but are you really okay with it? It would be a waste to just leave those relics inside my house anyway, so I'm okay with it as long as I can sell them at a good price safely. And if it causes me some trouble afterwards, I can use that against Viola next time. This time for sure, I'll blow her head off. Alpha was not so sure what to think of Akira, who seemed to be weirdly apathetic about that matter. Although, it was one of the good things about him. After all, he once turned apathetic even toward Elena and Sarah, who once affected his priority. But the question here would now be whether Alpha herself could be apathetically treated by Akira one day. Although Alpha wanted to confirm it, she could not afford to test it. After all, the act of testing would be enough to increase the possibility. That was one thing that she knew for sure after being together with him for some time. What's wrong? It's nothing. Let's hurry up to the meeting place as not to miss your chance to blow Viola's head off. It's not like I took that offer so that I have an excuse to kill her, you know. Although Alpha was joking there, Akira was not completely sure that she was joking and smiled bitterly. He then turned off his camouflage and exited the ruin. Akira was waiting for Viola's client inside one of the abandoned buildings in the Kuzusuhara ruin. He had already taken off his camouflage, although he brought along both of his SSB multi-weapon rifles, both of them were pointed down. Akira himself was busy keeping his eyes on his information terminal while scanning his surroundings for enemies. But still, this is a rather suspicious place for making a deal. This would be super weird if it were a normal honest deal. Well, I'm sure that Viola's client would want to hide where he get the relics from, so it would be a good thing for you too. True. Alpha smiled at Akira and Akira replied with a smile too. It's time, they're coming. A guy carefully peeked into the room from a door. He then noticed Akira and carefully entered the room. Viola's contact, I presume. Yes. The relics? Akira used one of his SSB rifles and pointed to his rucksack lying not too far from him. The guy opened the rucksack to check its content and confirmed that the rucksack was filled with the aforementioned relic, the Old World Information Terminals. Is this everything? Yeah, if you have anything to complain, say that to Viola. The guy closed the rucksack. I heard that Viola will handle the payment. If you want to, you can go ahead and call Viola to confirm the transfer. It's fine. Well then, we have a deal then. So, who would leave first? In that case, I'll go first. Sure, go ahead. The guy then shut up and stood there with a serious face while staring at Akira. Akira then carefully left the room, got to his bike that he parked near the building, and returned back to his vehicle that he parked a bit further away since he could not bring it through the small road. Akira had a rather troubled look. What can I say? That one felt like a super secretive deal, the one that would warrant death to anyone unrelated who discovered about that deal. Well, I expected that much from the fact that they set the meeting place to be inside a ruin. It's the kind of place where it's normal to find dead corpses, with its location being somewhere hunters exploring the ruin would not normally stumble to. Although, it was not as secretive as one would expect if it was a secret deal, that it's not like someone would ambush me on my way back, right? When that happens, you just need to kill them and make sure to kill Viola too afterwards. Alpha smiled, showing that there should be no problem at all. Akira smiled bitterly and rode his vehicle through the ruin. The guy who was left behind inside the building contacted his friend through a non-wave communication device. He also sent the picture of the inside of the rucksack through the camera installed in his prosthetic eye. I got the relics, but I don't know about their quality. Should I return back and get them checked first? The person on the other side of the call replied with a serious voice. No, you don't have to do that. It'll leave a record if you get them checked inside the city. After all, these are old world information terminals. Bring them to the next location. Once the preparation is done, call the hunters and let them find the relics. They can then confirm the quality of the relics afterwards. It would be too much work to readjust the appraisal result afterwards if we appraise the relics beforehand. Roger that. By the way, it seems that the hunters assigned to find the relics are Yanagisawa's men though. Are you sure it will be fine? They might just snatch the relics, you know. I've accepted that risk. Since they're working under that man, even if they get suspicious of the relics, most of them would prefer not to dig too deep. The problem here would be whether they would be able to find the relics. Although it depends on their luck, they should be able to find the relics just fine if they are at least as good as common hunters. But in the case they can't, we will send our own hunters. Alright then, go. Once you're done placing the relics, stay around the area to keep your eyes on the hunters from afar. If they don't contact you after they discover the relics or if they're trying to keep the relics for themselves, disguise yourself as a robber and kill them. We can send you reinforcements if you need. Roger that, we'll start the operation now. Good luck. The guy closed the call and vanished. The powerful camouflage device was something that he received from his boss which indicated how careful the person he was on the call with just now, and how important this operation was. Chapter 192, An Invitation to Explore the Ruin. Akira was driving his APC aimlessly through the wasteland. Although he accepted a monster hunting request, it was not like he was expecting to earn money from it. If someone asked him what he was doing, he would answer that he was just taking a casual drive through the wasteland to get himself used to his new vehicle and equipment. Although Akira returned back to hunting for relics, he was actually not sure which ruin to go to. There were too many things that happened in Kuzusuhara ruin lately, so he had no plans to go there anytime soon. He did consider continuing to look for the other Lion Steel Corporation facilities from the information that he had extracted from the corporation's terminal last time, but there was a chance for him to find an old-world communication device like the rumored Hunter. In the worst-case scenario, some corporations might send people to investigate the place, which might be traced back to Akira, thus he decided not to do that. It would be a waste of time doing nothing but pondering on this back at home, so Akira decided to go out to the wasteland. After all, he might get some idea out there. But unfortunately, he still had no good idea even now. It showed just how haphazard Akira was. Akira was driving while thinking where to go next. Alpha watched him from his side while sitting on the driver's assistant seat and smiled at him. What should I do now? Akira, that would be the 15th time. Are you seriously counting? Not really, it's just stored in my temporary record. It's just like how you remember what you did 10 seconds ago, it's not like you remember it because it has any special meaning to you, right? Is that so? Yup. Akira did not seem to be fully convinced by that answer, but his focus immediately shifted to the monster signal that suddenly appeared on his radar. He stopped his APC and stepped off from the driver's seat. He focused his information-gathering device to scan the direction of that monster. The monster was a 6-legged beast, but instead of fur, its body was covered by reptile-like scales. An amalgamation of mechanical parts that looked like a machine gun was perching on top of its back. That's a huge monster. Is it the leftover after that day? It seems that nothing is special about it except its size. Its long-range weapon has already been destroyed. There are also leftovers from gunpowder on its body. Judging from the already dried liquid flowing out from its wounds, it might have run from a nearby battle. Wait, does that mean that I'll be snatching someone else's prey if I kill it? Well, it doesn't really matter, huh? Larger-sized monsters were assigned with a special reward, so there were many hunters who were focused on hunting these big monsters. Akira remembered about that and hesitated, but he then decided to just kill it anyway. Even if there were hunters who were chasing that monster after injuring it that far, it was not enough of a reason to just leave it alone when it was coming towards him. After all, being a hunter was a dangerous job and no one could guarantee their survival. Akira aimed his SSB rifle in his right hand at the monster. He then looked away and pulled the trigger. The first bullet ripped through the air and landed straight at the monster's head. The same thing also happened for the rest of the bullets that he shot. Thanks to all the training and all the battles that he had gone through, as long as he properly aimed his rifle and there was nothing disrupting him, Akira could accurately shoot his target. So his training moved on to the next stage. The view from the rifle's scope was displayed into a small window in his sight. Akira was to accurately aim at his target without directly looking at it. He had to accurately shoot his target using the signal from his information-gathering device. Up until now, he did that with the help of Alpha, but this time he was training to do that on his own. The result until now was not that bad. So in short, Akira was able to do that on some occasions. This gave him a glimpse of hope that he would be able to accomplish things that he had originally thought to be impossible. Alpha did once say to him that she would eventually have him do the things, which he could only do with her help, on his own. If Alpha said so, it meant that it was possible for him to do it. But at the same time, Akira also thought that he was still very far away from that point. And then, although it was thanks to his new equipment, he was able to reach that point. Akira could feel that he had truly become stronger. The monster finally slumped down after a barrage of bullets. Although the bullets were nothing but normal bullets with no extra firepower, which could not deal fatal injury to the monster, it was compensated by Akira's accurate shooting. Akira himself smiled with satisfaction from the result, which was rather rare for him. Didn't expect that I would be able to do that using normal bullets. Well, I did that at a rather close range and emptied one huge magazine though. You're paying for your ammo again now, so it's better to use normal bullets when you can. It's not like your high-rank hunter discount can get you free bullets after all. You're absolutely right. Although I don't have to pay that much money thanks to the discount, I need to pay for my bullets again now. I really need to get used to this again. Akira brought along with him a lot of reserve ammo thanks to the huge storage area in his APC. He did not shy away from filling his storage with the expensive extended magazine. He was going to use those magazines when he had to go into the inner part of the ruin where he could not bring his APC along with him. For the sake of his training as well, instead of using a bullet that could kill his opponent in one shot, Akira was using normal bullets with relatively low firepower. As Akira was about to head back, he suddenly stopped. His information-gathering device detected a vehicle heading in his direction. That vehicle was actually chasing the huge monster that it fought not too long ago in order to deliver the final killing blow. Reina was sitting on the driver's assistant seat next to Togami, who was driving the vehicle. Hurry up. Otherwise, other hunters might snatch that monster. It wasn't easy destroying its weapon. It can't be helped, you know. As I thought, we should have shot its legs first. No. Destroying its weapon comes first. It is thanks to that we can drive straight at it safely like this. Sure, but it's meaningless if it gets away from us. But you're the one who said to prioritize safety first. And you said that it won't get away and we would be able to kill it. Reina and Togami were bickering, but it was not intense, it was more like a friendly exchange kind of bickering. Kane, who was sitting in the back seat, smiled teasingly at their exchange and said, "You guys are as close as usual." Reina and Togami immediately paused for a bit, then looked at each other and stopped bickering. The last time that happened, they ended up giving the exact same reaction, which proved that they were indeed close to each other. Putting that aside, we need to hurry up. I know, we're almost there. Kane smiled amusedly and thought that although they gave a different response this time, it still showed that they were close to each other. In contrast to that, Shiori, who was also sitting in the back seat, looked rather displeased. From her point of view, Togami was a bit too rude toward Reina, and it seemed that Reina was influenced by those words and replied in a rather unladylike manner. "Milady, Togami-sama. I understand that both of you are in high tension from the battle and it's important to maintain your calm, but it's just as important to watch your words to make sure not to disrupt your focus toward the fight. As such, I don't recommend raising your voice unnecessarily. In the worst-case scenario, it might affect the escort after all." "Ah, right, sorry." "Ah, yes, sorry." Reina and Togami awkwardly apologized. Then after an audible sigh from Shiori from behind, their faces turned slightly serious as they focused back on the job at hand. They then checked the sensor in the vehicle for the monster that they were chasing. But from the information displayed in the sensor, they were able to immediately infer that another hunter had already taken out that monster and they hung their head low. "Ah, we were too late. Sorry, I didn't make it in time. It can't be helped. If we had prioritized more on killing that monster instead of our own safety, the result might have been worse than this. So let's just take this positively." Although they were bickering that much just now, they were able to immediately accept that disappointing result without blaming each other. It showed that they really had grown as hunters. So, what do you want to do? It was originally our target and we did fight it first, so if we point that out, the other party might at least share the achievement. You're the leader for today, so I leave that to your decision. But if you want to talk with them, you do the negotiation too, okay? Alright. I guess I'll at least give it a try. Since Togami focused his vision on the hunter in front of him, his information-gathering device automatically analyzed the data and identified the other hunter, and it was a hunter whom he knew. It was Akira. Akira accepted Togami's proposal without much negotiation at all, or more like, it was not even a negotiation. Reina's party was surprised thanks to that. Is that really okay with you? Well, we're thankful that you would do that, but... Yeah, I don't mind at all, so you can do anything you want with that monster. But... Akira was so cooperative this time that Reina and Togami did not know how to react to it. But when they were about to pursue the reason, Shiori noticed that Akira really did not care about that monster at all. So pursuing that subject would be a bad decision, thus she interjected before Reina and Togami could prolong the negotiation. Akira-sama. We will take your kind offer. Milady, Togami-sama, let's not bother Akira-sama any further and process the kill registration. Alright, Akira, thank you. Reina and Togami split the administration job to register the kill and started processing the report. It was a special target with a special reward, so it needed a special report. Although it was not as troublesome as the report for Bounty Monster, it was still more work than the usual report. They used their Hunter ID and Hunter code to register the contributor in the report. They then sent the information from their radar and information gathering device as well as the information of the defeated monster by scanning it. If there was a need to divide the reward, they would also send that together with the report. After they sent the report to the Hunter office, a staff member would check the data before sending a confirmation, and that would be the end of the reporting process. Akira left that process to Togami and Reina. If the report emphasized more on Reina's party's contribution, both the achievement and the reward would mostly go to them. Akira left the process to them not because he trusted them, it was more because it was too much work for him. Kane stood next to Akira and smiled at him. Well, wasn't that so kind of you, Akira, but it's just that I have no plans to get into an endless argument with any of you. Considering the endless bickering that it might cause if they lost the chance of getting the special reward, and how they were in the middle of the lawless wasteland with Kane and Shiori, both of whom couldn't be taken lightly. Although they did not exchange words, their glances and awkwardly shared understanding of the situation were enough to convey their respective opinions. By the way, Akira, what is your hunter rank right now? I have no obligation to answer that question. Geez, it's not like you'll lose anything anyway. In exchange, I'll tell you my rank, right now I am dash. Not interested. I don't care if you want to tell yours, I won't tell mine. That's so mean. Well, I know your hunter code, so I can just look at it on the hunter office site. Kane pulled out her information terminal and opened the hunter office site and entered Akira's hunter code. She then seemed rather surprised as she browsed Akira's information with an amused yet sly smile and sent meaningful glances at him from time to time. Oh, I see. You're that kind of hunter, huh? Akira did not show any reaction at all since he felt he would lose if he did and just ignored Kane's mumbling. Once Togami and Reina were done with the report and returned back, Kane smiled and said to everyone. Akira, it doesn't seem like you're busy, so how about coming together with us? Togami, you're okay with that, right? Togami looked troubled by that sudden suggestion. Putting aside whether it's a yes or no, I'm the leader today, you know. So don't make offers on your own without my permission like that. Well, there's no need to be that wary. If Akira is going to join us, I'll give you permission to hunt that automaton and I don't mind helping out too. Really? Togami suddenly seemed to take that suggestion positively. But this time, it was Shiori who looked troubled instead. Wait for a sec there, Kane, what do you mean by that? It's fine, isn't it? It must be some kind of fate that we meet here. I also agree that we can't give Togami and Milady permission to fight that monster if we're not allowed to help them. But if Akira is with them, I think it's fine to give them that permission, you know? Why do you think so? To be honest, I'm getting tired of having to keep interjecting when Togami and Milady are having their time flirting with each other. Why did you bring up Togami there? Reina suddenly intervened, as her party understood what they were talking about and continued talking. Akira, who did not understand what they were talking about, sighed and said in a stern tone. Can you explain it to me in a way that I can understand? If you can't, I'm leaving now. Everyone suddenly paused. Kane then lightly pushed Togami's back. Now then, Togami. It's time for negotiation. Explain it to Akira in a way that would interest him and get an okay from him. If you can't do that here, I won't give you that permission. Togami still looked troubled as he was pushed in front of Akira, who then looked into his eyes. Togami tensed up and squeezed his brain to piece together what to say there. Due to certain circumstances, Togami and Reina had been working together these past few days. They swapped leader positions every day as they explored ruins, fought monsters, and gathered experience together as hunters. When Reina was the leader, Shiori would join the team under her. But when Togami was the leader, she would join Kane as a mere observer. Today, Togami was the leader, so today's main fighting power was only Togami and Reina. They actually received certain information from their connection about an old-world automaton roaming a certain area inside the ruin. But Shiori and Kane prohibited them from going to that ruin since they lacked fighting power. Although it would not pose any problem if the four of them went together, for the sake of training for Togami and Reina, it was a relatively dangerous place when they did not include Kane and Shiori. Shiori warned Reina and Togami, but then Kane said that she might change that under a certain condition. The information about the automaton was rather credible, it at least had better credibility than a mere rumor. And right now, the same information had already circulated among the hunters. Togami properly explained to Akira that they had also considered the possibility of that information being wrong. That was when Kane intervened. Togami, isn't it better if you hide that part or at least try to feign ignorance? I have no plans to do that to a hunter that I'm making a deal with. Oh, you're more earnest than I thought. I'm normal, it's just that your personality is too rotten. Akira seemed surprised there. He always thought that Kane was the normal one. Because of that, Togami, who was earnestly trying to make an honest deal, looked rather upright from his point of view. Both Togami and Reina had the same opinion about hunting the old-world automaton. After all, such a monster was highly valued, had Kane and Shiori not stopped them, they would have gone hunting for that monster. But if Kane changed her mind, Shiori, who was still against it, would be in the minority. Shiori then expressed her disagreement in a non-direct way. When Drankum allowed Togami-sama to join us, Shikarabi-sama told us to make you handle any trouble on your own. Thus, asking for Akira-sama's help here would be against that order, that I believe that getting other hunters help with our own effort and handling the reward distribution on our own are well under the category of handling the situation with our own ability though. As training for us to be full-fledged hunters, making decisions under our discretion is also a type of skill. If I'm mistaken, then Shikarabi's evaluation of me would go down, but that will be all there is to it. Togami then looked at Akira again, he faced Akira properly as a negotiation opponent. You might see us as one party, but I'm asking you here as an individual. I want you to accompany us, and if there are any problems, I'll take full responsibility. Let me confirm this first, this is just an invitation to explore a ruin together, right? It's not like you want to pay me to come with you, and it's not like I will be placed under your command in the team, right? I have no idea how much fighting power you think I can provide, but I will only fight the way I want to. So I won't try to suit your expectation, just so you know, I won't take any complaint, okay? I don't mind. If we're not strong enough, we can just retreat. Then how are you going to share the reward? Basically everyone will get the same share, any further adjustment can be discussed later. After all, if we really get to find the automaton, it's not like we can break it down and divide it equally among us. Since each of us would sell the parts through different routes, I'm pretty sure that would cause some trouble later down the line. But if you have any complaint at that point, you can say that to me. Akira stopped asking and paused for a bit. Togami was waiting for Akira's answer with bated breath. Alright, I'll come with you. Oh, are you sure? Yeah. It might be interesting to check a ruin that might have old-world stuff like that old-world automaton even if we don't find anything in the end. Togami and Reina smiled happily, Kane also seemed to be delighted by that outcome. But in contrast to that, Shiori frowned as if she was deep in thought. Akira together with Reina's party went to the rumored ruin. In order to clear up the rest of the deal, Togami was sitting in the driver's assistant seat in Akira's vehicle. In the middle of their discussion, Akira asked about the credibility of their information, to which Togami told Akira to keep it a secret before starting to explain it to him. After listening to his explanation, Akira frowned. There was a good chance the source of that information came from the old-world communication device discovered in the Higuraka residence ruin not too long ago. Alpha, are we going to the same ruin from that information that we got from Lion Steel's information terminal? It's not. Then it's just a coincidence, huh? Maybe not exactly. My bet is that some corporation paid Chrome in exchange for that information. Although Lion Steel mainly dealt with dispatching holographic workers, it might have had some kind of service to dispatch humanoid robots for people who wanted to get workers with real bodies. So, basically, that old-world communication device can be used by anyone, not only limited to people who can connect to the old-world domain like me, huh? With the right connection device, anyone can connect to the old-world domain. Not to mention that there's a good chance that the aforementioned corporation has someone who can connect to the old-world domain with them. I see. Then it's safe to assume that other people already know about the location of the old-world terminal, huh? Although I was the one who found the Yonezuka station ruin, I wonder if it's going to be okay. I hope they won't look for me. It's not like they have evidence that you were the one who found that ruin, so there's a slim chance it would lead to you. It's also not that rare for hunters to find undiscovered ruin, so it should be fine. I hope you're right. Akira's expression was changing from one to another as he was talking with Alpha through telepathy, and Togami noticed that. What's wrong? That it's nothing. I just thought that if that corporation was able to get such important information, wouldn't it be better for them to search that ruin themselves before that information leaked out? Akira was actually just spouting something random to hide his telepathic conversation with Alpha, but after hearing that, Togami smiled wryly and explained. I actually thought so too and said the same to Shikarabe. He then laughed at me and said that it's our job as hunters to read what might lie behind it. Akira seemed to be a bit surprised by that. So Togami then continued and told Akira what Shikarabe said to him. If that information was really enough to lead them to the old-world automaton, it would be strange that information even reached Togami. After all, even if that information leaked out, the corporation would have done something to prevent such important information from spreading. In reality, the corporation might have secured the automata, and a member of that corporation tried to earn some extra money from selling that information. Or maybe the corporation found out that the automaton was located in a dangerous place, so after calculating the risk and return, instead of sending a unit to retrieve it, they chose to get someone to find it and buy it later. They might have intentionally shared the information with certain hunters who were more likely to sell that automaton to them. Or maybe instead of the automaton itself, the corporation was more interested in other things located in that ruin, like the relics or maybe the old-world facilities that could be found there. And in order to retrieve those relics or old-world facilities, they had to clear up the monsters in that ruin, so they intentionally spread that information to use the automaton as bait and make hunters do the heavy lifting and remove the monsters for them. It might even be that the information about the automaton itself was a complete lie and it was fabricated only to bait hunters to go to that ruin in order to reduce the overall difficulty of exploring that ruin. If that was the case, the informant is most likely aiming for something completely different in that ruin. Shikarabe also told Togami many other guesses and speculations that he had. Togami then proceeded to convey all of that to Akira. Akira had the same expression as Togami, just like when Shikarabe told him that. He then said that being a hunter means to consider all of these possibilities, make a decision based on them, and find a way to earn a profit from it. Akira smiled bitterly. It was especially hurting for him since he had been wandering aimlessly these past few days. Although he understood what Shikarabe said was true, it still was not pleasant to hear. Alpha, who noticed that, smiled amusedly at Akira. Akira, you should learn from him, you know. You can go ahead and curse my bad luck for that one. If I consider the possibility of getting attacked by a swarm of monsters every time I go out in the wasteland, I would always end up in red no matter what. That would mean that it's better if I don't go out at all, you know? It's so like you not being able to just laugh that off, isn't it? Alpha's smile turned bitter. Akira thought that his answer was actually effective to stop her from teasing him. Though he was just giving a random answer, he smiled, satisfied. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just thought that if you consider all of those possibilities, doesn't that mean it's unlikely for that rumor to be true? And here I thought you didn't want to trick other hunters that you're making a deal with. Akira casually said so with a light smile, so Togami also replied with a similar smile. What are you talking about? I did tell you that there's a possibility it's the wrong piece of information, right? I'm just telling you the rest of the information that I have, you know? Well, as long as we don't have any problem with our fighting power, there's no loss in at least checking it. That's what I thought. Or more like, that's what Shikarabi thought. Does this have something to do with Shikarabi by any chance? Well, not directly, but, well, it's complicated. Although I'm working with Reina right now, it's actually training for me as well as for Reina. It seems like Shiakarabe had a deal with Shirori or something. So, yeah, it's complicated. Togami started talking about his conversation with Shikarabi while sounding rather depressed. Chapter 193, Togami's Training. Not too long after the incident in Saranthal building, Shikarabi was enjoying his drink in a pub with his friends. That was when Togami suddenly came with a sturdy-looking case. Shikarabi frowned and looked obviously annoyed. This is not a place for a brat like you. Although Shikarabi had a better opinion about Togami after that battle in Miyazono Ruin, it still did not change the fact that he did not exactly like him. The mix of the alcohol in his blood and the fact that Togami was interrupting his drinking made Shiakarabe's voice harsher than usual. But Togami was not affected at all. He looked at Shikarabi with a serious face. I heard that you had called Akira to this place for negotiation. He's fine. It was a negotiation regarding a job as fellow hunters in the first place, and being a hunter has nothing to do with age. But I'm a hunter too. Shikarabi snorted. You're just a brat. Do you really think you're a full-blown hunter now after getting quite a lot of money during that request in Miyazono Ruin? That only put you in the starting line, you know. But even so, Togami still had a sharp and serious look on his face. He did not show any reaction toward that mockery. Seeing that, Shikarabi sobered up a bit and lightly sighed. So, what is it? Just tell me what you have to say and leave. I'm in the middle of drinking here and I have no plans to share it with you. I'm here with a request. A request? I heard nothing from Drankum though. Shikarabi opened his information terminal to check again, and as he expected, there was no message regarding that subject. In the first place, you can just call me instead of coming to me yourself, you know? Well, it doesn't really matter right now. So, what is it? Togami gathered his resolve and said. It has nothing to do with Drankum. This is an individual request from me to you, and it's not a formal request through the hunter office either. Togami placed the sturdy-looking case on top of the table and opened its contents to show it to Shikarabi, who still seemed slightly confused. As a hunter, Shikarabi seemed mildly surprised, but the waitress girls were all stunned. The case was filled with currency notes. The reward is 30 million orum and it's all paid up front. Shikarabi's gaze shifted to the case, then to Togami. He understood that Togami was being serious, which made him hesitate. Well, I'll at least listen to what this request is about. I want you to train me. At least until you would accept me as a hunter, and even beyond that if it's possible. Shikarabi did not expect that at all as he raised his eyebrows. During that incident in the Saranthal building, Togami had a good look at his real strength, the fact that he was weak, but he accepted it as fact and wished to be stronger. The strength that he was seeking was not the strength from his equipment, but the real strength coming from himself that he could be proud of. After fumbling around for an answer to how he could reach that goal, he finally made a decision. To be honest, Togami hated Shikarabi's guts. But he could not deny that Shikarabi was a strong hunter, strong enough to rightfully mock him. So his conclusion was to ask Shikarabi to train him. Togami closed the case. Just tell me if you won't do it, I'll try asking someone else. Togami did not even try to soften his words, it showed just how serious he was. So Shikarabi's face turned serious and he replied. This 30 million orum, it's the whole reward from that request in Miyazono Ruin, right? You do know that I can just take the money and report it to the hunter office since I'm sure you took them out without their approval first, right? Then it's my fault for offering this to you. Togami did not make that offer without much thought. He understood well that he might be throwing the money that he got through hard work down the drain when he decided to make that offer. Shikarabe understood that very well from Togami's answer as he started laughing. He then smiled sharply and looked at Togami with an amused face. Very well, but I won't take that reward as you proposed. Sorry, but this is all I can offer, so I can't pay you more than this. No, it's the opposite. Togami frowned and seemed confused. Shikarabe pulled the case and opened it. He then took a bundle and pushed the case back to Togami. I'll take only 1 million orum first and train you correspondingly to that amount of money. As a hunter, I always do all of my requests seriously. After all, it would hurt my reputation if I take 30 million orum and don't show the result after training you. Togami frowned, but Shikarabe then casually continued. You might be questioning if I'm being serious here. If you want to show that you are serious and that you're not making this offer because you're drunk or something, then show it with your actions. Show your resolve and your talent, show it to me. That you're worthy of being trained, make me take the rest of the reward, that is, if you can. Togami firmly received the case that was pushed back to him. It symbolized his lack of worth to be trained. But he swallowed that bitter pill and looked sharply at Shikarabe. All right, we have a deal then. Indeed we do. Your training starts tomorrow. I'll contact you, so just go back for today. Togami then left. Shikarabe kept his eyes on Togami as he left. Once Togami was out of his sight, he once again smiled amusedly and started enjoying his drink with his newly received 1 million orum. He's really changed, huh? Shikarabe mumbled, so no one could hear him. Just like he said, Shikarabe did seriously train Togami. Thanks to that, Togami had to go through grueling training. Shooting until fainting to only be woken up and continue the training. The harder the training went, the longer it felt for Togami. Not only did Shikarabe train him in practical skills, but he also taught Togami about common monsters around Kagomayama City, including the area where they usually roamed, their movement patterns, and their weak points regardless if they were biological or mechanical monsters. Then to top it off, Shikarabe also taught him an effective method to kill each of them. Togami was also often brought to an area that was way too dangerous for his skill and was sent to fight to the death against those powerful monsters. He fought those monsters desperately and somehow managed to stay alive, although he had no winning chance in the first place with his current equipment and skill. The information of that battle was recorded, and then he would look back at that battle record through a non-transparent goggle together with Shikarabe. Of course, Shikarabe would be pointing out Togami's mistakes while doing so. The majority of his opinions were shot down, and when he asked for advice, Shikarabe would point out his wrong moves. Both his practical and theoretical training was extremely hard. Even when he coughed out blood, he would swallow that blood together with medicines to make sure that his body would keep up. He had spent a lot of money on those medicines and he was burning through them pretty quickly, adding more salt to his injury. Shikarabe kept telling Togami that he was welcome to stop anytime. So Togami had to squeeze his willpower to fight back against that temptation. While Togami was going through that grueling training from Shikarabe, Shikarabe suddenly told him to go with Reina. Although Togami was surprised by that, he then grouped up with Reina as he was told and went out to do hunter work with her. Since then, he started working with Reina, who more or less had the same fighting prowess as him. They sometimes barked orders to each other, followed each other's instructions, complained about each other's actions, and gave advice to each other. They were working with each other while regularly swapping the leader's seat. Thanks to that, Togami did not have to go through Shikarabe's grueling training anymore, and he had the chance to compare his skill with Reina's. Even during the time Togami was working with Reina, Shikarabe still tracked his battle record and gave his evaluation to Togami. Right when Shikarabe did not have much to criticize anymore, he gave Togami the information about that old-world automaton and told him to handle that information. He made sure to tell Togami to think carefully about the meaning of handling that information before making any decision. This had happened after Shikarabe received 29 million orum from him. Togami returned his focus toward Akira, who was driving the APC. After all the grueling training, he was more or less able to accurately predict someone else's skill. But as expected, Akira was still as mysterious as usual. One thing is for sure, he has gotten better equipment. But putting that aside, I feel like he's stronger than before. Wait, it's not like I know how strong he exactly was. It might be that he simply looks stronger now since I can more or less predict someone else's skills now, or is it because I simply can't accurately predict his skill? I really don't understand. Togami frowned, he was wondering if he was closer now or if the gap between him and Akira was bigger now. Akira noticed him and asked. What? It's nothing. By the way, I'm the leader at the moment. I won't tell you to obey me or anything, and I'm open to any complaints or critiques, but if it won't cause the team any trouble, it would be helpful if you would follow my commands. Sure. Now that they were on the same team, they had to work together. So Akira thought that it was understandable that it would cause the team trouble if he acted too independently, so he agreed with Togami's opinion. Togami frowned even more due to Akira's response. As the team leader, he had the duty to command Akira too. If he could lead Akira and make the exploration a success, he was sure that he would be able to accept himself and be confident that he had grown stronger. Togami steeled his resolve to go beyond his past self. As the team approached the ruin, they started to see greeneries around them. The ruin was practically blanketed in moss, including its floor and the walls of the abandoned buildings inside it. They could see a semi-spherical body completely blanketed in green color. Togami then said, "We're closing in on the Lida commercial district of the ruin. Reina, prepare the enhanced information gathering device. If you can get it to receive the signal, search for the dome." Is it better if I go back to that side? It's fine either way, or is it that you can't scan the signal from there? I know that you don't have the equipment, but if Akira has one, it would be great if he helps out too. Akira, can you do that? Even if you ask me so, it's not like I know what you're talking about without telling me first. Right, sorry, well. In order to clear up the lack of shared information there, Togami started explaining, including his own personal interpretation. The Lida Commercial District ruin was a huge gathering of old-world commercial facilities. The semi-spherical objects scattered there were the commercial facilities. Although it looked like a ball of plants now, they were filled with products and items. The information that Togami had hinted at an automaton warehouse located inside that ruin, but unfortunately, it did not share any more details than that. Or to be more precise, the rest of the information was indecipherable for the current human race. Even common information about location, name, coordinate, and map from the Old World era was not something that was easily decipherable for the current era's technology. Not to mention, the whole ruin had already been claimed by nature. Even if they knew the exact location, it might be unrecognizable now. For the hunters, they could search for such a location by intercepting old-world signals and check for the particular signature in their received signal. Augmented reality was not a rare thing in the Old World. Because of that, as long as hunters had the equipment to receive that signal, they would be able to see the augmented reality. Even right now, the Lida Commercial District was filled with augmented reality. Reina had the equipment to intercept and display such signals. Though all the green spherical objects looked the same with the naked eyes, they had different aspects through the augmented reality display. Reina's equipment was high-class equipment that could receive all types of signals. It shined the most when it was used in the middle of the Lida Commercial District, which was filled with signals. Togami wanted to go closer to that ruin to check the performance of his information-gathering device, but Shirori stopped him. As Akira said that he did not have such a device, Togami transferred from Akira's APC back to Reina's vehicle. Alpha, who was floating in front of Akira, vanished and reappeared on the driver assistance seat that was empty. I can, though. Are you sure you're okay saying that you can't? I don't have the equipment for that, so it would be weird to say that I can. And also, there's no need to append that information into my view. They might get suspicious if I start reacting to things that I can see only with your support. You have a point there, the only augmented reality that you need is me after all. Alpha smiled smugly, but Akira just ignored her. By the way, it seems that Reina is equipped with a pretty powerful device, won't she be able to see you too? At the moment, my signal is adjusted to be exclusive to you, so it'll be fine. Although, back in Kuzushihara Ruin, I used to use the public wavelength so anyone with the right device would have been able to see me. Remember back then when you had to fight 2 hunters in the Kuzushihara Ruin? One of them was able to see me, right? Now that you mention it, you're right. Is it a common device among hunters? Just now, Togami casually asked me as if he assumed that I had such a device though, not to mention that there was someone who had that device before too. He did not seem to be surprised when you said that you don't, so I think it's normal not to have it. Makes sense. Akira did not seem to be fully convinced, but the old world signal was not only found in Kuzushihara Ruin, even Kagamayama City was also enveloped in old world signals. It was not rare for illegal businesses in Slum City to only show innocent signboards and advertise their illegal businesses with augmented reality on top of that signboard. It was convenient to be able to transfer information that could only be received by certain people. If a hunter came to the ruin with a device that could retrieve such signals, he or she would be able to see some kind of information board floating. It might become a big hint that would lead to finding a new undiscovered ruin. Even if it was in an already explored ruin, it might help hunters to find unexplored locations. It was a good method to find unexplored locations buried under the rubble. But even so, it was not a common device among hunters. After all, it was not an important piece of equipment compared to rifles, augmented suits, and information terminals or information-gathering devices. Moreover, it was not like all ruins had augmented reality. And even if it had and it led to relics, other hunters would have collected those relics first. The information broadcasted through that signal was based on the situation when that signal was first broadcasted. Thanks to that, most of that information was misleading and outdated information. In the worst-case scenario, using such a device might alert the monsters and other security measures. Or the information might flood the display and lower hunters' visibility. Or display enemies that did not exist in the first place. It might even give the wrong map information and send the hunters to their doom. Relying too much on such a device might actually be a dangerous thing. But of course, if it was used correctly, it would boost their earnings. On the other hand, since it might alert more monsters, it would also increase the monster encounter rate, and in order to avoid that, better equipment was developed which of course, cost more money. Thus, the problem became either investing in rifles or in this device. Although not everyone in the Eastern District fully understood this matter, the majority of hunters agreed to invest more in rifles. Akira and the others went deeper into Lida Commercial District Ruin. For Akira, the objects around him looked similar, the green color that they shared did not help him at all. He drove through the green-covered tall buildings while crushing the greenery blanketing the floor of the ruin. Akira then noticed a long object that was covered in plants. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was an armored bus that was covered with plants. It's from someone who came here first, huh? Well, judging from this bus, it must be from quite a long time ago. So they might have come here because of a different reason than us. That's not necessarily true. I went and checked the inside of the bus and it doesn't seem that it has been here for that long, so it might be recently used. But it's completely covered by plants though. It must be because the plants in this ruin grow abnormally fast. Although I'm sure it should be okay to leave your things in this place for a while, it would be bad to do that for a few days. The plants would grow on the body of the vehicle and around the wheels. When that happens, you won't be able to move your vehicle anymore. The people who came in that bus might have planned to stay in this ruin for a few days to explore the ruin since it's rather big. But it means that we can't stay for too long in this ruin, right? Why is there no information about that spreading around? Not everyone shares information that they know. There might also be some people who believe that their vehicles will be fine. Well, this is nothing more than a guess though, but the owner of that bus might have died inside the ruin, giving plenty enough time for the ruin to claim that bus. Honestly speaking, I hope it's the latter. I don't want to lose my APC just because I parked it in this ruin for a short time. But still, it's nothing strange for an old world plant to be abnormally aggressive, isn't it? Let's take this positively and hope that it at least doesn't come at you with weapons. Alpha smiled teasingly, but Akira only smiled wryly at her. After all, it would not be strange to encounter a walking plant with weapons which were not that rare in the Eastern District. This kind of plant was commonly recognized as a monster. The old world technology never stopped messing up common sense in the Eastern District even now. When Akira and the others went deeper to explore the ruin, Reina noticed a signal that they were looking for. She then followed that signal to guide the rest of the team to the facility that they were looking for. When they arrived, they found a tall building with its wall covered in plants and there was a hunter's vehicle parked not too far. They then parked their vehicles a bit further away from that vehicle and readied their equipment. Akira lightly scanned the building. Reina, is this the place? Probably. Although you might not be able to see it, well, I wouldn't be able to see it too without my special device, but there's a big signboard floating on top of this building that is even visible from afar. It says, "The Dun Mall Lida East B Hall." Probably. You're not sure? Reina pouted and replied curtly. The decoding software can't fully decode the information. Not to mention, a part of its display is also broken. But even so, I did my best to look for this place, so keep your complaints to yourself. It's not my fault even if it's not the right building. Sorry. Akira apologized instantly and Reina immediately calmed down. Yes. So, it's just that please don't get angry if I got this wrong. Don't worry, I know well that we don't have detailed information about the building that we're looking for. Or more like, it's a normal occurrence during a ruin exploration, right? Akira replied casually. Reina sighed in relief after knowing that he was not offended. Phew, thank goodness. I was about to shout as if I was talking to Togami. I have to get my act together. It would be bad if I do that to Akira. Wait, no, it's not like I should not do that to Akira, I should not do that to anyone. It's just that when I did that to Togami, he would just shout back at me without getting angry. I guess that's why I got used to it, huh? I wonder if I'm too used to dealing with him. Shiori could somehow understand what was going on in Reina's mind. Milady. I know, I'll be more careful. There's a good chance that we might encounter other hunters. In case these hunters have found the automaton first, they would be more wary than usual. So please, be careful, milady. Yes, I understand. Reina smiled bitterly and took that advice to heart. After they discussed their roles and formation, they then proceeded into the building. As Reina traced the building's green wall, she discovered that the original entrance to that building was completely blocked by plants. There were some traces that the hunters who came there before them forced their way through it. So Akira used that opening to get into the building. The inside of that building was basically a large open room. There were signs of various businesses visible from the entrance. While at the same time, it was also obvious from the entrance that plants had crept into the inner part of the building too. The floor was covered in grass as if it was a grass field. Akira was surprised to see that as he mumbled. This isn't an inner garden or something, right? The dirt on the floor must be from the monsters' corpses after being broken down by the plants. There are also pieces of the flooring mixed in after the roots penetrated through them. After listening to Alpha's explanation, Akira scraped the floor that he was standing on and found the original building's floor under it. Although the dirt layer was relatively shallow, it was still a substantial amount of dirt. So, there are ruins like this too, huh? I feel like the relics inside this ruin would have been turned into dirt too. I wonder if automaton can really survive in this situation. That would depend on the container used to store them. So let's put our hope in the power of the old world containers. Now that you mention it, it does sound that they will be just fine. Akira knew well just how abnormal old world technology could be, so he regained some hope to get some old world relics. They moved together carefully, moving deeper. Reina used her device to look for where the automaton might be while the other two maintained a safe distance between them while watching their surroundings. As Akira changed the setting of his information-gathering device to maximize its effectivity inside the building, he had some problems and frowned, that I just can't get a good setting. The objects around me are blocking the information-gathering device. Though I'm pretty sure that it's not like they are creating colorless mist. What's going on here? Should I do it? Yes, please. Once Alpha readjusted the setting, the sensitivity was obviously better but not as good as Akira was expecting. Is that it? It can work with my augmented suit now, but can't it be a bit better? I'm sure it's because of the obstacles around you. They might have some kind of nanomachine that has the same effect as jamming smoke. That would mean it would affect us as much as the monsters, huh? There are not that many open spaces. If we were to encounter some monsters, it's most likely to be close combat. Putting that into consideration, even if this place is filled with old world relics, I bet not many hunters would come to this place. That might be exactly why there is still some of that expensive old world automaton left here. That does make sense. And so, Akira's expectation toward that rumor went up a little. Chapter 194, False Happiness. As Togami and his party proceeded deeper into the building, they encountered a monster along a long hallway. The monster was obviously a carnivorous monster. It had a thin fur that did nothing to hide its huge muscular body. Its muscles were bulging as if they were some kind of disease instead of a natural feature. It sent a gaze toward Akira and the others as if it was looking at its prey. It then started running with its huge body toward them. Its huge legs propelled its body forward while throwing dirt all over the place. Akira and Togami aimed their rifles toward the monster in front of them, but suddenly, Kane slipped between them and charged right at that monster. It doesn't seem to have any ranged weapon, so leave it to me. As I said before, I don't mind helping you out during this ruin exploration. Kane smiled full of confidence and glanced toward Akira and Togami. Togami lightly nodded to give his approval. Kane confirmed that and went straight towards the monster with a big smile. Although the dirt prevented them from having any good footing, Kane equipment allowed her to firmly propel her body against the ground toward the direction that she wanted. So, she darted forth and quickly closed the distance to the monster. The force exerted on the floor would normally crack it open, but thanks to the force field technology that expanded a force field right at the moment of contact, all of the force were propagated toward momentum without wasting any energy. Kane and the monster went at each other with more or less the same speed. The distance between them zeroed in a blink. The monster opened its large mouth to take a bite at her. But Kane was able to beat that monster by a step. She took a striking stance that focused more on power than speed as she released a powerful high-speed right punch at the monster's head. Kane stopped the monster's momentum with that one strike. Although that punch stopped the monster's head, its inertia caused the monster's body to continue forward, bending the monster's body into an unnatural shape. But even that could not push her back. As a matter of fact, the monster's feet left the ground as its forward momentum had nowhere to escape. Kane quickly pushed her fist, which was planted into the monster's head, down and slammed it on the ground, blasting dirt all over the place. Now that the monster had finally stopped moving, Kane raised her right leg high and smiled at the monster before sending it down in a swift execution. The enhanced strength from her CQC specialized augmented suit delivered a powerful stomp that easily crushed the monster's head. Now that it had lost its head, blood pooled under the monster's body, dyeing the ground dark red. Kane then turned around and walked back to Togami and Akira. Akira, Togami, how was that? Togami was wide-eyed in amazement. As expected of Kane-san, that was amazing. It was obvious that single demonstration had reminded Togami of Kane's real power. Back then in the Saranthal building, Togami did watch Kane in action, but the situation did not allow him to get a good look at her. Even after he started working with Reina, Kane stayed around most of the time as Reina's bodyguard, so she did not participate during a fight and Togami had no chance to get another look at Kane's power. When Reina and Togami were fighting monsters in the middle of the wasteland, Kane usually just stood by the side. Togami now understood that although she was there as Reina's bodyguard, she was allowed the choice of not bringing a rifle with her simply because she was this strong with her CQC skill. Kane was satisfied by Togami's reply. She then turned to Akira, waiting for his impression. Akira thought for a bit before opening his mouth. As I thought, wouldn't it be easier to just kill it with bullets? Kane, who was smiling satisfied earlier, immediately pouted. Geez, Akira, don't you have something else better to say in this situation? Akira tilted his head as if he could not understand what she was talking about, so Kane sighed and gave up expecting praise from him. Ah, right, it's fine. Now that I remember it, you're that kind of hunter. I don't understand what you mean by that, but one thing for sure, it's true that I have no plans to challenge monsters in close-quarter combat. I prefer my rifles. Yeah, I know. Seeing that exchange between Kane and Akira, reminded Togami of back then during the bounty monster hunting request when he tried to show off his skill to Akira by killing a monster. And just like this time, Akira showed no interest in that at all. It reminded Togami that Akira was that kind of guy as he smiled wryly. They then continued deeper into the ruin. They stopped when they arrived in a complex. Reina looked around and tried to get a hint on which direction to go from there. Shiori, who was next to Reina, noticed a monster nearby. Milady, be careful. Shiori only said so before she approached a nearby hallway with her hand ready on her blade. The thumping sound of a monster was getting louder and louder from that hallway. The next moment, the same type of monster that Kane had just defeated jumped out from the hallway. But Shiori cut that monster down with a single stroke of her blade. When it jumped out from the hallway and momentarily stopped to change direction toward Akira and the others, she quickly drew her blade. Her blade cut through the firm muscles as if it was butter. Shiori then silently sheathed her blade, while the monster behind her was cut horizontally into two and sprouted blood everywhere before its upper half and lower half fell down to the ground. Seeing that masterful strike, Akira could not help but mumble. Yep, beautifully done. Shiori gracefully thanked for that compliment, but beside her, Kane was pouting. Akira, why would you do that when it's Ain-san? Aren't you a little too biased toward Ain-san? But that was amazing, no? That's not the problem here. You told me that you would prefer your rifles before, didn't you? So why the sudden change of heart? When we're in a rather closed space and have no choice but to fight the monsters in close range, using a rifle might be a bad choice. Not to mention, some monsters can survive even at close-range shooting, so if you're confident you can kill it with your skill and blade, there's no need to be fixated on using a rifle. No, this is so unfair. I won't accept this. Hell if I care, that's my opinion, so I don't care if you accept it or not. Reina glanced at Shiori who had returned beside her. She felt happy and proud that Akira complimented her. She could not help but think about what she could do to get Akira's compliment too, but unfortunately, nothing came to mind. Reina had learned CQC from both Kane and Shiori, so she was actually pretty skilled. But she had no chance to show that off here. If she had the chance to fight a monster close by, that would be when that monster had defeated both Kane and Shiori, and it would only happen under a precarious situation. Before that happened, Shiori and Kane would have told her to retreat. And even if she said that she wanted to do it, she understood Shiori and Kane would definitely not let her. Unfortunately, Reina could not shake that off from her mind. Shiori, who noticed that, could not help but frown. Not too long after that, they encountered another monster. Akira and Togami took shooting positions, but Shiori suddenly intervened. Milady, may I ask you to handle it? Me? Yes, I will also help out if things get bad. Although Akira-sama is coming with us, this is actually still an exploration mission for Milady and Togami-sama. It's true that Milady's main duty in this exploration is searching for the correct route, but if that causes Milady to think that facing the monsters is someone else's duty, it might cause a fatal blunder in the future. In order to keep that in mind, if Milady may. I don't mind, but... Reina glanced at Akira and Togami, who looked at each other and opened a way so as not to obstruct her aim. Reina thought that it was weird for Shiori to say that, but she then took aim with her rifle. Reina's rifle was small enough to be used indoors and it had a good sniping capability. It could also be used for continuous shooting of powerful bullets and had a strong recoil. Its aim worked together with her information-gathering device to quickly focus on its target and to do fine readjustment to increase accuracy when Reina pulled down the trigger. It even analyzed the distance between the rifle and the target and correctly identified when the user intentionally shifted the aim in order to readjust its support accordingly. Reina looked at the monster's face that was filled with killing intent through the scope, but she was already used to it that it did not even affect her focus. She then calmly pulled the trigger. The bullet went straight towards the monster's forehead, passed through its body, and came out on the other end of its body. That single shot completely stopped the monster as it fell down limp on the ground. There were 3 monsters and Reina killed all of them with 1 shot each. The last monster did not even have the leeway to react to its dead comrades. After Reina did another check on the monsters, she finally sighed in relief and lowered her rifle. Even when including the advanced features of her equipment, it was a good demonstration of her skill. Togami thought so as he glanced at Akira. Akira already shifted his focus on watching the surroundings as if he was not interested in that at all. That was when Shiori asked him. Akira-sama, how was that sniping? Well, good. Is it alright for me to interpret that as you having nothing to criticize about that sniping? Akira was confused as to why Shiori emphasized that point, but he still took some time first before giving his honest answer. Well, let's see, 1 shot each from that range, so there's no bullet wasted and she didn't give any chance for the monsters to even react. Isn't that good enough? If I want to be strict about it, maybe it'll be about the price of that strong bullet and the cost-performance ratio of the equipment. But since we are here looking for an old-world automaton, I'm pretty sure the money that we may get if we can find that automaton is enough to justify that expense. But if I have to assume the worst, then all of us here will have to fight the monsters in close combat just like Kane. Akira, why did you bring my name there? It's because I have no plans to follow your line of thinking. Akira and Kane started bickering. Shiori just ignored them and turned to Reina. Milady, that was well done. Akira-sama also thinks so. Yes. Thank you. Although Reina felt happy that she got complimented and her skill recognized, at the same time, she also felt slightly embarrassed realizing that Shiori needed to ask in order to encourage Akira to compliment her. They then continued searching the building, although they had enough information to point where the automaton might be. The only hint as to which way to go came from Reina's old-world signal analyzer device. Furthermore, the software could not fully decode the signal, which only added to the difficulty of the exploration. They encountered some monsters a few times, but the 5 of them could dispatch those monsters without any issue. Togami and Reina felt that those battles could not be considered easy as they thought of the difficulty to explore the ruin if it were only the 2 of them. There were more monsters and those monsters were stronger than usual. The inner construction of the building was like a maze and the same plants that enveloped the wall and the floor threw off their sense of direction even further. If they got lost inside that building, it would be difficult to return back alive. For the record, the information-gathering device that they were using automatically created a map based on the scan result and actively tracked their position, but relying on that map would be far too dangerous. After all, there was even a specialist for that kind of thing. That was just how difficult it was to rely on an active map. Moreover, some buildings changed their contours regularly. They had to move forward taking account of this kind of thing while trusting the information that they had at hand. Akira spotted some dead monsters, other hunters must have killed them. Grasses already grew out of those dead bodies, enveloping them as if they were being used as their nutrition. Seeing that, he could not help but frown. The grass here is pretty aggressive. They won't even wait until the bodies turn into dirt. I hope my vehicle outside is fine. Togami replied to that mumble. I heard that it's fine if it's only for 1 day. I also heard that if you leave it for more than a day, the plants would entangle the wheels. A high-power vehicle might be able to tear through them. As long as the plants don't damage the inside, we can clear the plants outside with augmented suit, so it should be fine. True, but we spotted some vehicles that were abandoned. I bet those are from the hunters who thought that it should be fine to leave their vehicles a bit longer outside, and when they realized it, it's already too late for them and cleaning the plants was too much work for them. We'll not be staying here for a day, so it should be alright. You have a point there. Akira felt a slight fear for the aggressive plants instead of carnivorous monsters. But Togami had a point there, so he decided to just push his worry aside for now. Not too long afterwards, they arrived in a huge open space. In the middle of that room, there was a circular stage with a transparent glass column on top of it as if it was to showcase a product. Reina and Togami immediately ran towards it and looked closely at the young girl that seemed to be encased inside that glass column. Reina. Is this it? Is this the old world automaton? It looks completely unscathed too. Oh. We did it. The location is slightly different compared to the original information, but it doesn't really matter as long as we get to find it. According to the old world signal receiver, it's the newest model of the latest series from Mitsuha Juruba Tech. And the price? It's 18 million chrome. 18 million chrome. Just how much is that in Aurum? Wait, at the moment, the exchange rate for chrome is... No, wait, that is chrome Aurum, so the real chrome is... Reina and Togami were so flustered, they were ecstatic that they found the old world automaton. Not too long after them, Akira, Shirori, and Kane approached the glass case too. Shirori. Kane. Akira. We found it. We did it. Now, we just need to bring this back. Akira. Akira did not seem that happy as he gazed sharply toward the glass case. Reina, who noticed that, finally calmed down. What's wrong? Akira did not answer her, he just took a step forward and looked closer into the glass case and then mumbled, "Hologram?" Reina and Togame went pale. Shirori took out a device used to check a hologram display and shone it toward the glass case. Milady, unfortunately, Akira-sama is correct, this is a 3D display. The object inside it is nothing but an image. Even when Shirori shone a light through the transparent glass, the automaton inside it did not cast a shadow on the floor. It was one particular characteristic of a hologram. After Reina and Togami confirmed it themselves, they drooped and looked completely disappointed. Akira, you did well noticing that. I had an experience discovering a mountain of expensive relics inside a glass case just to find out that it was nothing but a hologram poster. Since then, I made sure to question what I see every time I see something similar. You really learn from your mistakes, and with this, Milady was able to get a good experience too. Kane lightly laughed and glanced at Reina and Togami, both of whom were practically swept down from the peak of their celebration. It seemed that it would still take some time until they recovered from it. Since they had gone pretty deep and it was an open space easy to defend, Akira, Shirori, and Kane decided to take a rest and allow Reina and Togami to regain their spirit too. Reina and Togami were sitting on a bench with their heads on the table. That bench was a portable bench that Shirori prepared. When it was packed up, it could turn into a surprisingly small object. There were 2 instant rations on top of that table. Shirori also prepared that for them. I should have expected that. There's no way it's that easy to find that old world automaton. Reina, did you get any information mentioning that I don't know? And it's not my fault, that I know, it's not your fault. Although Reina and Togami had regained enough spirit to exchange words, they still did not have enough power to lift their heads off the table. While not too far from them, Akira was looking intently at the automaton image with full of interest. The automaton girl image had a very good build, demonstrating the advanced technology used to make that automaton. Its expression was tranquil and peaceful as if it was sleeping or praying. Its feet were not touching the ground as it was floating in the air. It was simply mesmerizing. Beside Akira, Alpha pouted and complained. Akira, if you want a beautiful girl to look at, it's better if you look at me, you know? That's not it. Then why are you looking at that doll so closely? Shiori suddenly came next to Akira and lightly threw a question to him. Akira-sama, it seems that you've been looking at this image pretty closely. By chance, are you interested in this kind of thing? Well, it's not like I'm not interested at all, but to be more precise, I'm interested in what kind of place Old World era was where selling this kind of thing was the norm. It depends on the indicators that you use, but automata are commonly sold even in this era. If Akira-sama goes to one of the shops selling automata, you might be able to get a better image of what kind of place the Old World was. Oh, you're right, now that you mention, we also have automata in this era too. Though I don't think that they will let me even come close to that kind of shop. Akira said so and smiled bitterly in self-mockery. A part of him was clearly still stuck back in the slum city. He still believed that people would not allow him to get into such a high-class shop. Shiori found it weird that Akira looked down on himself that much as she gently said to him. If I'm not mistaken, you should be able to find such a shop in the Kogama building. I believe that the shops there would not turn Akira-sama away. Is that so? By the way, how much does an automaton usually cost? To be honest, I am not really knowledgeable regarding this matter, but 1 billion orum should be enough to get you a pretty good housekeeping automaton. Akira felt a bit troubled when Shiori said that number so casually. So then, what kind of thing can an automaton do? Cooking or cleaning room, basically to do housekeeping. Oof, that's pretty expensive just for that. Automaton is a luxury item after all. It showed an obvious economic gap between those who were surprised by that price and those who were not. To be honest, just because it's a luxury item, I don't think it justifies the price you put on it though. If it's that expensive, isn't it cheaper if you pay someone to do that instead? Indeed. If it's something that a human can do, it's cheaper to do that. There are many things in this world where this is true, this includes being a hunter. Well, now that you mention it, that's true. Akira smiled wryly. If sending automata to explore a ruin was cheap, the corporate government would have done that. So in short, the only reason why people had hunter jobs was because sending automata was economically not feasible. Sending hunters with cheap lives into the ruin allowed the city management to gain profit even when half of those hunters did not return back alive. That was the truth of being a hunter. Shiori once again noticed that Akira was smiling in self-mockery, so she then continued. As hunters get better, the occasion where they get injured or even lose their lives in the wasteland decreases. As such, it allows hunters to increase their gains while suppressing their expenses in order to gain a profit. Many hunters decide to continue working as hunters because of that. I believe Akira-sama is already one of those hunters. If alive, they would bring a big profit. If antagonized, they would cause a lot of damages. Although there were many different points of view to judge this matter, whether it was better or for the worse, people put an expensive tag on the lives of those kinds of hunters. Even if everything in this world could be replaced in one form or another, if it was difficult to get a replacement, their existence would be forgiven. Akira's origin as one of the worthless kids in the back alley of the slum city was slowly being replaced to that of an important hunter. Akira blushed and looked away. Thank you. You're welcome. Shiori replied with her usual smile. After that, Shiori and Akira continued to talk about a lot of stuff. He could sometimes feel the high-class lifestyle from Shiori's answer and he listened with full of interest about that matter. I did say that an automaton might cost about 1 billion orum, but that would be an automaton with a personality. An automaton without personality would be more like a robot with cheap AI, and this kind of automaton is basically cheaper. But of course, this kind of automaton is less advanced than the former. But both automata with personality and without personality are using AI, right? So what's so different between them? Although this would be a vague explanation since there's no clear distinction between them, basically, the non-personality AIs are more like robots. When we mention AI, there are those AIs made for chess or other board games, right? It's like using the learning ability of that kind of AI for cooking, cleaning, or fighting. This kind of AI would not be able to hold a proper conversation with people. If you would like an AI which can do that, then it's better to get the automaton with personality. When someone mentions automaton, most people refer to the automaton with personality, which is closer to a human instead of a robot, and this kind of automaton is quite advanced, so it is fairly expensive. So it's not that simple, huh? So, which one is it when we talk about Old World automata? Almost all discovered Old World automata are automata with personality. Not to mention, they are advanced AI since they were made with Old World technology. Although, because of that, they tend to cause trouble. When Akira was about to ask what Shirori meant when she said that, Reina, who had her head on the table, suddenly raised it. Akira and Shirori noticed that and stopped their talk. Reina then drank the rest of the drink on the table in one go and shouted. All right. That's it. Togami. Stop wallowing and get up. Let's continue the search. Togami slowly pushed his body up. Just to let you know, I was only waiting for you to get up. Then you could have told me that. You're the leader this time, right? I feel like the more I tell you to get up, the longer you would sulk, that's why I didn't do that. Just get up already and let's go. Roger that. Togami lightly smiled and held back from shouting a reply to Reina as he rose up from his seat. Akira and Shirori glanced at each other with a smile and walked towards Reina and Togami. Chapter 195, First Come, First Served. Not too long after they resumed the exploration, Togami's party arrived in a place that had a completely different feel compared to the other areas. That place was untouched by the plants, the border between the floor and the wall of that room was pure white to the point that it was hard to spot. Togami signaled the whole party to stop. Reina, did you get any readings? It says. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to go through here. I don't see any more augmented reality signboards past this place. It might be adjusted so that normal people can't see them. Can you check using the staff setting? I can try, but it might be pointless. Even if I can, it might take too much time. If there's a warehouse only for staff, it should be somewhere ahead. I think we're closer to our target now, let's go. They went into that hallway carefully. Walking through it threw off their sense of time, but for them, it was a common thing inside a ruin. If this place was kept clean because of the cleaning drones, then it would not be strange for them to encounter security drones too. Those kinds of drones were harder to defeat than common monsters. Getting hypnotized by that ambience of the old world tended to be fatal even for hunters with augmented suits. As they moved carefully deeper into the hallway, they spotted another hunter standing guard near the entrance of a room. That hunter also noticed Togami's party and immediately shouted at them. Stop there. If you get any closer, we'll see that as an act of hostility. Where are you from? If you're from the Izumo industry, show your ID. Togami showed that he had no wish to fight as he answered. We're hunters from Drankum. We're here looking for relics and got here by pure chance. The hunter lowered his guard for a bit and contacted his other hunter friends. Not too long after that, another hunter came out from the room to confirm what was going on. That hunter was the leader of the team, Kurosawa. Kurosawa saw Togami and raised his eyebrows. You. He said that they are hunters from Drankum. What should we do? Should we send them back? No need to do that. There's no need to pick a fight with Drankum. I'll talk with them myself to warn them not to do anything suspicious. After all, I bet half of it is a lie when he said that they got here by chance. So basically they too, huh? I'll leave them to you then. Yeah. Kurosawa already knew about Togami from Shikarabi when they went to drink together. He remembered that conversation well since it was rare for Shikarabi, who hated young hunters, to highly praise Togami. He thought that it was weird to meet him here. But nonetheless, he invited Togami and his party in. Kurosawa listened to what Togami had to say not too far from the entrance of that room. I'm Kurosawa, the leader of the hunters here. I'm Togami, the leader of this team. I see, well now, let's have a talk between team leaders. I let you guys in since it would be bad to cause a scene in the hallway, but once we're done here, it would be great if you can keep away from this place. It's for the sake to avoid any unnecessary fights, you see. Togami slightly curled his lips. We're here looking for relics. I can understand that you don't want us to come to this room, but I don't see any reason why we need to keep out from this place. Oh, but there's a reason for that. Really? Togami's expression that only showed reluctance and slight irritation immediately showed hostility. As the leader of the team, it was not like Togami could just accept that demand. His gaze toward Kurosawa turned sharp. But even so, Kurosawa stayed calm. You're here looking for the old world automaton, right? Although I don't know if the source of your information is the same as ours, if it was, then you're out of luck. We have secured the warehouse first, it's just up ahead. Yeah. Togami's face turned completely flabbergasted. Reina was the same too. Are you being serious here? Yeah, the small room ahead houses cases of 4 old-world automata. Although we only checked them by looking through the case, it seems that they're in pretty good shape too. I thought that rumor was not that credible, but it turned out that we hit the jackpot. F4 of them. Reina once again hung her head down, and this time, it was deeper than last. Kurosawa smiled bitterly, he understood how that felt. We're in the middle of securing this place while waiting for the specialist dispatched by Yuzumo Industry. Having other hunters roaming around this place might lure in some monsters, not to mention that those are definitely priceless relics. So it might invite a misunderstanding if you stick around. We might begin to think that you guys are waiting for a chance to snatch them away from us. It's just that dangerous having other hunters around. That's why I want you to keep away from this place after this, I hope that you can understand. Kurosawa had a light smile when he was talking up until now, but then his gaze suddenly turned sharp. But if you insist on staying around after this, we'll see that as an act of hostility. So we will handle that situation accordingly. Togami and Reina were hanging their heads low, but with that light intimidation from Kurosawa, they immediately frowned and flinched back. Shirori and Kane slightly shifted their stances to protect Reina. As for Akira, he did not show any reaction to that at all. Kurosawa returned back to his usual light smile. Well, to be honest, I have no plans to get into trouble with Drankum if it can be helped. And I know that Drankum is aiming to be a well-reputed hunter gang from the city management's point of view, right? It's better for both of us to stay away from unnecessary fighting. So, what do you think? To be honest, I want to solve this peacefully if possible. Now that Kurosawa said that he had no wish to fight them and he even brought up Drankum too, Togami had no other choice but to comply. Alright, but I want to talk this out with my team first as to what to do next. So it would be helpful if you allow us to stay here for a bit longer. Very well. But 10 minutes. That's all the time you have. It would be troublesome if you use this place as a resting place after all. Meanwhile, feel free to come to me if you have anything you want to ask. I'll answer your questions if it's something that I can answer. Kurosawa then left Togami's party alone. Togami heaved a huge sigh as if to expel everything inside his heart. Although he said that he wanted to stay in that room for a bit longer to talk with his party about what to do next, to be honest, he just wanted to get some time to gather his motivation again. Others understood that, so they were just standing there in silence. When they had spent 5 minutes of their precious 10 minutes, Reina shook her head as if to shake off the disappointment on her face. She then pulled herself together and gathered her resolve. Well, I was already prepared for something like this to happen, let's just move on. Togami, what's the plan now? Togami was a bit surprised to see that Reina recovered sooner than he had expected, but he was being careful not to show that on his face. Let's forget about the automaton and look for common relics instead. Or we can pin our hope on finding other old-world automata in here by searching other buildings too. Or, if it isn't worth looking for common relics here, we can just head back home. Basically, these are the options available to us. So, we either continue the exploration or stop here. To be honest, I'm not sure myself. So, what do you guys think? Togami thought that it would be dangerous to continue the exploration when everyone was in such a bad mood. That was why he asked for others' opinions there. Shiori took the initiative and answered first. Very well, I put 1 vote to return back. It's important to be able to adapt to unforeseen circumstances, but you should know when to give up as well. We should not explore when our minds are focused on something else, and that is also true we get too greedy. In order to readjust our equipment, I believe that it would be better to return back. Kane realized that Shiori was trying to turn the discussion into a vote. She then smiled and said, in that case, I put 1 vote on continuing the exploration. It's just that, I haven't gotten my fill of fights yet, so I don't really mind either way whether you want to look for old world automata or normal relics. Shiori sent an intense glare at Kane, but Kane looked back, as though saying, well, you did turn it to a discussion that has to be voted on. Either way is fine for me. If there's a stalemate, I put a vote on the same one as Togami. He's the leader at the moment after all, and I did promise him that I'll follow him for now. That I agree with Akira too. You're the leader today, so it's up to you. Akira thought that he was an outsider in this case, that was why he let Togami decide. But for Reina, she was taking advantage of Togami since she could not decide. Togami hummed, with Akira and Reina leaving it to him, he could not share the responsibility in case he made a wrong decision there. As the leader of the team, he had to make a decision before he ran out of time, and he did not have much time left. Some of the hunters in that room looked a bit surprised at Togami's party. A maid? There are maids here. Those guys are hunters from Drankum, right? So that rumor about the gang paying maids for the hunters is true, huh? I bet those maids are only using an augmented suit that looks like a maid uniform. It must be based on an augmented suit that they found in some ruin. After all, old world clothes are really durable for some reason. But they do have an aura of being real maids though. Although, only one of them does. Even if they're real maids, do you really think that they will come to ruin with maid uniforms? Of course not. Well, it's not like I know a real maid though, so I can't really say that for sure. Now that you mention it, that's kinda true. I heard that there are companies offering combat-trained maids as bodyguards for the people in the inner walls, you know. So they might have something to do with that type of corporation. They might even have originally come from there. Either they only get their equipment from those kinds of corporations, or they are originally from there and retired to be hunters. Either way, I don't think they are real maids. The hunter who was listening to his friend talking rather fervently about that subject found it to be unexpected. You know quite a lot for someone who said that he doesn't know about this kind of stuff. Well, it's fine, isn't it? By the way, talking about Drankum, I heard the young hunters from that gang did pretty well in the Kuzusuhara ruin recently. He flinched a bit and was obviously trying to change his subject. Most of them were only talking about Kane and Shiori just to kill time. But that was not the case for one person, a hunter by the name of Rodan, who was staring pretty intently at Shiori. Shiori, who was standing next to Reina, left a deep impression on Rodan. Her young, strong but beautiful appearance. She stood straight, which demonstrated her loyalty. Her calm demeanor radiated her devotion and faithfulness. It fully emphasized her relation with Reina as a master and a servant. That scene strongly pulled Rodan's interest. As he was no longer able to hold back his feelings, he went to Kurosawa to find a way to satisfy his desire. But Kurosawa quickly shot down his plea. No. Come on, it'll be fine. No, it won't be fine. As I told you before, we won't try to look around the ruins anymore in order to focus our manpower to secure this place. If we send people out there, we will have fewer people posted here. There's no guarantee that they would leave this place obediently after this. In the first place, even if we get to find more automata, we don't have enough men to secure those automata too. We can split the team in half and... That's an idiotic idea, so, no. If we chase for 2 rabbits, we will lose them both. With those guys here, it means that there's a good chance other hunters have heard about this place too. And they already know that we did find 4 automata here, so their view of that rumor would have already changed into it being worthwhile information. With this, other hunters might change their method to get the automata from searching to robbing. Hence, we need all the people we have to stop those fools, and we can't afford to split the team. But weren't you the one who told them that we did find the old world automata here? We're doing all we can to secure this place, so it doesn't take much to infer that we did find the automata here. Rodan did try to wiggle his way, but all of his ideas were rejected by Kurosawa. Cut this out already, it's a no. That's final. In order to cut that discussion there, Kurosawa said so with a stronger tone. Rodan reeled back and stopped arguing any further. Kurosawa then offered some words of consolation to him. We already got ourselves 4 automate, isn't that good enough already? Just give it up. Getting too greedy will only get yourself killed, you know. It's important to know when to stop. In the first place, we still need to make sure to get the specialist to check them, bring them back safely, and finally exchange them for money before we can call this expedition a success. We can't afford to relax until we get that money. So just focus on completing this first, okay? But I won't get one for myself if I do that. Rodan mumbled with a low voice that Kurosawa did not catch, but it was obvious that he still had not completely given up on his idea. Kurosawa understood that very well as he sighed. Although Kurosawa was commanding the team, he actually was not a full-fledged member of their team, he was just paid to lead the team. Kurosawa was often chosen to lead a team of hunters since he was able to perform well during an exploration of a difficult ruin, and he tended to prioritize safety when he was forced into a difficult battle. Although some hunters ridiculed him as being a coward, he was the perfect person to rely on if the goal was to increase the team's survivability, or when it was important to prioritize safety over profit, or when there was a need to explore a ruin with limited information. And since he was often paid to lead other teams, he often had to deal with hunters who would not listen to him. Kurosawa thought that was the case with Rodan too, so he dealt with him accordingly. Well, I'm just a temporary commander paid to lead the team. If you say that you won't listen to me, you can go ahead and do anything you want. But, if anything bad happens, I won't take any responsibility. That is even if you get yourself or someone else killed because of your action, so I won't accept any pay cuts if that happens. Tell others too if anyone has the same opinion as you. Kurosawa immediately shifted his focus somewhere else after he said that. Rodan, who was left behind, made a grim face. Kurosawa then thought. Even those who paid me a ton to lead them would sometimes decide not to listen to me. Relics always tempt people, I need to be careful myself. Kurosawa lightly chuckled and shook that thought from his mind as he started thinking about what to do, assuming that Rodan would not survive. Togami's party decided to leave the ruin. But it would not be in a straight path, instead, they would visit some buildings to search for relics on their way out of the ruin. As the leader of the team, Togami decided to take their time leaving the ruin while salvaging some relics on their way out. As they returned back to the plant-covered part of the ruin, they once again followed Reina's device to decide which way to go. After all, it would be difficult to find relics in a place where everything was covered by greenery, that was why they decided to rely on Reina. They took their time checking places that might have some relics left while making sure not to veer off too far from the route to the exit. In the middle of that, Reina picked a room mostly based on her guess. They left the guard duty to Shirori and Kane as they started looking for relics in that room. Inside that room, Akira spotted a shelf covered in plants. He used the power of his augmented suit to tear the plants and opened the shelf. He found that it was filled with tube-like objects. He grabbed one and took a closer look. It seemed that the tube-like object had something solid inside its semi-transparent body. But Akira still could not identify what that tube object was. What is this? Alpha, do you know what this is? That's an old world clothing article. So it's a dress. This thing? Akira raised his eyebrows and tilted his head. Reina noticed that. Akira, did you find something? Yeah, but I'm not sure what this thing is. Do you know what this is? Reina caught the tube-like object and took a closer look at it. The moment she realized what that was, she flinched a bit and her face turned slightly red. I think it's some kind of old-world clothing. Just maybe though. Something is inside in a pressurized state. Is that so? That's pretty amazing, how could you tell? Well, I can see that information from the old-world augmented reality view. Although you can't see it, I can see it. Oh, what kind of cloth is this? Although Akira was asking casually simply out of curiosity, that made Reina flustered even more. She then replied as if she was avoiding that subject, maybe like some cloth with an old-world design. Well, it's an old-world relic after all, so that's given, isn't it? But well, it's true that some designs of this era try to imitate it. Is this that thing that people call the old-world style design? Why yes. In that case, they might fetch us some money. I'll bring them back to the city. Akira started stuffing his rucksack with the relics that he just found. Togami, who noticed that, approached him. Akira, did you find something? Some old-world clothing articles. Togami took one of the tube-like objects and frowned. This thing here? Yeah, Reina said so based on the information from the augmented reality. Wait, but that doesn't mean all of these tubes are old-world clothes, huh? Akira then extended the relic in his hand toward Reina. Togami followed suit. Reina took the relics and checked the inside, her face then stiffened and slightly blushed as she said, some of them are not. Is that so? What are the other things mixed here? Accessories, toy, or some kind of tool? Akira found Reina's expression rather strange. So he made his own guess. Judging from your expression, it doesn't seem to be that valuable, huh? Well, in that case, can you check all of them and separate the cheap relics? Reina seemed to hesitate and was at loss for a few seconds before she said firmly. No, let's bring all of them back. It's not like I'm that confident in my skill to appraise relics anyway. We can just throw them away if we don't have enough space in case we find a more expensive-looking relic later. Yep, we're hunters after all, so we need to be able to at least make this kind of decision, right? Togami nodded deeply. You have a point there. Alright then, let's take all of them together. Me too. Ah, right, let's do that. Reina suddenly started helping Akira and Togami gather the relics as if she just had a change of mind. Of course, Akira did not just ignore that. Unlike Akira and Togami, Reina was able to identify the content of the relics they were gathering there, and she did not expect to encounter some of them in such a place. Alright. Now, I'm also a hunter, right? I'm not in a position to be nitpicky about the relics that I find. If I start doing that, I won't be able to stay as a hunter. Yes, that's right, that's the right attitude for a hunter. I should be happy that we found some expensive-looking relics. Reina said so to herself as she picked up the pace to finish gathering the relics there before Akira or Togami asked any more questions. I chose this shop by pure coincidence, but I didn't expect it to be that kind of shop. The inside of the shop was already claimed by plants, the walls were already in a very bad shape from the withering, while the information from the augmented reality was also badly fragmented. It showed nothing of the state of the shop back when it was still open. Even if Reina told Akira and Togami this, it would not clear their suspicion. She at least knew that much. Reina gave her best to keep her calm as she continued stuffing the relics. Fortunately, no one noticed her acting rather awkwardly there. Chapter 196, Handle with Care. Rodan activating an old-world automaton was the result of multiple coincidences layered on top of each other. Basically, it was his bad luck. The chance that his friends got that information about the old-world automata. The chance that they decided to pay Kurosawa to lead the exploration when they were preparing it. Thanks to that, they were able to safely reach their destination, although hiring Kurosawa was not cheap at all. After they found the 4 automata, Kurosawa decided that it was impossible to secure more automata in case something bad happened. So to prevent any complications, he told his men to stop searching the area anymore. Thanks to the agreement between Kurosawa and Togami's party, Akira and the others left the area right after, thus preventing them from finding any nearby automata if there were still some left. Kurosawa did tell Rodan to at least convey his warning to the rest of Rodan's friends, but Rodan deliberately left that out from his explanation to his friends. Therefore, the rest of the team thought that Kurosawa gave Rodan permission to go. Thus they did not say anything as they allowed Rodan to go alone to search around the area. That was the reason why Rodan was able to reach this place. After he left the room, he randomly looked around and came to this area by pure chance where he found more old-world automata. The automaton was inside a container in the middle of a relatively small room. From the outside, the container looked like a stasis pod. The upper part of the lid was made of a transparent material, which let Rodan clearly see what was inside that container. The automaton had female features and was in a deep sleep inside that container. Rodan was mesmerized by that automaton and smiled widely. Normally, he would immediately return back to let the rest of the team know. That was the best decision considering the risk and reward ratio. But his smile turned wry, he seemed to be seriously at a loss as he just stood there. There were many relics in the ruin that were dangerous to mess with. When hunters found them, they tended to keep their fingers away from them and ask specialists to handle them. Of course, there were many types of old-world relics that were treated this way as it was common sense among the hunters, and the old-world automata were one of them. As a matter of fact, Kurosawa did exactly that. But there was one big con with that process. The credit of finding the relics would usually not go to the hunter, but to the specialists whose services were expensive. Most of the time, these specialists got their cut right after those relics were sold to some companies through their connection. Of course, it was not a problem at all for the hunters who only wanted to exchange those relics for money, but it was a big problem for hunters who wanted to get their hands on those relics themselves. When a hunter called for a specialist, normally, the deal was for the hunter to accept that the specialist would take the relics and sell them. It was still possible for the hunters to buy those relics themselves, but considering that there were large corporations vying for the same relic, normally these hunters had no winning chance at all. After taking his time calculating his options, Rodan extended his hand to the terminal of the container. Although he did not understand what the buttons were for, he started pushing the buttons randomly while checking the reactions. He carefully pushed the buttons and flicked the switches on the touch screen panel, only to find that there was barely any reaction at all, but that did not stop him. Rodan always had a zealous admiration toward made automata, and it was doubly true for old-world automata. Thanks to their mechanical bodies, they retained their young and beautiful appearance, and as a machine, they had an unwavering loyalty towards their master. It was as if those automata were made just to fulfill a certain desire, an oxymoronic existence made into reality through old-world technology. When Rodan knew about them, he knew well that it was impossible for him to get these automata, but even so, he still could not help but yearn for them. Although it was a very rare case, there were reports when a hunter somehow activated an old-world automaton and that automaton registered that hunter as its master by pure luck. Those super lucky hunters would then explore the ruins with their advanced automata, thanks to which, they were able to quickly reach success and became first-rate hunters. This kind of rumor was not that rare in the Eastern District. Although they were rumors, parts of them must be true. After all, even a short investigation could easily uncover those hunters. One thing that Rodan did not take note of was that those rumors also said testing luck by doing something similar was not recommended at all. But even so, he still decided to test his luck here, and the reason for that was because he saw Shirori not too long ago. The figure of Shirori standing straight next to Reina was like his idealistic admiration brought to life, and it aroused his desire. Even more so when the automaton in front of him was already in a maid uniform. Although he understood that it was a dangerous bid, he could not push aside the chance of getting an old-world automaton. Considering this chance might not come to him ever again, Rodan could not stop himself from testing his luck there. That was when all the luck that was piling up on one another was extended even more. The container in front of Rodan that was wrapped in a dark cloud suddenly made a hissing sound before opening up. As Rodan unconsciously took a few steps backwards, the lid of the container was fully opened and the maid automaton inside it finally opened its eyes. It then pulled itself out from the container and got itself standing on the floor. The rush of anxiety and happiness that filled Rodan's mind caused him to make an awkward face as he said to that automaton. Hey. The automaton turned toward Rodan with its face devoid of emotions. Then at the next moment, the automaton formed its hand into a chop and thrust it toward Rodan, impaling him right through his chest. Its white glove-covered hand easily pierced his augmented suit and planted itself into his chest, up to its wrist. Rodan raised his eyebrows in surprise, he then smiled wryly and made a sad face. Before all of his luck could bring him a good end, he had reached a bad end first. He lamented as he fell down to the ground. Yep, saw that coming. The pain and reality pulled him back from his thoughts, he was back into his hunter mode. While enduring the fatal wound on his chest, he reached for his rifle and shot at the automaton. It was common sense among the hunters in the Eastern District that when they found an old-world automaton, they would have to call for a specialist and definitely keep their hands off the automaton. The real reason for this wisdom was simply because there were already so many hunters who ended up dead after not obeying that warning. When a hunter activated an old-world automaton inside the ruin, most often than not, the automaton immediately turned hostile and killed the hunter who activated it. From the ruin's point of view, these hunters were like armed robbers. Although different automata had different most of them had the same view as the ruin regarding the hunters. Thus in order to retain their value, they would try to kill or repel these armed robbers. After that, some automata with better I would gather information from what they could see and react according to the emergency protocol based on the old world standard. And thanks to their advanced technology, most of these rampaging old world automata were designated as bounty monsters. Some people believed that this was fake information spread by huge corporations in order to protect their profits. Because of this, there were people who thought that the chance of the old-world automata recognizing the person who activated them as their master was actually higher than what was rumored, not to mention that there were super lucky hunters who served as evidence to this doubt too. This was the reason why there would always be hunters who were willing to test their luck. Rodan was one of these hunters. Unfortunately, he did not win his bet and now, others would have to pay for it too. As Togami's party was riding their vehicles through the wasteland heading out from the ruin, Akira thought of something and threw a question to Togami. By the way, you did say that you're planning to not spend a night in this ruin, right? Will that still be true if we had found an old-world automaton? It seemed that those guys were standing inside that room for quite some time, you know? I bet they've been there for more than a day. To be honest, even if we had found an old-world automaton, I thought that we would find it in broken condition, which in that case, we can just carry it back normally. Is that so? Then if we had arrived in that room first, we would have had to give up carrying the automaton back, huh? That's not exactly true. So, you had another plan. Although I don't really like it, I had two plans. The first is to contact Drankum and ask for their help. In that case, we would have to prepare to guide them to the old world automaton. I'm pretty sure we will have a smaller cut if we do that though, that's why I don't really like it. The other plan is to break the automaton to make sure that it won't go on a rampage before carrying it back. If we can skillfully break it, we might be able to restore it later, but of course, this would lower the selling price too. To be honest, it feels stupid to be breaking the relic that you have worked for, that's why I don't like this idea either. In reality, back then when they found the holographic image of the old world automaton, if there was a sign that it might cause any danger, Kane and Shirori would have stepped in and destroyed it without even consulting first. Although I will only decide based on the situation when we find the automaton, it's basically one of those two plans. Togami frowned as he imagined being thrown into that situation, he then noticed Akira was looking surprised at him. Anything wrong? Nothing. I just thought that you really have put some thoughts into this. Of course. Exploring ruins is basically gambling with my life after all. It's only given that I would at least consider such a situation, even you do that too, right? Akira awkwardly looked away and made eye contact with Alpha, who was smiling teasingly at him, so he looked away from her too. Seeing that, Togami was rather surprised to know that Akira actually did not think that far. He was not sure if he should be exasperated by that or if he should be impressed that Akira had survived this far with such a naive way of thinking. Back to Kurosawa's team. The hunter who was guarding the entrance to the room where they were standing by, spotted Rodan returning back. "You're back, huh? Good grief, just what the heck were you think dash?" He was about to welcome Rodan back with a light joke, but his face immediately changed when he saw Rodan's condition. Rodan was stumbling and dragging his legs in a hurry through the hallway, leaving a trail of blood behind him. "We're under attack. Rodan is injured. Asking for reinforcement." After he shouted that into the room, he immediately ran to help Rodan. The moment he lent his shoulder to Rodan, who looked like he was about to fall any time, Rodan immediately fainted, which might be because he thought he was finally saved. Kurosawa and the other hunters darted out of the room. Kurosawa then told them to watch the direction where Rodan came from as they approached him. After they met up, Kurosawa immediately put down a foldable turret and expanded it. As the gun rapidly unfolded, it turned into a huge gun with a barrel that was longer than the width of the hallway. Kurosawa quickly scanned and checked Rodan's condition. The life support medicine, the augmented suit that helped him to move even when he was seriously injured, and his skill to explore the ruin alone allowed him to return back alive. "We can still save him. Get him inside and treat his injury, quickly." The guy who was carrying Rodan hurriedly went back into the room. Kurosawa and the other hunters slowly retreated back to the room too, while still keeping their eyes on the hallway. One injury in his chest, but what caused that injury? It's not from a bullet. Horn then. But I don't think we have spotted monsters with horns around this area. Kurosawa's thought was cut short as he saw an old-world automaton coming at him. Since it had a maid uniform and a figure of a young lady, he thought that it was Kane or Shirori at first, but he immediately understood that was not the case. An active automaton? Is that blood on its glove? So it was from that automaton. Kurosawa immediately held down the trigger. The explosion filled the hallway with smoke. He had preset the warhead to explode after a fixed time such that it exploded right before hitting the automaton. When the smoke cleared up, the automaton was no longer present, not even the leftover wreckage could be seen there. Kurosawa frowned and clicked his tongue. "It got away, huh? I bet that one did not damage it that much. Seems like the warhead exploded before it should. Did it break the explosion timer? Or maybe it hacked into the warhead timer. As expected of an old-world automaton, it's really advanced." Kurosawa was relieved that it at least left them alone for now, so he folded his gun and continued to ponder. "Maybe I should have used rifle mode instead of cannon mode." Kurosawa lamented his bad decision as he retreated back into the room. He glanced at Rodan, who was being treated on the floor. "How is he?" "He'll live. But he won't be up anytime soon. Can you at least get him to wake up?" "I have questions." "That's not gonna happen. It's a pretty bad injury, so he's basically under the stasis mode to make sure he survives. If we wake him up, it might cause his situation to worsen, he might even die. That I see." Now Kurosawa had to think of another approach. The other hunters who saw him at a loss got curious. "Is there something you need to check as soon as possible?" "Yeah, I want to know what happened when he got attacked. This is just my guess, but I bet he got attacked by an old-world automaton. I saw an automaton back there, unfortunately, it got away though." Murmur propagated through the other hunters. "So, there are more old-world automata. Don't tell me Rodan activated an old-world automaton." "We don't know for sure yet, it might be just a humanoid robot, right?" Kurosawa raised his hand to calm the other hunters down. "That's what I want to ask this guy. In the worst-case scenario, if he really has woken up an old-world automaton, we might need to break the old-world automata that we have right now." "Break them?" There are three possibilities. The first one is that this guy found an old world automaton and activated it. This would be a relatively better scenario though. The problem is if the automaton activated on its own even without him trying to do that. It would have been better if it was because there was an activation button that only comes up when you get close enough, but it would be really bad if it activates on its own in order to remove any unauthorized intruders. This would mean that the other 4 automata that we're guarding might activate anytime soon. After all, that one automaton might have been activated simply because the system is still in the middle of its activation sequence. A full-fledged old-world automaton is often designated as a bounty monster, and we have 4 of them down here with us. If we have to fight them, it would be super tragic. The hunters looked at each other worriedly. Although they understood that the 4 automata with them were a huge liability, they did not want to break the expensive relics that they had found if it could be helped. But it's just your guess, right? It's not like we have to break them just because we considered the worst-case scenario that is unlikely to happen, right? The specialists that we've called will get here soon enough. We just need to wait until they get here. Kurosawa threw a death glare to the hunter who was voicing out that naive thought and immediately shut him up. I'm sure some of you think that I can do something crazy since I was only paid to lead the team, so I have no business regarding the profit that you can get from this exploration and whatnot. I won't deny it, that's why you decide what to do. As I thought, the amount of money in line here is just too huge, so it's not for an outsider like me to decide. Wait, it's your job as the leader to make that decision, right? If it's up to me, then we'll break the automata. Are you okay with that? After Kurosawa warned the hunters as such, they staggered back and went silent. I'll go watch the hallway, so you guys can take your time to make your decision. There are too many things that we don't know at the moment. The situation might get worse the longer we delay, or it might not. We might be able to wait for the specialists to get here first, or we might be already well too late now. Just remember that when you take your time discussing. Kurosawa then turned around and headed to the entrance as the other hunters behind him started debating. As Togami's team headed outside the ruin while searching for relics that they could gather on their way out, Akira suddenly threw a question to Alpha. The thing that we talked with Shirori about, it seems that I can get an automaton for 1 billion orum. Do you think it's a good idea to get one when I have some leeway? Alpha frowned. I don't think that it's necessary. But do you want one? No, I just thought that you can control my augmented suit and my vehicle, right? So you might be able to do the same for the automaton too. But I don't want to. That short answer was filled with rejection. I see. Akira was shocked since that short answer was more of Alpha's revulsion towards his suggestion than it being impossible. There was a brief awkward pause. Akira then tried to change the subject. It was just a simple thought. Nothing more. It's not like I'm planning to force you to do it. It just reminded me of Tsubaki back then when she was using an old world automaton. That was an old world automaton and it was a rather good one too. Not to mention, it limited its control to only simple movements while making sure not to affect the independent AI inside that automaton. So the situation is not the same here. Oh, I see. Yep. Akira remembered back then when Alpha got angry the moment he referred to her as an alarm clock. But this time, it was obvious that she was angrier than back then. I know that you had no bad intention when you suggested that, but never bring this subject up again, okay? Alright. Alpha then smiled to let Akira know that her mood was back to normal. But Akira's frown still stayed for some time. It had been quite some time since Kurosawa let the other hunters discuss what to do from there. Since nothing big had happened, the hunters regained their calm and their opinions started to lean toward waiting for the specialists to arrive. Even Kurosawa himself started to think that he might have been a bit too paranoid. It has been quite a while since we repelled that automaton and it did not return back to attack us, not even once. Does it really plan to leave us alone? The reading from the containers inside the room also does not show anything suspicious. It doesn't seem that they'll wake up anytime soon. I might have gotten a bit too paranoid back then. Well, either way, we know for sure that there's an active old-world automaton roaming outside, and that in itself is already dangerous enough. But as long as it doesn't come for us, there's no need to deal with it. I'll at least let the specialists know and leave the rest to them. Kurosawa did think for a bit about where the automaton was at now and what it was doing at the moment. His sight slightly shifted up while he was still looking toward the small room that he and his team was securing. That was when he spotted the automaton in a maid uniform standing on the other side of the ceiling on top of that small room. It was sending some data into the automata inside that small room. But it was not a simple activation signal, the automaton was hacking through the container. Of course, the container was secured with old-world technology. Normally, it would have been impossible to try to break through it. But the old-world automaton used its own communication device to access the ruined signal receiver to imitate it using its advanced computation ability. It was only a matter of time before it broke through the security system. The automata inside the small room opened their eyes. They then broke through the container using brute force by banging and kicking the lid away. Kurosawa immediately noticed the signal coming from the information-gathering device planted inside the small room and sprung into action. The automata are activating. Get to your battle station. Although the automata were activated, they might not be hostile. But Kurosawa did not hesitate to throw away that possibility and changed his rifle into machine gun mode. The moment it finished changing mode, he immediately started blasting. The bullet storms ripped through the door and straight into the room. He could hear the sound of bullets ricocheting from inside the room. Even if the door opened, Kurosawa would not stop shooting in order to prevent the automata from leaving that room, as well as to buy some time for the other hunters to finish their preparations. The other hunters present there were not amateurs. Although they were surprised by that sudden change of events, they immediately got to their positions. Kurosawa just had to buy them a few seconds. But those few seconds were hard to get when Kurosawa had to face 4 old-world automata. The door was blasted away, followed by containers flying out from inside the room straight in Kurosawa's direction. Kurosawa understood that it was impossible to shoot them down, so he leapt aside to avoid them. In the middle of that, he saw 2 automata hiding behind those containers to block the bullet storm. Kurosawa was about to shift his focus to those 2 automata that were aiming for the exit, but the remaining 2 automata left inside the room immediately started to move and took his attention, so he had no other choice than to let the other 2 pass by. One of the 2 automata threw the container at Kurosawa while the other one used the broken container as a blunt weapon against the other hunters. Kurosawa jumped aside one more time to evade the incoming container. He aimed at the automaton attacking the hunter to try to stop it. But that created a small opening in which the other 2 just blasted past Kurosawa and escaped the room. Damn it, they got away. No, I should just think that it's a good thing we have fewer automata to face now. I can just think of the reason why they broke their forces up later. At the moment, I just need to focus on the enemies in front of us right now. Before the hunters were able to regroup, the automaton swung the large container toward the hunters. The hunters who could not get away in time were smashed and crashed into the wall. It even left a dent on the durable container. The hunters who were finally ready started shooting one of the automata, but it was closing in too quickly. It was clearly aiming for close combat. In that situation, the hunters might shoot their friends by mistake. The hunters had to pay for their mistakes by destroying the automata that should have been an expensive relic. Now that those automata had turned into dangerous enemies, they could not afford to stop fighting in order to survive. Even with its long skirt that extended down its ankles, the old world-made automaton blazed through the ruin. Its long hairs that were present more as decoration than for anything else, would have normally tangled up here and there, but it agilely moved around while making sure that would not happen. It was all possible thanks to its advanced computation ability as an old-world automaton. Shortly after, the other 2 automata that had gotten away from Kurosawa appeared behind that automaton. The other 2 automata just followed that single automaton as if they were under its control. While they were still running through the ruin, the maid automaton grabbed something from under its skirt and threw it at the other 2 automata. The other 2 automata naturally received them. The three automata then moved through the ruin as if they were a single team. Chapter 197, Resistance. Togami's team finally finished gathering relics and left the building. Reina stretched out and said in a content tone. Although we didn't get to find any old-world automata, I think we did get a good amount of worthwhile relics this time. They at least got some relics to bring back home. They were even able to fill up a couple of rucksacks with those relics. Togami himself was relieved after finally getting out from the ruin. But after he saw Reina and noticed her putting down her guard, he then said to her, which also served as a warning to himself. We're basically still in the middle of ruin exploration. So don't relax until we reach the city. Being a full-fledged hunter also means that we have to make sure we can exchange the relics for money afterwards. I know, we're technically still inside the ruin after all. Ah, right, Akira. Can we ask you to carry some of the relics? Compared to your APC, our vehicle is a little small after all. Sure. Thank you. With this, Reina shifted the relics, which were a little embarrassing to carry around, as she smiled happily, but of course, she hid that smile inside his heart. They then quickly finished their preparation and got on their respective vehicles. Kurosawa's team somehow managed to destroy the remaining two old-world automata. Although they got some of their team members injured, they quickly regrouped and focused their firepower to corner the automata to the point that their bullets literally formed a wall. They riddled the automata with bullets and pushed it to the wall in order to seal its movement. While the other hunters suppressed the automata's movements, Kurosawa swapped his rifle to cannon mode. With the automata unable to move, it was quite easy to shoot a warhead that could even destroy a tank at them. The old-world automata were indeed smart and durable, but Kurosawa had prepared that warhead expecting a fight against old-world automata. And as expected, the automata could not stand a direct hit from that warhead and finally stopped moving. Although they were destroyed, they still retained their original shape. From outside, they still looked like they could move. So just to be safe, Kurosawa shot them one more time before finally calming down. Damn it, I ended up having to use that expensive warhead. How's the damage? 4 are badly wounded. I'm not sure if the automata did that intentionally to make others cover for them or simply because it only aimed to make them unable to fight and there was no need to kill them. It doesn't matter, get them treated now. Don't let them die if we can save them. Check how much ammo you have. If some of you are low on ammo, get those who still have a lot of ammo left to share theirs. The hunters immediately sprung into action. Kurosawa returned back to the entrance of the room to stand watch, and one of the hunters then approached him. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Not really. I can stand watch here by myself, go get some rest with the others if you have nothing to do. But Kurosawa noticed that the guy still stood there looking at him, so he frowned and asked. What is it? Well, sorry, we should have listened to you and destroyed the automata. Don't mention it. Choosing not to destroy them at that time was not the wrong decision. It's just that you lost the coin toss, that was all there was to it. But still. The guy still looked troubled, so Kurosawa looked at him with a serious face and said to him firmly. This is not the time to worry about that. We know that there are at least 3 active old-world automata out there. We have to somehow manage to hold out by ourselves until the specialists get here. So get a hold of yourself. That guy was obviously surprised. We were able to repel the one that attacked Rodan and the other 2 ran away, right? Don't forget they might come here again bringing more friends with them. Also, they might have just gone to get their weapons. We're still not safe yet. If you want to lament your decision, at least wait until the specialists get here and we know for sure that we're saved. Tell this to the others too. The guy's apologetic face was replaced with a serious look. Kurosawa then sighed and mumbled. Though, to be honest, they should be here anytime soon. I wonder if they got into some trouble or something. Good grief, just give me a break already. Kurosawa made sure not to let his team hear that since it might affect their morale. He also made sure not to let his team see him making a difficult face in such a precarious situation. Togami's team went from the center of the Lida commercial district, through the gaps and valleys between the plant-covered buildings, and eventually reached the outskirts of the ruin where plants started to thin out. Akira was driving with a rather content face. Well, I did get some good loot for today, although I went out to the wasteland with no particular plan. Alpha, who was sitting on the driver's assistant seat, smiled at him. There was a slight trace of exasperation in her smile. Akira, just to make sure that you understand, this doesn't mean it is a good idea to keep exploring without a plan, you know? I know, but it's fine to celebrate for a bit since it has been quite a while since the last time I managed to do a successful ruin exploration, right? Ah, we're still basically not done until we reach the city, huh? Akira was not that serious when he said that. But Alpha suddenly made a serious face. Akira, who saw that, immediately tensed up. Akira, be careful. I know, there's no need to make that face. No, we have a company chasing from behind. Seeing Alpha making a serious face when she said that, Akira immediately switched to battle mode. Monsters? It depends on what defines a monster. We have 2 humanoid signals, they're closing in on us at a high speed. It's as if they're either cyborgs or using augmented suits. But if they are hunters and they want to talk with us, they should at least send us something beforehand through close-range communication. So I don't think they're friendly. Akira left the wheel and let Alpha take control of the vehicle as he went to the back of the APC. He then took his equipment and checked their condition before opening the back door of the APC and sent a call to Reina. As Akira opened the door, Reina's vehicle came into his view. Reina, who was driving the vehicle, and Togami, who was sitting next to her, looked confusedly at him. Akira's gaze shifted from Reina's vehicle to behind it and focused his information terminal in that direction. He then could see a male and a female in an old-world-style dress running at a high speed from behind Reina's vehicle, although the plants that covered the ruin made it difficult for them to even sprint. Togami, I don't know what's going on here, but someone is chasing us from behind. Tell me what you want to, watch out. At the same time Akira shouted, Alpha suddenly accelerated the APC. His body obeyed the inertia and swayed. In the midst of the swaying vision, he could see the female carrying a cylindrical object in her hand, and a blade of light extended from that object the moment she swung it. A few minutes before Akira contacted Togami and Reina, Kane also noticed that signal. In-san. Someone is chasing us, indeed. Shirori tensed up while also impressed by how sensitive Kane was as always. She then looked back to check what was chasing them. Not monsters. People? It seems to be people, but those are not hunter equipment. At this rate, they'll eventually catch up to us. They don't look like the kind of people who would try to get something that we dropped by accident though. Milady, there are dash. When Shirori was about to let Reina know, she could hear Akira's voice shouting at them through the vehicle's information terminal. Right at the next moment, Shirori grabbed Reina and Kane grabbed Togami from behind and jumped off from their moving vehicle. A split second after that, the light blade swung by the female chasing them split Reina's vehicle cleanly into 2. But even after it was split, both the right and the left sides of the vehicle that were separated from each other continued moving forward due to the inertia. It then rolled over a few times before finally stopping. Both the male and the female humanoids chasing Togami's team were old-world automata in butler and maid outfits. The female one once again swung its blade chasing after Shirori, while the male, which was carrying a rifle, went for Kane. Shirori covered Reina as she repositioned herself for battle, while Kane signaled Togami to stand back as she focused her attention on the incoming automaton. But suddenly, a storm of bullets swallowed both automata and threw their bodies back. It was Akira shooting at them with SSB rifles in both hands. The normal bullets were released at a minigun-like speed, emptying the magazine in a flash. Alpha. Did that do it? Unfortunately, that didn't hurt them by much. Akira ejected the empty magazine. Using his time compression, he let go of his rifles, reached for nearby magazines, threw them up in the air, grabbed his rifle's back, agilely pushed them against the flying magazines, and finally completed the reload. I know they were just normal bullets, but that was a highly compressed barrage, you know? What the heck is with them? Aren't they just too durable? I bet they are old-world automata, and they're high-quality automata on top of that. Akira then remembered back when he had to fight old-world automata in the Kuzusuhara ruin and could not help but nod with a rather conflicted face. That would explain their durability. Are they here to get back the relics since we took too many of them? Just keep shooting. If we can destroy them, we can bring them back as relics too. Oh, that's a good point. Akira reactivated his time compression. He thought back to how relaxed he was, and that ruin exploration was not over until he arrived safely back to the city. This made him believe that he might have jinxed it as he smiled bitterly. Akira was successfully able to provide suppression and prevented the automata from making any complex maneuvers, but that was not enough to destroy them. Reina and Togami were so surprised that they were late to digest what just happened. Shiori considered all her options there as she glanced at Akira. Akira was shouting something. Although she could not hear anything from that distance, she judged that Akira was telling them to get to him as fast as they could. She then glanced at Kane with a serious face. Kane looked back at her and smiled. "Milady." "Excuse me. Togami boy. Make sure not to bite your own tongue." Shiori grabbed Reina while Kane grabbed Togami. Then without any prior explanation and without asking for permission first, they threw Togami and Reina straight at Akira. Reina and Togami were still having a hard time following what was going on when they were flying through the air. Akira realized what Shiori was trying to do. Although he was surprised, he immediately stopped shooting and threw his rifles up. He then caught Togami with his right hand to make sure that he would not crash into the APC, while he caught Reina with his left hand in a gentler manner as if he was hugging her. He then quickly let both of them go and caught his rifles back. Akira's focus returned back to Shiori and Kane, who were facing the automata. Shiori and Kane stayed behind to buy some time for Reina to get away, and now both of them were already approaching their respective opponent. Akira understood that Shiori and Kane were prioritizing on getting Reina to safety first. But he then looked back at Reina and Togami, thought for a bit, and walked past them toward his bike. Reina, while still confused from being thrown, could not catch up with the information flooding her five senses. When Akira walked past her, he was in a rush which caused her to follow him with her eyes. She saw him get on his bike and the next moment he had already jumped out of the APC, landing smoothly on the ground and blazed straight in Shiori and Kane's direction. As the scene of Shiori and Kane, who were left behind, got smaller and smaller with time, and the back of Akira, who was riding his bike straight at them, made Reina feel like they were leaving her behind. It felt like she was running away while they were buying time for her. It replaced her confusion with frustration and hopelessness. Reina, who was crushed under her emotions, stood up and walked as if to jump off the APC and rushed towards Shiori and Kane. Togami, who noticed that, flusteredly stopped her. "Let me go." "Wait. What are you planning to do after you jump off? Just calm down for now. Let me go. Just let me go. If I run away here, then Again. With teary eyes, Reina flailed her arms to get away from Togami. Seeing that, Togami tried to stop her with a stern face. Togami understood Reina's feelings well. That day, back in Saranthal building, when he got a good view of how weak he was, he felt as if all that he had gone through to get stronger were in vain. It felt like all the hard training and achievements that he had gathered as a hunter which supported his confidence were being shredded to pieces. He thought that he had become strong, but it was nothing but his imagination. When push came to shove, he was still part of the group that was being protected. That feeling of hopelessness when he realized that he could do nothing to fight back against that fact was crushing his spirit even at this moment. Togami and Reina both felt the same right now. The only reason why Togami was able to somehow get a hold of himself was simply because he thought that in the worst-case scenario, he should at least get Reina to safety. It was the least he could do as the team leader. His duty as the team leader was to somehow manage to prevent himself from being crushed by his hopelessness. But for Reina, who did not have that responsibility, she had nothing to defend herself from her feeling. Shirori and Kane stayed behind to buy her time. Akira also decided to join them, while she was the only one who stayed in safety. The merciless time did not stop as she was stuck in that situation where she did not have the power nor the skill to fight back. Even if she jumped off the vehicle, she could not provide any help at all against those automata. She would be nothing but dead weight, and she would pull Shirori down even more if she stood in a dangerous place thinking that it was safe. That truth was breaking her heart. Togami was relieved that Reina had calmed down, but at the same time, the sight of Reina looking meek left a pang in his heart. But even so, he tried to think of a way to at least be useful in that situation. He tried to contact Akira to ask him about the APC that most likely was running on autopilot. Akira picked up the call and said in a rather uninterested voice as if this was nothing but a normal occurrence to him. "What is it? I'm sure you know that I'm busy now, right?" Before Togami could answer that question, Reina yelled at the terminal first. "Akira! Why did you leave us behind? Are you trying to say that we're nothing but dead weight to you? Are you telling us to just obediently run away?" That yelling was a small resistance against her hopelessness. It was a shout to help herself stop the surging self-depreciation. Either way, if Akira said yes there, it would have completely broken Reina's heart. But Akira replied with something that she did not expect at all. He replied back with a rather confused voice. "To be honest, I was hoping that you can give me support fire from there though. Judging from your skill back when we were exploring the ruin, you should have no problem shooting from that distance, right, Dade?" Reina paused for a bit after giving that short answer, which sounded as if she returned back to her confused state. Hearing that, Akira then said curtly. "Don't give me that, I've set the APC to just go around randomly after it gains some distance from me. If it got too far, give me a call and get on the wheel yourself. You can also use the gun on the APC, but I haven't done any readjustment, so make sure not to shoot me by mistake." Okay. I know that you might not be happy after getting sent flying like that, but I bet Shirori and Kane did that because, unlike both of them, you guys are nothing but dead weight in close-range combat. If you have any complaints, you should voice that to them later. It's not like I can do anything about it even if you vent that onto me, you know? Right, sorry. You can use the ammo there too, I should still have quite a lot left over. So if you say that you'll run away since you have no ammo left, I won't accept that excuse, okay?" Reina immediately raised her voice. "Who would say, I'll run away, huh? Don't look down on me. I won't run away, okay? Is that so? Well, then, I'm counting on your support." Akira then closed the call. Reina knew that he could no longer hear her as she shouted. "I'm counting on you," he said. Reina hid her delight with that angry shout. "Togami. We're not running away, alright?" "Of course. Now you are talking." Strong will filled her body, she took in her surging resolve and let it course all the way to the very end of her limbs and hairs. "Let's show them what we are made of." Seeing how Reina got back on her feet, Togami felt delighted and banished his own frustration from his mind. The pillar of confidence that was about to break got even stronger than before. Although the situation had not changed at all, Reina and Togami no longer allowed themselves to be swept by the situation, they now stood to fight back against the flow. Akira was riding on his bike with an SSB rifle in each of his hands. Alpha, who was floating beside him, looked a bit surprised and asked him. "Akira, are you sure you're okay with that? I did fulfill my responsibility. If they decided to stay and join the fight then get killed by that, it's not my fault. They didn't pay me to be their bodyguard and I don't remember ever accepting something like that, right? If he ran away from that place after leaving Shirori and Kane as decoys, it meant that he would be indebted to them, and that was doubly true if Shirori or Kane got killed because of that. At least, that was what he thought. But with this, even if Reina got killed because he went to help Shiori and Kane, then it would not be his fault, though Shiori and Kane might get angry because of it. Or at least, it would not bother him as much. He followed that egocentric line of thinking as he jumped out of his APC on his bike. Alpha let out a big sigh. So, how much support are you expecting from me this time? Enough not to get me killed. Roger that. Akira only gave a vague answer and Alpha did not ask for more than that. Shiori activated her blade while she approached the female automaton. Her blade then started vibrating and gave off a dim glow. She gracefully and agilely swung that sword with her augmented physical ability thanks to her augmented suit. The swing sent out a wave of glowing particles which could cut any matter apart. It was as if she sent off a sharp blade flying. It was actually a killing move since the average person would not be able to evade it and be sliced up by the wave. But the female automaton jumped away as if she knew the nature of that attack and used her own blade to block the wave and dispersed it. The dispersed light particles shone on their faces. In contrast to Shiori, who had a rather grim expression, the automaton was emotionless as if she felt no danger from Shiori at all. The difference in their expression showed the gap between their strength. The automaton swung her blade to counter. Shiori, who was using an accelerator drug with suppressed side effects and prolonged effect duration in exchange for its power, saw the incoming blade. She aimed to throw the automaton off balance by parrying its blade using the solid portion of her own blade. But the moment she realized the slight movement of the incoming blade, she immediately switched to completely avoiding it. The automaton's blade went through Shiori's blade without any resistance and sliced everything beyond it. Although her blade was not damaged at all, that attack left a scorched slice marking on the ground and the plants that came in contact with it. That blade is the type that can alter its physical existence at will. This is getting troublesome. The blade that the automaton was using was a relic that was like a retractable baton. It was using the energy source from the automaton to overcharge its attacks. Because of that, it had enough slicing power even when in its retracted state. The opponent was strong. She would not have enough leeway to fight such an opponent while protecting Reina. That was why she threw Reina to Akira's APC. Then in order to prevent that automaton from destroying Akira's APC, and in order to get Reina from that place safely, she decided to stay behind. She was relieved that it was the right choice, but at the same time, she was also hard-pressed since the automaton was stronger than she had expected and knitted her eyebrows. Shiori and that automaton exchanged slashes in an intense close-range combat. Every time they swung their blades, there was a trace of light in the air which demonstrated how intense their exchange was. While on the other side, the male automaton took a kick from Kane. But as that kick landed on its body, it also jumped backwards to reduce the damage from that kick. As the kick sent its body flying, it thrust its leg to the ground as a brake and drew a long straight line on the ground. When it finally stopped, it had fully recovered its balance and aimed its rifle at Kane before releasing a few shots of beams at her. Kane accurately judged where it was aiming and blocked the beam with the force field armor erected from the equipment on her right hand. The beam was deflected by that force field armor and vanished into the wasteland along a straight line. The automaton then released 3 more shots. This time, Kane blocked it with the force field armor on her left hand. The automaton then stopped moving. Still, there was no change in its emotionless face. In contrast to that, Kane was smiling menacingly, but she suddenly sighed and mumbled. "Ah, this isn't fun at all. Even if it's a humanoid robot, fighting against a robot still feels like I'm just fighting against a punching bag." As her expectation that this might be fun melted from her mind, she let out a chilling cold aura and her smile faded from her face. "I guess I'll just break it and get this over with." Kane said so with a cold emotionless intonation as she quickly closed the distance between them. Another beam was released at her. Kane accurately predicted where it was aimed at, but unlike last time, she took the minimal move to evade it as if to intentionally graze the beam and closed the distance between them in an instant. The moment she got close enough, Kane released a punch with her right fist straight at the automaton's torso. Since she no longer had any fun fighting that automaton, and she had lost any interest in it, that fist was purely aimed to break it. And as expected, it ripped through the durable old-world automaton's torso, dealing significant damage. Chapter 198, Automata. Akira blazed through the slippery floor on his bike. Vines and moss covered the small rubbles, making it even easier for the tires to slip. But with the ability of Akira's advanced bike designed for use in wasteland together with Alpha's support, he was able to keep driving at a high speed as he kept his eyes on Shiori with a grim face. Once he got relatively close, he aimed both of his SSB rifles at the female automaton and released a barrage of armor-piercing rounds. The expensive extended magazine housed way more bullets than a normal magazine, and he emptied it in that barrage. Right after that, the female automaton noticed the incoming bullets and jumped away while swinging its blade as if to cut down the bullets. The light particles left from those swings turned into a wall. It then reacted with the colorless mist in the atmosphere and transformed it into a force field. The force field killed the momentum from the bullets and deflected them away from their original trajectories. The automaton also actively evaded the already deflected bullets, thus allowing it to survive the barrage without even a scratch. Akira was surprised by that, but he immediately changed his aiming from targeting at a single spot to indiscriminate shooting. After all, even an old-world automaton would not be able to evade all of those bullets coming at it like a wall. And as he expected, some of the bullets landed. But with the lower firepower, the landed bullets could not damage the automaton. As a matter of fact, the automaton made use of the shock wave from the bullets to propel itself further away as it kept swinging its blade. When Akira finally stopped his bike next to Shiori, the automaton had already left the place. Akira lowered his rifle and mumbled with both of his eyebrows raised. I should have been able to land a few bullets though. Just how durable is that thing? Shiori, who had already changed from her blade to her rifle in the middle of that fight, also lowered her rifle and frowned at Akira. Akira-sama. Thank you for the help, but I would have preferred if you prioritized Milady first. It's Togami's job to decide when to retreat, and that includes convincing Reina to obey his order. Even if that order forces her to retreat. So, I won't accept any complaints regarding that matter. Shiori sighed and smiled wryly. Maybe I should hire you as a bodyguard next time. Yeah, you can do that. But either way, I'm sure Reina would not be happy. Don't worry, it's my duty to convince Milady in that case, and Akira-sama would be the decoy. I see. Shiori lightly smiled. Akira also replied with a smile. That was when Kane returned back to them. Akira, there you are siding with Ain-san again. That's not good, you know. Not really, it seemed that you're doing fine, that's why I went to help Shiori instead. How about the other automaton, by the way? Just like the one that you faced, when you arrived, the other automaton also ran away. I didn't give chase since it seemed to be too much trouble. Akira then remembered the time when he fought Old World Automata back in Kuzusuhara Ruin, that the other one also got away, huh? To be honest, I feel like that kind of enemy would keep coming until they are killed though. It's not like I can do anything about it. You're right. Alright then, let's go back. Sorry, by the way, this bike is only for one person. So the both of you need to use your legs. Kane exasperatedly sighed and shook her head. Akira, you really don't know how to treat a lady, huh? This is where you should let the lady take the bike, you know? I'm sure if it's only me and Ain-san, we can somehow fit on that seat. No. Shiori smiled, seeing Akira reject that idea almost instantly, and Kane's exasperated face. Akira, keep your guards up. During that small breather, Akira suddenly returned back to his battle-ready state. Shiori and Kane, who noticed that, immediately scanned their surroundings. Alpha, where is it? From the ruin, and there are a whole lot of them. Akira glanced at the ruin and could not help but frown. A swarm of monsters, including the plant-type monsters from the ruin, was heading towards him. Whoa, how did we not notice that swarm at all? It is probably because of the interference from the other plants. So basically, those plants are of the same type as the ones inside the ruin, huh? Good grief, what a pain in the neck. But still, what the heck is with the size of that swarm? This is just another guess, but I bet the automaton summoned them. It's difficult to detect monsters in this situation, but it's easy for the monsters to detect us. I bet those automata broadcasted a signal to let them know our location. Old world automata have the energy source to do that after all. Don't tell me that those automata only retreated because they'd done their job in slowing us down. The possibility of that is not zero. Akira frowned even more while still gazing at the incoming swarm. Suddenly a bullet flew past, landed on the monster's forehead, instantly killing it. But it did not stop there, more bullets came in and killed some of the monsters. When Akira was surprised by that, Togami's voice came in from his information terminal. Akira. Kane. Shirori. Come back here now. The radar detects a whole lot of monsters from that direction. Reina will take care of incoming monsters, so just ignore them and get in here fast. Before Shirori could tell him to just forget about them and run away, Togami already closed the call. Milady. Go. Shirori inadvertently turned to the source of that voice and met Akira's gaze. It's your job to convince Reina, right? Akira was basically saying that he would be the decoy this time, thus erasing any hesitation left inside Shirori. Shirori then said firmly with a serious face. I leave the rest to you. Just go. Shirori bowed to Akira and started running toward Akira's APC where Reina was. Kane still had her usual smile as she said. And there you are siding with Ain-san again. As I said before, that's no good, you know. Save it for later and go. Good grief. Kane laughed amusedly and left without looking back. Akira aimed both of his SSB rifles at the incoming swarm and quickly emptied his magazines. The bullet storm swallowed the monsters, turning countless monsters into minced meat. The monsters behind them just stomped their dead comrades under their feet as they kept marching forward. The green floor of the ruin immediately turned red in a blink of an eye. Since Reina switched her rifle's mode to sniping in order to provide support for Shirori and Kane, she was able to quickly detect the incoming swarm. The bullet that she shot with a proper aim pierced through multiple monsters as if it was sucked into their bodies. The power of her rifle, her talent, and her calm aiming, the experiences from all the training and battles up until now, all of these factors combined into one, allowing Reina to release high-performance sniping with an exceptional firing rate. Shirori emphasized long-range sniping for Reina in order to keep her away from danger while still allowing her to provide support when she was together with Kane and Shirori. After all, Kane had a habit of jumping into danger. The result of that training was fully showcased in this situation. Reina could see Shirori and Kane running in her direction while making sure not to obstruct her aim, while Akira was following not too far behind them while shooting at the incoming swarm. Seeing that, Reina felt that she was finally no longer a dead weight. Although it was a special circumstance, she was able to move on from the one being saved to the one who was saving others. That was when she ran out of ammo. As it pulled her back into reality, her smile turned into a slight frown. She realized that she had used all of the reserve ammo. Togami. Bring me more ammo. Something that my rifle can use. Togami put a magazine that he found inside Akira's truck beside Reina. Seeing that magazine, Reina could not help but crack a smile. Oh, he has some rather nice things here. Akira did say that we're free to use anything inside his APC. But if he gets angry later, you should apologize with me, alright? Reina put that magazine into her rifle while smiling teasingly. Oh my, that part is your job, no? That kind of thing is the party leader's duty, you know. Geez. Togami smiled wryly and returned back to shooting. After loading the new magazine, Reina carefully took another aim, aligned the crosshair with her target, and pulled the trigger. The bullet that Reina released soared to the sky and unnaturally made a turn, seeking its target. The power of that bullet was also as strong as she had predicted. She then took aim and released another shot. homing AP bullet. Size-wise, it was more or less as big as a mini-missile. And the magazine that Reina was using was an extended magazine of that bullet. It was an expensive magazine for Akira even after applying the special discount for hunters above rank 50. He had originally saved it for emergencies. Akira watched the bullet fly past above his head and zoom at the monster in front of him. They're using it. My special ammo. That was expensive, you know. And I haven't even used it myself. Not even once. Alpha, who was next to Akira, smiled at him. You did tell them that they were free to use any ammo inside your APC. So just think of it as a good thing since it's worth its price. My reward, I'll make sure that they'll pay for my ammo first before dividing the reward this time. Akira said so to get his mind off that matter for now as he gazed at the expensive bullet that blazed through the air and struck down the monster in the front line. But still, isn't that just too many of them? Alpha, as I thought, something weird is going on here. You're absolutely right. Even if they came here because those two automata summoned them, there should not be this many. As long as we don't include the monsters from the inner part of the ruin, there should not be this many monsters. But even if we understand the reason now, it won't help us in our current situation. So just focus on the monsters in front of you for now. I know. I guess I should get a little bit closer. Akira then accelerated his bike towards a part of the swarm that was less dense and kept his finger down on the trigger. The bullet storm released from his SSB rifles killed so many monsters, but it was not significant when compared to the entirety of the swarm. There's just no end to them. I left the rest of my ammo back in my APC, this might be a good time to return back. Akira made a 180-degree turn and headed back to his APC while wondering if he was cursed to encounter a monster swarm no matter where he went. Meanwhile, the old-world automaton in a maid uniform stood in front of one of the countless semi-sphere structures scattered in the Lida commercial district. It then used its communication device to send a signal to that semi-sphere structure. Not too long after, a flood of monsters appeared, all of them were aiming toward that automaton as it escaped. The monsters were chasing after the automaton, but suddenly, that automaton vanished before appearing again somewhere further outside the ruin. The swarm of monsters was baited outside the ruin just like that and then baited further toward Akira's direction. Shirori eventually caught up with Akira's APC and jumped to board the APC. The first thing she did after that was to check on Reina. "Milady. Are you alright?" Reina seemed to be smiling amusedly as she replied. "Shirori, that's my line. You're indeed right, milady. I am alright for now." Kane also jumped into the APC not too long after that. "This place is so cramped, make some room, will you?" This means that Akira is the only one left, huh? Togami then looked back at Akira and saw him accelerating his bike right toward the APC. Whoa, wait a sec. Don't tell me that he's planning to jump in with that bike. As if Akira was affirming it, he accelerated his bike even more. In front of the panicking Togami, Akira used the control device of the bike to spring it upward before it landed on top of the APC, making a bang sound. Reina and Togami looked at the ceiling and mumbled, "That was amazing. That guy is good with basically anything, huh?" Kane smiled at that amazing performance from Akira, while Shirori looked worriedly at Reina, hoping that Akira would not be a bad influence on her. Akira stepped down from his bike and looked back at the monster swarm coming at him while still standing on top of the APC. The monsters seemed to be chasing vigorously, as a matter of fact, they were running faster than the APC. These guys really don't know when to give up. "Alpha, can you drive the APC faster?" "Unfortunately, no. The ground is not suitable for high-speed driving, and the APC is filled with heavy armor tiles, relics and ammo too. Although the APC has high horsepower, it's not that much." "I see, well, it can't be helped then." "Oh, are you planning to throw away some weight?" "That would be a huge waste, you know." "Not that, I'm going to shoot at them." "I'm just kidding." Akira heaved a huge sigh in reply to Alpha's inappropriate joke and aimed his SSB rifles at the monsters. But in the next second, his vision blurred. Akira's augmented suit suddenly moved with its full power. Akira tried his best to match his body movement with his augmented suit, he could even feel the air resistance from making such a sudden move. But in the midst of all of that, he still could see Alpha's grim face, which was more than enough to know just how grave the situation was as he immediately went straight at the incoming enemies. The two automata that had run away suddenly landed on top of the APC as if they were warheads. The shock shook some of the armor tiles off the APC and even broke through the APC's force field armor, which could even withstand a tank shot, leaving a huge dent. As the broken armor tiles flew around in slow motion, the male automaton quickly aimed its pistol at Akira and released a beam shot. Seeing the beam that was coming at him from close range, Akira stomped on the APC's armor tile on his feet, enough to break it, as he quickly evaded the beam and leapt straight toward that automaton. As Akira tackled the automaton down, he thrust his SSB rifle right toward the automaton's chest and pushed it down onto the top of the APC. Now that the male automaton was stuck in between the APC's armor tile and Akira's SSB rifle, it had no method to evade as Akira released a rapid barrage that even broke his SSB rifle due to the recoil. There was almost no space that separated the muzzle and the automaton's chest when Akira released this barrage. The bullets collided with each other, applying massive pressure focusing around the part of the automaton's torso which had already been damaged from its fight against Kane. The bullets eventually pierced the automaton's torso and destroyed its generator. The moment the female automaton landed on the APC, it immediately launched an attack at Akira. It quickly expanded its collapsible baton that was already transformed into a blade of light and swung it. But before it could land, Akira's bike suddenly accelerated to its maximum speed and rammed straight at the female automaton. The collision threw the automaton off balance, causing it to miss its swing. The blade of light drew an arc on Akira's side and hit the APC's body, releasing a blinding light on contact with the APC's force field armor. As the blade extended way longer than its corporeal body, the rest of the blade went past one corner of the APC and sliced the monsters that were nearby. The energy conversion of the force field armor filled the area with blinding light, the armor tiles that were still in the air blocked the light and created contrasting shadows. Akira pushed his time compression to its limit to the point that everything else almost stood at a standstill. In this slow-moving world, he sent commands to his body so that it would be able to match the speed of his consciousness. The automaton cut open a path through Akira's bike that was protecting him. The bike that was cut in two rolled over and fell off the top of the APC. But when the bike was sliced through, its force field armor was boosted to the maximum in order to reduce the durability of the automaton's blade as much as possible. As the bike rolled over on the wasteland's floor, the female automaton did not waste the opportunity and closed in on Akira. In reaction to that, Akira also quickly closed the distance between them since the automaton's blade had lost most of its power. Due to both of them colliding at each other, the automaton did not have the chance to take another swing with its blade. As the automaton sent down its blade at Akira for the second time, Akira blocked it using one of his SSB rifles. The rifle itself had a built-in force field armor that he often pushed to its maximum capability in order to hold back the kickback from the high-speed shooting that he often executed. Although that level of force field armor could only block the blade for a brief period of time, that was more than enough for Akira to thrust his other SSB rifle at that automaton and push it down. And just like what he did to the male automaton, Akira drilled a barrage of bullets into that automaton's torso. But unlike the case with the male automaton, which was already damaged from its fight with Kane, that was not enough to kill the female automaton as it continued to struggle to get away from his tackle. Akira used the power of his augmented suit to overpower that automaton and kept it down on the ground as he kept shooting at its torso. When he finally emptied his magazine, the automaton stopped moving. Right after that, he followed suit and fainted there. All of these chains of events took only a few seconds in real life. Shirori and Kane agilely climbed up to the APC's top from the back door to check what was going on. But the moment they arrived at the top of the APC, they were flabbergasted. The two automata that had run away from them just a moment ago were lying limp. Akira was also lying next to them as if they had just knocked each other out simultaneously. And beside him, was an old-world automaton in a maid uniform smiling amusedly. Shiori and Kane immediately decided that the automaton was hostile and jumped at it. Both of them closed the distance in a blink of an eye. Shiori pulled out her blade and released a skillful swing while Kane threw a punch augmented with force field armor and the enhanced strength from her augmented suit. The automaton did not move at all and still maintained its smile. It then caught Shiori's blade and Kane's fist. Although the full force of their attacks was obviously transferred to the automaton, it only cracked the armor tile under the automaton's feet. The automaton itself was not damaged at all. Shiori and Kane were caught speechless, that the automaton was able to receive their attacks this easily. The automaton then said with a casual voice, "Can we stop this?" Shiori immediately jumped away, leaving her sword still in the automaton's hand, and switched to her rifle. While Kane stomped on one of the automaton's legs and grabbed its arm to prevent it from evading. Shiori then immediately aimed her rifle at the automaton's face. The bullets that Shiori shot were all blocked by the automaton's other hand. Furthermore, the automaton did not deflect the bullets. It accurately predicted where Shiori was aiming and caught the bullets in the middle of its flight. Since the automaton had released Shiori's blade in order to catch the bullets, her blade made a loud banging sound as it landed on top of the APC. The automaton then swung its arm and broke from Kane's hold. Kane, who was thrown away, landed agilely next to Shiori. Both of them had grim looks on their faces. In front of them, the automaton threw away the bullets in its hand, picked up Shiori's blade, threw it in Shiori's direction as if to return it. It then smiled at them as if to show that it had no wish to fight. "Don't worry. We no longer have any wish to fight you. I've done more than enough for what I've been paid for." Shiori picked up her blade. She still looked confused as she sheathed her blade. Seeing that, Kane also lowered her fist. Although she was no longer in a battle stance, she still had her guard up, and that was true for Shiori too. This was a situation where their opponent was strong enough to easily overpower both of them. However, since Reina was still inside the APC, Shiori was ready to jump into action anytime. "If you really have no wish to fight, it would be great if you could at least introduce yourself." The automaton bowed deeply. "Lion Steel's General Purpose A. I, Olivia, at your service. If fate has it, I'll look forward to your patronage." Shiori and Kane could not hide their surprise. Olivia pulled out a white card from her skirt and lightly threw it at Shiori. Shiori caught that card and took a closer look at it. Once again, she could not hide her surprise. It's not for you. If this boy wakes up, please give it to him. I shall take my leave then." Olivia pointed to Akira, then bowed once again and suddenly vanished. Shiori immediately scanned her surroundings but she could not find Olivia anywhere. A hologram. "Since when?" Kane smiled amusedly and lightly frowned as she said, "Probably since the time when it threw that card. I bet it used some kind of camouflaging device to hide while leaving behind a hologram and already left the area. Moreover, right before that hologram vanished, I was still able to feel its presence somewhere nearby. A hologram that can even fool me, it's a pretty advanced decoy. I'm sure it is an old-world automaton." "Phew, seriously though, that was dangerous." Kane hid her disappointment by complaining instead. Reina's voice could be heard coming from the APC. "Shiori. What's going on up there? We're coming down now. I'll explain the rest later. Milady should focus on the monster swarm. They'll catch up with us at this rate." Reina and Togami, who had stopped shooting due to the surprising turn of events, flusteredly started shooting again. Kane sent a suspicious gaze at Shiori. "So then, Ain-san, what's the plan now?" "For now, we need to get back down from here." Shiori understood what Kane was actually asking her and refused to give a straight answer. Shiori and Kane returned back inside the APC. Kane just threw the inactive automata inside the APC while Shirori gently placed Akira down. Shirori first calmed Togami and Reina, who were restless to know what just happened. Please calm down. Akira-sama is just unconscious. First of all, milady, please focus on the monsters. Togami-sama, please take the wheel. With Akira-sama being unconscious, we don't know how to change the autopilot now. In the worst-case scenario, the APC might come to a complete stop. So please get to the driving wheel immediately. All right. Togami rushed to the driver's seat. Although it was originally his duty to make the decision in that situation since he was the leader, he understood that this was an emergency and also knew that Shirori had better skill in this regard. So he did not complain and obediently followed her order. Kane and I don't know in detail about what had happened up there. We need to ask Akira-sama when he wakes up, so let's put any questions aside for now. Until then, milady, please take care of the monsters. Kane and I will have to take a short break, we're pretty much spent. Me alone? Reina was bewildered, seeing which, Kane teasingly said to her. Milady, are you planning to act spoiled again now that we've returned to you? I'll do it. Reina replied back by pure reflex which she regretted inside her heart. It was definitely not an easy job to fill in because of Togami and Akira's absence. Reina had a grim look as she started shooting at the monster swarm that was creeping closer and closer to the APC. When she glanced at Kane and Shirori, they were really taking a break and even Kane was lightly waving at her. Alright, I'll do it. It was definitely the result of them treating her as a full-fledged hunter. But Reina was not sure if she was to be happy because of it, as she kept shooting while gritting her teeth. Shirori glanced at Reina and then looked back at the white card. She was seriously evaluating her options there. Chapter 199, Old World Relics. Akira was standing in a white space. As he looked around in his hazy consciousness, he saw two alpha and a young boy that seemed somehow familiar to him. He could see shadows of countless people standing beside that young boy. How is your development? Great, very great, in fact. I can even delegate my calculations too, and there's a good chance that I'll be able to get better equipment. Although I still don't have the exact time, I'm planning to get the necessary equipment in about a few months. We'll then start working on the main project right after that. I'm sure there's no need for me to tell you this, but you're not allowed to make him one of your terminals, you know. The subject that we can send to the commander's room should not be one of us. If you turn him into one of your terminals, the system will recognize him as one of us. So be careful. Yeah, I know that even without you telling me. There was a case in the past when that happened and it did not work. In the first place, if a remote terminal was fine then we would have used one of those automata and gone there ourselves. That's why we have no other choice but to go through this painful process. It's to ensure that the one accessing is a real person. We can't do anything about it, that's just how the security works and it applies to us too. Well, you're absolutely right about that. The two alpha smiled bitterly at each other. So then, how about yours? After the change of plan, the local network's nodes spread incredibly fast. Although I have no complaint about the number since the more nodes we get, the more fighting power we will have. But there might be a problem if the number goes beyond what I can control. I'm planning to evaluate the total strength by doing something soon. After that, depending on the result, I might decide to bring the subject to the commander's room. Are you sure you're going to be fine? If you let the local network nodes spread wider and wider at this rate, the system might see the network as one entity and you'll have to bring all the nodes to that place when that happens, you know. It should be alright. Although I said it's a local shared network, it has a proper stratification and the head of that system is the only one that fulfills the conditions. I see, that explains how your progress got ahead of me. Well, that's perfectly understandable. Alpha seemed a bit disappointed, the other alpha then frowned and asked. Does your subject not show any sign of forming a local network? Nope, none at all. After all, he was originally a loner and the thought of forming relations with others never crossed his mind, that's why I can't use that method. But I'll be the one managing him after the connection, so don't worry about it. I see. What's wrong? Is there any problem? As I explained, the local network spread out way faster than I expected. As such, I sometimes can't take control of the network. So I might need your help if things get bad. The first alpha agreed to help the other alpha, but she also blamed the second alpha. Sure, I don't mind, but you should do something about it first before it comes to that, you know. Unlike the subject under you, I still haven't even received the consent for the contract from my subject. So it might be not that easy. As I thought, doing this with an uncontracted subject is not ideal. This is also an experiment. Regardless of the result, it'll be useful for our future trials. Well, that's true, but still. Ah, by the way, about Tsubaki. While the two alphas were still talking to each other, Akira's vision blurred. Akira finally woke up. He felt that weird feeling as he realized that he was no longer in the same place as where he last remembered and immediately scanned his surroundings. Where am I? Shirori noticed Akira waking up and spoke to him. You've woken up, are you alright? It doesn't seem that you sustained any injuries from the outside, but, just to be safe, I gave you some medicines. I'll bring some more if you're still in pain. Where is this place? We're inside Akira-sama's APC. Since we found you fainted on top of the APC, we brought you in and let you lie down until you woke up. Are you alright? Akira's consciousness was still hazy, although there was a slight trace of calmness in his mind. The haziness prevented him from being fully awake. That was when suddenly Alpha appeared. Akira, good morning, Alpha. It seems that you're a bit flustered there. How about you take some deep breaths first? It'll calm you down, you know. Alpha was smiling gently at him, just like usual. Judging from how Alpha was smiling at him, Akira understood that he was in a safe place for now as he took a deep breath. It was a short ritual that helped Akira reset his state of mind. But as he regained his calmness, the hazy memories of what he saw when he was unconscious was lost in the exchange. Alpha, give me the status report for now. You fainted after fighting two automata on top of the APC. You don't remember that, right? I was fighting those automata, so. I fainted after that, huh? Akira thought that the weird feeling that he felt was the leftover adrenaline rush that was cut short when he suddenly fainted in the middle of that fight. He then noticed Shirori, who was looking worriedly at him. Ah, right, I'm fine. I fainted up there, so it means that you must have saved me from falling over. Thank you. It's great that you're alright. I'm sorry to ask you this just right after you woke up, but there are some questions that I want to ask. Is it okay? Sure, go ahead. Shirori and Akira then exchanged information to understand the situation that they were in. While Akira was unconscious, they were able to successfully get away from the swarm. Right around the boundary, when the green plants that covered Lida commercial district stopped growing, the monsters also stopped chasing the APC. It was a common trait that monsters could not leave the ruin. That was why people used to call them biological security drones guarding the ruins. The vehicle was on the way heading back to Kagamayama City at the moment. Togami was driving the APC while Reina was sitting and resting on the driver's assistant seat. After carrying Akira in, Shirori and Kane really did not help Reina at all. Although Kane was standing next to her, she was only there to guard Reina while sometimes making idle talk. To put it in a better light, it might have helped Reina not get too tense, but it might be just Kane having nothing else to do to waste time. It was also to give Shirori time to think as well as to help lighten the side effects of the trump card that both of them had used. Togami was driving the vehicle while talking with Reina about their next plan. They were trying to flush any other potential issues, including the distribution of rewards and where to sell the relics before Akira woke up. Today's ruin exploration was basically registered under Togami's party, which only included Togami and Reina. Kane, Shiori, and Akira were basically considered outsiders this time. As the leader of the team and as the only other member in the team, Togami and Reina were seriously discussing what to do about their negotiations with Akira. After hearing a short explanation from Shiori, Akira more or less got the gist of what had happened. But he then confusedly said, "I don't know anything about this maid automaton, Olivia. The ones that I fought were only those two automata. I bet both of them jumped onto the APC back then, but I have no idea how they did it." "I see, she was already there when Kane and I arrived at the scene." I have no recollection of that automaton at all. Either it came in between after I fainted and before you got there, or it was there all along and was using a camouflaging device. But if that was the case, then why did it not attack me?" "Wait, that one has nothing to do with camouflage, huh?" "I might have a guess regarding that matter. It said that it had worked for what it was paid for already. So I bet that automaton was hired by the ruins system. Although, I don't know the details whether it's only to repel intruders or to fight back against armed robbers. But it seems that it had judged that it had worked enough after Akira-sama defeated those two automata, that I see. I don't know if it's being earnest or not by doing so, but either way, I was saved by that. So it doesn't really matter, huh?" Akira found that interesting since it was more of a human-like emotion that a robot would not normally have. Shiori then handed a white card to Akira. "That automaton left this for you. Do you know what this is?" Although Olivia left that card for Akira, it was not like there was anything in particular written on it. So it looked like nothing but a plain white card. Since it had happened when Akira was unconscious, he had no idea the reason why that automaton left him that white card. Shiori also deliberately did not tell Akira how she got that card. Alpha also deliberately kept herself from telling anything to him. Because of that, he thought nothing of that card other than something that one of the automata might have dropped during that intense battle. Akira took that card, flipped over, and took a closer look at it. But as expected, he had no idea at all. "Alpha, do you have any idea what it is?" "White card." "Well, that is already obvious." "Akira, even if I tell you what I know, what will you do if Shiori asks how you knew about it?" Alpha indirectly scolded Akira for his carelessness. He then shook his head and extended that card back to Shiori. But Shiori did not take it back and Akira found that really strange. Shiori then added, "This is just a guess, but that automaton might belong to the Lion Steel Corporation. Does that give you any hints?" "Lion Steel Corporation?" Akira's face slightly twitched the moment Shiori mentioned that name. Shiori's gaze turned sharp. Both of them were watching each other closely for the slightest change, trying to judge what the other party noticed from the other's reaction, as this awkward but careful silence was maintained for a while. Shiori was the first one to break the silence. "Do you have any knowledge regarding this name?" "That as I said, this is nothing but my guess. That Lion Steel Corporation is probably an old world company. If I'm not mistaken, that name was also there in the Saranthal Building's guide map. If this card has something to do with that and if it's a card to give special permission to pass through, it might be useful to go to some floors that are originally closed off to outsiders." "That is indeed interesting." "Well, I have no plans to go there ever again anyway, so I basically have nothing to do with this card." Akira tried to suppress the agitation inside him and keep calm. He remembered that only happened because he could connect to the Old World domain. That incident might lead to the Old World connection device and hint to his ability to connect to the Old World. Lion Steel was a name that was connected to both cases. As expected, knowing that name was enough to make people suspicious, Akira could not be sure that he was able to completely hide it. Shiori tried to read what was behind Akira's words and said, "Very well then, Akira-sama, in that case, would it be alright if we keep it?" You mean the card, right? As well as everything connected to that card, which includes the information that Akira-sama told me just now. Of course, it won't be for free. But it is difficult to decide how much it is worth. After all, even if we bring this card to the Hunter office's exchange center, it would only turn into a small amount of money. So I don't recommend deciding the worth of the card based on its selling value. But then, it's difficult to decide how much it's actually worth. We can actually just take it as our collective possession as a team, but I'm basically an outsider in this team. The price of the card was not clear and was difficult to decide even among the inner circle, but if it was sold, it would only turn into a small amount of money. Even Akira understood well that making a mistake in the method to divide the loot might cause a fight. It seems that Akira-sama is not that interested in this card. But even so, I don't think it's right to just let go of this card for free. In that case, how about exchanging this card for a favor? Favor, huh? Akira hesitated for a bit. Alpha, what do you think? To be honest, it's not like I really want that card anyway, but is it something that I shouldn't just give away willy-nilly? If you're afraid that it might give rise to suspicions if you just let that card go, you can show a little resistance before giving it away. I'll do that then. Akira thought that if it was really a precious relic, Alpha would have stopped him. But since she did not give any reaction which hinted at that, he thought that the relic must not be that important. So he decided to put up a small resistance on his own. Well, in that case, I'll use that favor right away. Before dividing the reward from this exploration, I want you to first subtract it based on the ammo that we have consumed during the battle just now and pay me that money up front, and inform that to the other two. With all that happened today, I'm sure we'll fight over how to divide the loot anyway. So in exchange for giving you that card, I want you to do this. Is that alright? Very well. I'll convince Milady and Togami-sama regarding this matter. In case if it doesn't work, I'll take responsibility and pay it with my own money. We have a deal then. Akira smiled and handed over the card. Shiori politely received that card, put it in her pocket and smiled. Indeed, we have a deal. The card that Olivia left for Akira now had turned into Shiori's possession based on a deal that Akira had accepted. That meant Akira had transferred all the rights coming from that card to her. During that negotiation, Kane was looking at them with a rare serious face. Shiori and Kane then went to Togami and Reina to tell them about the deal. Akira, who was left behind, sat down and looked at Alpha. Say, Alpha. Did you do something to me during that fight on top of the APC? Yes. I boosted your time compression. I always wanted to do that and finally, I was able to. Thought so. I felt something was weird back then. What can I say? It felt like all my 5 senses suddenly turned so sharp that everything around me seemed completely different than usual. That's simply because the information that you received during that brief period of time was multiplied. The difference is similar to looking at a blurry picture and a sharp picture. I see, that's kind of true, it felt exactly like that. Akira, let me at least warn you about this. You should not use it too frequently. It places too much burden on you after all. It has the same effect as taking a strong accelerator drug. In the worst-case scenario, it might even kill you. Akira slightly frowned, that I did something that dangerous, huh? But still, I've already done things that dangerous so many times before and I know it's way better than getting killed because I didn't do it. It'll lessen the burden which makes it safer and increase its effectiveness the more you use it. So there's no other way but to get used to it. You might even get to the point where you can do that on your own without my support at all one day, you know. But make sure to be careful. It's something like a trump card that you should not use often. I know. Now that I more or less understand what happened, I'm feeling super tired now and my head started hurting too. You can lie down and take a good rest. You've worked pretty hard this time, so I'm sure no one would complain. You're right. Although he was not sleepy, Akira decided to lie down again. As he stared absent-mindedly at the APC's ceiling, he noticed a small slit. That cut must be from the fight, huh? My bike is now gone too and I have to get this vehicle repaired. Then there's also my rifles too, either I get them repaired or buy a new one. What should I do? Akira was thinking about what to say to Shizuka when he placed that order. Either he will have to try and hide it or be honest and tell Shizuka everything. He was not sure which one to do. Olivia was running through the wasteland. She was running as fast as a vehicle. There were many conditions that needed to be satisfied in order to reactivate Olivia from its storage device. But those conditions were reduced due to the long years where it stayed inactive and the signal that the storage device's terminal was receiving at that time. Thanks to that, even a random button press from Rodan was enough to wake Olivia up. That was the reason why Olivia followed the security protocol in case it was activated through the wrong method. The security protocol led Olivia to kill any intruders that got into restricted areas. And when the information of the unauthorized intruders was sent to Olivia by the system also submitted a request with payment since Olivia was originally not a part of the system. It then decided to accept that request and to only work as much as it was paid. After that, it found other automata from another company and checked their conditions. It then judged that those automata would be either destroyed or misused, thus it changed its view of the automata and decided to turn them into its own terminal in order to use them to take care of the intruders. The reason why it baited the monsters to attack Akira was nothing more than a decision made by its AI side. It was something that was built into it as if it was its personality. To put it simply, it did not want to get involved in the fight itself if it was possible. Furthermore, the system wanted to clean up any dangerous elements inside the facility, which included monsters. At the same time, Olivia also judged that there was no need to get too serious since it was not a deal made with a real human. But the intruders were able to survive the swarm. So Olivia decided to throw the other two automata to that APC. And even those were defeated by Akira, thus it had no other choice but to go there itself. Olivia took the weapon that the other automata dropped and was about to go and kill Akira. As it was thinking that it had already more or less worked hard enough for the compensation that it received, Akira suddenly stood up while still unconscious. He then said something that normal humans could not comprehend before falling limp again. Shirori and Kane arrived at the scene right after that. The moment Olivia understood what Akira had said, it decided that it had indeed worked hard enough for what it was paid for. As a matter of fact, it thought that it should receive more for what it had done that day. After it lightly repelled Kane and Shirori, Olivia left its business card before leaving the scene. Olivia sighed and mumbled. To think that I got to meet that thing right after I woke up, I guess I really am unlucky. For Olivia, who had the ingenuity to understand the concept of luck, it did not like the entity behind what Akira said back then. I want to work for a human. Even if the payment is good, I have no plans to work for something like that. I just gave him that card since the record said that he had once accessed the counter on his own. But now that I think about it again, it might have been better if I had killed him considering that he's working with that thing. I wonder if I can find a good employer somewhere. Olivia looked rather disappointed, but she immediately smiled afterwards. That day, one more Old World automaton was released to the wasteland. The people from Yuzumo Industry finally arrived at where Kurosawa's team was. Among the people that were dispatched there, Kurosawa spotted Shikarabe. You guys are damn late. Shikarabe lightly scoffed and countered. It's not my fault. Don't tell me that someone got killed. Nah, it's Zero like usual, though someone has been badly injured, he's not going to die. Then it's business as usual, isn't it? If only you guys came sooner, we wouldn't have had to go through that and we might have been able to earn more money. For undamaged Old World automata now turned into two broken Old World automata, you know? And here I thought I was about to bring back a lot of money. Well, you have my condolence. Shikarabe laughed and said so as if it was not his fault. Kurosawa replied with a click of his tongue. Their casual exchange demonstrated that they were pretty much safe. With the dispatched squad already there, Kurosawa finished his duty and relinquished the command to the new squad. So he also let the rest of the hunters take care of the negotiation with the new squad. Among the new squad, a guy with a broad back listened to the reports given by Rodan and the other hunters. To be honest, it's really unfortunate that the 4 undamaged old world automata are now turned into 2 damaged automata. But, we're also here for the money. It was not free to come all the way here, not to mention that we encountered a swarm of monsters too. Although according to the contract, we won't charge you anything because of that, it's better if you do not expect to get paid even after handing those automata to us. I'm sure the money that we get will be mostly used to pay for the transportation fee to come here. I hope you guys can understand that. The hunters ruffled their heads in frustration. Although they more or less knew that it was coming, being told that all their hardship resulted in nothing still pained them. That was when that guy smiled and said, "But well, the 5th automaton is indeed interesting. From what I heard so far, we might be able to be considerate. Please tell me in detail what you know about the last automaton." The detail, the only one who knows about it is Rodan. Hey, Rodan, do you have anything to add here? Well, even if you say so. You are the one who found it, right? Tell him everything from when it started moving. Oh, okay. Rodan explained everything that he knew while deliberately leaving the misunderstanding that the other hunters had. After that, he took that man to the room where Olivia was sleeping. After they got there, that guy pushed Rodan out of the room. This room is ours too. Although we still need to do further investigation, I bet this might bring you some money. You're okay with that, right? Well, as long as it brings more money. Thank you. The guy pushed Rodan and the other hunters out and locked the door. That guy was left alone with Olivia's empty container as he took a closer look at the container with a serious expression. He then called someone through an encrypted secret communication line. It's me. No, although it's only just a guess, I think the other 4 are not what we are looking for. But, I found a container that might be of the automaton that we are looking for. No, we couldn't secure the automaton. It's just its container. It seemed that it attacked the hunters after it was activated and left the area, and we have no idea of its whereabouts right now. A card, huh? No, we didn't find anything like that. Alright, we'll search the area assuming that it's not in the possession of the hunters. Yes, please excuse me then. The guy cut the call and turned towards the empty container. Lion steals automata, huh? It would be strange if we had found it way sooner. But up until now, it always killed the person who activated it before returning back to its container though. Is it because this one had looser restrictions? If that's true, it means that it should be easier to communicate with. If that rumor is true, this might turn into a small war. A long time ago, a certain hunter found an old world automaton and opened a business based on that automaton. Then that hunter climbed the ladder in no time until their company reached the upper echelon of the corporate government. It was the result of him trying to reopen a certain old world company in the current era, and right now, that company was providing maids for the rich and received their support in exchange. The hunters were nothing but decorations as the main functions were all run by automata. Even the maids were nothing more but an imitation of the old world lifestyle, and since it was difficult to find good automata in the current era, they employed skilled people in their place. The rumor had it that the said automaton was made by Lion Steel Company. It was a common rumor in the Eastern District that a huge corporation had some kind of connection with an old world company. As it was nothing more but rumors, there was no concrete evidence regarding that matter. But it was indeed a profitable rumor. After Akira and Togami's team arrived back in the city, they disbanded the team. Until they agreed on how to divide the loot, all the relics were handed over to Shiori to hold on to. Since Akira also decided to lend the APC to them, he asked them to take the APC to the repair shop in order to get it repaired. He then headed to Shizuka's shop while Togami and Reina went to Drenkum to give their report. As Shiori was driving the APC, Kane suddenly asked her a serious question. "In-san, was that really okay? Although we didn't tell a lie, we still tricked him, you know? What's your plan if the cat is out of the bag? When that happens, Milady would be disappointed in me and Akira-sama would hate me. That's all." Having Reina disappointed in her carried a huge implication for Shiori. Kane let out a big sigh and said, "Well, if Ain-san did that fully knowing the risk, I have no plans to say anything." Kane then returned to her usual self and smiled. "Well, if Ain-san gets found out and has to fight Akira, do tell me. I'll be more than happy to help. Before it comes to that, I'll do my best to solve it peacefully. I'll apologize after telling him everything and offer him peace money. And if nothing works? If nothing works, I'll use you as a decoy and take Milady to safety. I know that you always wanted to fight him. So it's a win-win solution." "Yeah, that's so cruel." Shiori said so jokingly. Kane laughed and replied with a grunt. In reality, if either one of them had to stay behind in that situation, it would have been Shiori, and Kane would be the one taking Reina to safety. Whether it was to let Akira kill her in order to abate his anger or to kill Akira instead, Shiori would be the one staying behind. Even if Kane tried to convince her otherwise, Shiori would still do so, and both of them understood that very well. Chapter 200, The Result of Coincidence and Prediction. Akira was dipping himself inside the hot bath in his house to melt the exhaustion that had accumulated that day. Today was too tiring, so many things happened. "I hope that we still manage to get some money from it, it'll be fine, right?" Akira glanced at Alpha, who was taking a bath together with him, seeking her agreement. But Alpha instead smiled teasingly and said, "I wonder about that. Just say yes, will you? It's not like I can guarantee what Reina and Togami would do. In the first place, you're the one who left the relics and the broken automata with Reina and Togami to sell them. It's indeed a troublesome subject, so it can't be helped. Well, it's not like I can bring the broken automata to Katsuragi. I feel like Katsuragi won't buy them after all. So I thought leaving that to Reina, who seems to have connections, will be able to sell them at a much better price. It's not like I'm blaming you. It's just that I can't guarantee that it would be alright." "I know, but still." Akira lightly sighed. He then relaxed back as if to have given up on that matter and said to himself, "It's alright, it'll be fine." Shiori also said that she'll take responsibility if it doesn't work out. So I'm sure she also believes today's loot can sell for quite a lot of money. It should be alright. "Well, in the worst case scenario, we can go to give our complaint to them after you get your new equipment." "That's a good idea." "Equipment, huh?" Although Akira seemed to have moved on once before from that subject, he once again made a difficult face. "What's wrong? No, it's nothing." After Akira again lost most of his equipment, he went to Shizuka to get new equipment with the current money that he had. First of all, he prioritized rifles and put in an order for 3 fully modified SSB rifles. Shizuka's expression when he placed that order left an impression in his mind. Akira had decided to be honest and told Shizuka everything in case she inquired, but she accepted his order without saying anything. But in place of that, Shizuka looked slightly surprised and exasperated at the same time. She then smiled as if she had given up, but there was pity mixed in her smile. Akira thought that Shizuka would at least say something about him already breaking his rifles in such a short time, but she instead continued talking without even touching on that subject. He felt something was not right about it. Shizuka-san did not say anything, so it should be alright, yep. Let's just hope that it's not a smile of exasperation since she had worked so hard to get the equipment that was originally already outside the range of the shop's products, but you keep breaking them in no time and you don't show any remorse at all when you place an order for replacements. But as a weapon merchant, she doesn't have a good reason to stop you since it contributes well to the shop's revenue. If you don't know for sure, then stop scaring me. I only said that because you seem too stuck on that matter. You should just move on. If you keep yourself bothered by it and it ends up making you use your equipment too carefully, you might end up hurting yourself, which would defeat the reason why you got them in the first place, you know? I know, but still. It doesn't matter if your equipment is broken as long as you, yourself are safe. It does contribute to her shop's revenue and it's not like you are breaking them intentionally anyway. That's why it doesn't matter. If Shizuka is worried, it is either because you use your equipment without care or because you keep getting yourself in a situation where you have no choice but to do something that destroys your equipment. This is not something for you to worry about, or more like, it's way too late for you to start worrying about this, right? You have a point there. Akira smiled wryly as he asked himself if deep inside, he wanted Shizuka to worry about him. Which in that case, he might have been intentionally going to dangerous places wishing that Shizuka would worry for him. He told himself that desire was too greedy and smiled wryly, he himself knew that very well. He then decided to talk about something else to move on from that subject. By the way, about that white card though, what exactly was it? That is a business card. You can use that card to contact that Olivia automaton. If you're someone who can connect to the old world domain, you can use it to directly get in contact with Olivia, and if you can't do that, you can use an old world communication device instead. I bet it left that to you hoping that you would hire it. Akira immediately turned to Alpha. Alpha, you knew all of that? Yep. Why didn't you tell me back then? Can you keep that a secret? Alpha smiled as usual. Although Akira understood that she had a good point there and agreed with her, he was not exactly happy to admit it. Was that thing actually a very expensive object? That depends on how much price you would place on a method to contact the old world side in a friendly manner. In that case, that should be a pretty pricey thing, and I ended up giving it away thinking that it wasn't worth that much. I guess that was a big blunder, huh? It's the opposite. You did great getting that object away from you as fast as possible. In order to be able to use that card, you at least need to have the knowledge on how to connect to the old world domain. If you try to keep it for yourself, in the worst case scenario, others might get suspicious thinking that you might know. That's why I didn't tell you back there. Like I said before, I don't think you can keep it a secret, right? Yeah, I don't think I can. Shirori obviously noticed when he had a small reaction the moment she mentioned the name Lion Steel. If he had known just how valuable that card was, Akira did not think that he would be able to let that card go. Thought so. Let me at least tell you this though, make sure not to get too hung up on that. Instead, think of it as pushing that problem to them. If you insist on keeping it, people might get suspicious. You have a point there. I have no plans on getting captured after all. Having suspicion of being someone who could connect to the old world domain was enough for the Hunter office to dispatch a capture warrant. Since Akira was really someone who could connect to the old world domain, even if that suspicion came from something completely unrelated, he could not afford to get captured by them no matter what. With this, any regrets that he had regarding that card was completely gone. In the first place, you don't have any chrome with you anyway, so it's not like you can hire Olivia. The only people who could do that are the super rich or huge corporations who have chrome. Exactly. That's just way out of my reach. I guess this means I have no connection with them right from the start, huh? Wait, this is just my guess, but it felt like Shirori knew about that card though. I wonder if she has any connections with that world. Well, she's exploring ruins in a maid uniform and she calls Reina, Milady. It won't be strange if she does have some connections with that world. She might know just how valuable that card is, and just maybe, she might even be actively involved in that world. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. I wonder who they actually are. To be honest, from my point of view, they look like nothing but a bunch of rich people from the inner wall who do hunter work as a hobby. Akira thought about Reina's team and its background while enjoying the warm bath. But since he could not come up with any good answer, that question eventually melted into the warm water too. On the next day, inside a high-class hotel in the lower district of Kagami City, Togami, Shikarabe, Reina, and Shirori gathered inside one of the rooms. Togami placed 1,000,000 orum in front of Shikarabe. Shikarabe took it and put it inside his chest pocket. Seeing that, Togami smiled happily and pridefully. There, I finally made you take all the 30,000,000 orum. Indeed. Seeing how Shikarabe smiled amusedly there, Togami felt a strong feeling of accomplishment. Seeing that, Reina could not help but tilt her head. Togami, what is it? It's nothing. After that, Shikarabe's expression turned serious as he said. Togami, today will be your last training, let's start now. Now? Aren't we here to talk about what to do with the relics that we gathered yesterday and how to divide the money from that? That's exactly your last training. Being able to divide the money at the end of a ruin exploration without any problem at all is one of the important skills for a hunter. And you need to learn half of that from real experience. Togami, this time, you asked for Akira's help. You asked for help from a hunter who is better than you although you don't know him well. On top of that, you didn't make an agreement on how to divide the loot up front. So don't expect him to give away the loot that you have risked your life for free out of kindness. As a matter of fact, I bet he would come at you without holding back. As if to continue Shikarabe's warning, Shiori then said with a serious face. Milady, this is also training for Milady. Shikarabe-sama and I will come at both of you as if we're Akira-sama trying to take all the loot. Togami-sama and Milady should work together to prevent it. I'll let you know this, also consider the worst-case scenario where Akira would come at you with force, and make sure to avoid that no matter what. It's important to make sure not to pick a fight with someone that you have no chance of winning against. Akira-sama immediately demanded to pay for the expenses from the last expedition. Rifle, bike, vehicle, augmented suit, ammo and medicine. Some of them might be able to be repaired while some might need replacements. Either way, they would add more to the expenses. The total expense is predicted to be about 1 billion orum. If you take your time selling the relics, you won't be able to pay that money immediately. Think carefully before you decide whether to try to explain that to Akira or to take on debt to pay him back for the time being. Make sure to keep it in your mind, just how long a hunter who has no aversion to killing others, would be willing to wait for his 1 billion orum. Remember that you can't just say that you would divide the loot equally. Everyone would want their lives to be priced highly. You need to make sure to think about how to still receive a profit when you're up against someone who you can't win against in a real fight and doesn't bend during a negotiation. If you worsen his mood, it might turn into a fight at a drop of a hat. There's also an option of asking for the hunter office's help. But of course, that won't be free and it's not like it would convince him. I bet he would still have some grudge left if you do that. Although it's not a good choice, sometimes, you have no other option but to do it. Do remember that it might not even be needed at all in the first place. It's not a method to guarantee your safety. So please be careful. Now then, let's start. We shall start now. Shikarabe and Shiori seemed to be serious. Togami and Reina looked at each other with worried smiles. Dividing the loot was the last step before a team of hunters finally disbanded. Togami and Reina did their best to face that final step with their own abilities. It made them understand why hunters would hire negotiators and how much Drankum had been helping them in that regard. The real reason why Drankum was formed in the first place was simply for the sake of helping injured and retired hunters. After all, even a careful hunter would be able to rely on things that needed trust if it was between hunters that he or she knew very well. Although it was significantly changed since its founding, that part of the organization stayed the same. Togami and Reina had a hard negotiation practice as they only reached a deal around the end of the day. Of course, both of them were literally spent at that point. In the end, the deal was for the loot to be divided equally after subtracting the battle expense and that there was no rush in paying for that money. So in short, it really was nothing but training which did not mean anything toward the real deal that they still had to face. When they knew that, Togami and Reina could not help but complain. In the headquarters of a certain company inside the inner wall, the officers from the upper echelon of that company gathered in a huge meeting room. Inside that meeting room, Yanagisawa did not look happy at all as he said. What do you mean you're going to stop extending the supply route? As Yanagisawa's anger was clearly expressed, in contrast to his usual lack of emotion expression, the other people inside the room started to tense up. Yanagisawa was responsible for the operation to extend the supply route from the Kuzusuhara ruins frontier base into the deeper part of the ruin. And now, he had received an order that not only interfered with his job but even obstructed its continuation. It was not strange for Yanagisawa to take it personally. It would not end up with only mere bruises when someone who was merely an administrator over a piece of land picked a fight against someone who was under the corporate government. A mid-rank officer from the city management tried to calm Yanagisawa down. "We're not stopping it completely. It's just a temporary thing in order to lighten the worries expressed by some of our customers. They thought that the recent incident was caused by the aggressive expansion of the supply route deep into the ruin. There's no evidence connecting the expansion and that incident. And even if that's true, that's still within our predictions. We did expect something like that to happen when we started this project. So there's no reason for us to stop the expansion now. This is also for the sake of the frontier base, which is under construction right now. Even during that incident, we also obtained good results. If that was not enough for you, you should increase the budget just like I suggested last time, although, someone rejected that suggestion." Yanagisawa's mood worsened even more. There was no one present to stop him, even among those who were above him position-wise. No one was willing to become the martyr to overrule his opinion. "Calm down. We were attacked twice in such a short span of time. It is not strange that our sponsors got worried." Among those present, few people knew that the first swarm was because of Yanagisawa's doing. So Yanagisawa lowered his shoulders. "The reason why we're expanding the supply route is to create a secured route through the ruin, so that we can excavate the expensive relics more easily. Rather than the voice of those cowards cowering within the inner wall, isn't it more important to prioritize our original goal?" "I know. We also don't want to stop the expansion. In the end, this is nothing but a temporary pause. The sponsors are afraid of a third attack, and that worry also stems from the lack of power in the city defense squad. If the city defense squad could repel those swarms with no problem at all, they would not care how many times those swarms might come. Moreover, you want to get that new equipment out, right? This is the perfect chance for that. We can dispatch that new equipment to the frontier base for securing the supply route. It will take some time until they can completely dispatch the new equipment. So, in the meantime, we can take a break from expanding the supply route until then. We agreed to dispatch them just like you had asked. I hope you can make a compromise with this. If the third attack happens after that and the new equipment can easily repel the swarm, then it would be attributed to the dispatching of the new equipment for the city defense squad. Is that good enough for you?" Yanagisawa did not give an immediate reply. The silence in the room continued. "Just because we stop expanding the supply route, I won't accept any budget cut. And I'll have the original budget for the new equipment. If it's fine to use the new equipment for exploring the inner part of the ruin too, then I shall allow it." Yanagisawa's tense expression finally relaxed. His voice also turned back to its usual flippant tone. "If you're willing to go that far, it can't be helped then. We'll stop extending the supply route." Sighs of relief echoed in the meeting room. After that, they continued their meeting to talk about several other matters. That was when a small ruffle between area administrators happened. For the next subject, we've received a report regarding the difference between the real worth of land and those reported on paper. We'll start with the person who brought this up. As the person who had been working as the leader of that meeting said so, Yudajima stood up and smiled at Inabe. "I'm Yudajima. As everyone knows well, the inner part of the Kuzusuhara ruin is divided into smaller sections and each section is assigned to a different administrator. Each administrator will survey the section that they're assigned to, and the result from that survey, which includes the type of relics that you can find there, will decide on the priority for a further survey and the budget for the same." Yudajima took a short pause and glanced at Inabe. Inabe curled his lips in reply. "Everyone here is busy, just cut the chase and get to it." "Very well then. Inabe, it seems that the report from your place says that you found an old world terminal in the area that you're responsible for, is that true?" "It is the truth. What of it? In that case, I'll take this chance to declare that it is fake. What? As murmur propagated through the room, Inabe finally processed what Yudajima had said and raised his voice. Are you kidding me? That report has even gone through a formal appraiser from Kagamayama City, you know. Are you seriously saying that I'm faking that report? Those relics are really old-world terminals. This is a slander. I'm not saying that they are not old-world terminals. So what's your problem then? The problem is where you found them. There's a good chance you got them from another place outside your section. And you brought them there in order to increase the value of your section. What are you even talking about? Inabe showed a slight panic. But in order to hide it, he immediately raised his voice. That's a baseless accusation. Where's the evidence? Of course, I have some with me. I bet you just faked them too. You're planning to pull down the value of my section by causing fictitious trouble, aren't you? If you only have vague pieces of evidence that might as well be fake, you can excuse yourself by using that as a reason to run away from the repercussions after all. Well, I know you would say that. Seeing how Yudajima was smiling as if he had already won, Inabe felt unease. But even so, he retained anger on his face. The operation should have been perfect. There's no way he can see through that. Wait, don't tell me. Is it that girl? Inabe started to doubt Viola's intention in having given him those relics. In short, it was nothing more than a strategy to trap him. But Inabe made sure not to show that on his face. He told himself that since those relics were really old-world terminals, he should be able to win the argument as he slowly got rid of panic from his face. But Yudajima then smiled as if he knew that would happen. Even if both of us present our data here, it would be difficult to judge which one is correct. There's also a good chance that we both don't have enough evidence to support our respective claims. That's why let's focus on what we know for sure. Although the results from the appraisal say that all of those relics are really old-world terminals, I went ahead and submitted a request to the appraisal companies union to check the origin of all those relics. And, I've asked to put the result from that request here and now. Inabe froze, he then said with a shaking voice. Why you even went that far, huh? Just how much do you think that would cost you? Yeah, it wasn't cheap at all. I know you know that too. But if it's the appraisal companies union, although there might be some discrepancies, they should be able to pinpoint and track relics found in the Kuzusuhara ruin. Well then, let's put up the result now. Seeing how Inabe's bluff was crumbling down, Yudajima smiled triumphantly as he operated the terminal. Then, a picture of a man was displayed in the middle of that room. Good afternoon, I am from the appraisal companies union. We will send a full report later, but since we were requested to give a direct report, we'll keep this short. After our investigation, the relics in question. Inabe had completely given up. Deep inside his heart, he kept cursing Viola, who might have planned this, and Yudajima, who might have been the one who asked Viola to do that in the first place. Yudajima was smiling triumphantly, at least, that was the case until he heard the continuation of the report, that is highly likely to be found in the reported location, Yudajima and Inabe could not hide their surprise. If there's no other question, we shall take our excuse here. Yudajima finally returned back to reality as he immediately shouted. No way. That can't be right. It must be some kind of mistake. It's the real result from an investigation done by the union. Please check the report for further detail. The build fee will not be reimbursed even if you find the result unsatisfactory. So please keep that in mind. Are there any other questions? Very well, please excuse me then. The display vanished. Yudajima mumbled as if he just saw something that he could not believe. No way. That's impossible. Those relics should have come from the Higuraka residence ruin. Even if it's not, one thing for sure is they can't be from Inabe's area. Inabe. Don't tell me, you actually found them in your area and took them out first before bringing them back in. Did you do all of this just to trick me? Inabe reeled back from that accusation. He then smiled while hiding his own thoughts as he said to Yudajima. What are you even talking about? That's obviously not true, just cut it out already. Then, why were you so panicked? Anyone would panic when they find out someone is trying to frame them. Well, although, it seems that you've blown yourself up this time. Inabe and Yudajima's positions were reversed. Inabe was smiling triumphantly while Yudajima was badly flustered. It showed who had won and who had lost the argument. The leader of the meeting tried to calm the situation down. Both of you, get back to your seat. Inabe, make sure not to do anything suspicious from here on out. I don't remember ever doing anything suspicious though. But it seems that some people just can't leave me alone, huh? I'll be more careful next time. Inabe calmly sat back on his seat. Yudajima, this should clear up your suspicions. Keep in mind not to do something like this again. Yudajima did not reply as he meekly sat back. Well then, let's move to the next subject. It seems that there's a report saying someone has claimed to have gotten in contact with the ruins manager. Yanagisawa will give the detail. The meeting continued just like that as if they were ignoring what just happened between Yudajima and Inabe. After the meeting, Inabe, who had returned back to his private quarters, smiled and said. I didn't see that coming at all, but I got through it just fine. That girl didn't get in contact with me in order to frame me, it's in order to frame Yudajima, huh? Well, that doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that it got rid of that guy. After he laughed in relief and regained his calm, he looked at the report from the appraisal company's union and started thinking about what to do next. But still, to think that they actually came from my area. I didn't expect it at all. To be honest, it's only near the borders of my area that we haven't explored. But that Yudajima, I bet he thought that it was fine as long as it was outside the Kuzusuhara ruin and set the investigation area range a bit too big. Now that Inabe had regained his calm, he started to string together the information that he currently had. That hunter. Akira, was it again? If I'm not mistaken, he's strong enough to even make the city management force him to take a rank-up request. It won't be strange for someone as strong as him to return back from unexplored ruins in the future. And if he had found a secret passage to an unexplored warehouse, it wouldn't be strange that he would be hiding that too. After all, if the location of that hidden passage leaked and hunters start to flood the area, there's a good chance someone would find that hidden passage too. Inabe then remembered something about Akira and opened his information terminal. If I'm not mistaken, during that ruin exploration in my area, it seemed that the humanoid monsters focused on this hunter. If this was because his face got recorded by the ruin's security system the moment he took those relics from that undiscovered location, and if this is the reason why he was treated differently compared to the other hunters whom the ruin management only views as suspicious armed individuals, then it would mean the location where he found those relics should be somewhere nearby. The union also said there's a good chance those relics really came from this area according to their investigation. Although, since Yudajima did not pay the full fee, the method that the union used to confirm it was not written in the report and I have no idea how the union did that. But that doesn't matter, the most important thing is the result, not the method. Inabe then remembered the powered suit that Yanagisawa requested. If I remember correctly, that powered suit is pretty strong. I heard that it was able to kill a building-sized monster with a melee weapon. And now it's approved for ruin exploration too. It doesn't matter how dangerous that unexplored place is, it should be alright if I bring a couple of that powered suit with me. After all, I need to find relics in my area, and if that unexplored place still has a lot of relics. Then, if I can get Akira involved too. And those people from Drankum too. I should have enough manpower to explore it. Inabe combined all kinds of information in his head. Wait for a sec, doesn't this mean that it's my time to shine? Inabe smiled widely, it was a deep greedy smile. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.